Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Dragon Avtar Naruto took pleasure from small Katara? Part 2. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. So the Fire Nation is hunting down one of their own, huh? Muttered Naruto in thought. If he truly isn't affiliated with the Fire Lord, then I may have found Aang a fire-bending master. Burning the poster with his flame, the blonde resumed his walk, not noticing the figures moving around among the shadows. Once he had reached a good portion within the forest, Naruto suddenly stopped with his head lowered to cover his eyes with his hat, barely tilting his head to the side with his hand slowly reaching for his sword as he slowly slipped into a defense stance. "I know you're out there. Show yourselves," exclaimed the blonde, but nothing occurred. Till out of nowhere, 10 men wearing cloaks made of leaves and branches from the forest with matching hats appeared wielding their spears at him. Seeing in the situation he was in, the blonde slowly began to draw his sword, letting the moonlight shine upon the blade, causing the others to tense up upon seeing the weapon being drawn. "Halt!" But a shout stopped them before the battle took place, causing everyone, including Naruto, to withdraw their weapons. "I'm guessing he must be the leader," thought the blonde avatar as he saw another man wearing the same attire as the rest coming towards him while the soldiers that blocked his path stepped aside for him to go through till he was standing in front of Naruto, with his hands grasping the spear tightly. "Who you? And what you here for?" asked the man. "I'm just a traveler heading to town to find a lead on the avatar and to find out if he had anything to do on the town's display of fireworks," responded the blonde truthfully, but once he said he was looking for the avatar, he found the tip of the spear on his throat, threatening to pierce it, the man glaring at him suspiciously. "You Fire Nation?" growled the man, but Naruto just simply raised his hands in the air, gesturing that he didn't mean any harm. "I don't have any form affiliation with the Fire Nation. I'm just the Avatar's traveling companion," replied Naruto as he looked into the eyes of the man that held the spear at his throat. The two stayed still for a while, till the leader of the group slowly retracted the spear from him and began to walk back the forest. "Take him to camp we shall. Jung decide what to do with you," said the man suddenly as he led his group into the forest, surprising Naruto as he began walking in the middle of the group, while being surrounded by spears on all corners, sulking in his mind. "How in the bloody hell do I always get myself into these situations?" thought the blonde avatar with his eyebrow twitching violently. After walking for a good while in silence through the forest, much to his annoyance, Naruto found himself at their campsite, composed of miniature sheds made of tree trunks with leaves covering them all over for camouflage on top of the small hill at a nearby lake, and by said lake a smaller shed resided on top of a small island with candle lights illuminating the room, signifying that someone was inside. The leader of the group went ahead into the small hut and entered. After waiting for a few minutes, he came back out and walked towards the blonde, pushing him with his spear, causing the blonde to look at him. "He wishes to speak with you," he said before he walked away with the rest of the men towards the forest. Looking back at the hut, he walked up to the doorway of the hut and took a deep breath, before he slowly walked in. Once inside the hut, he found a dark-skinned man with his eyes closed and 2 knives like scars on his right eye, scruffy white hair and a long mustache, with rags that resembled those of a vagabond, surrounded by candles with a fairly tall tree next to him. "This must be Jung," thought Naruto as he walked in front of the candles and got on his knees, kneeling at the man in front of him. "Greetings Master Jung. My name is Naruto Namikaze and I seek your aid on these desperate times." The old fire bender slowly opened his eyes and stared at the teen in front of him. Staring at the young man's eye, he saw much wisdom beyond his years, strength gained through rigorous training, honor and a level of control that can only be attained after many years of discipline. "You are a strong fire bender boy. Why should I teach a boy who learned how to walk before he could even crawl?" asked the old man, surprising Naruto slightly. "What makes you believe that I'm a firebender when I could be a master of another discipline?" stated the blonde with narrowed eyes. But the deserter just maintained his impassive look while he stared back. "I can tell many things by just seeing the way you walk. You walk with confidence and unafraid, a trait found among the earthbenders, passive and calm like water, wild and alive like fire, carefree and unrestrained like air. Then again, you could be a master of all four or neither one," stated the deserter without breaking eye contact, causing the blonde to tense up a tiny bit but hid it very well. "So I ask again, why I should train you when your cup is completely filled?" Naruto stopped to think, and chose his words wisely. "Even though I learned the need to walk before I started crawling, it is not for me. Your guidance is required for master," causing Jung's eyebrow to raise in curiosity. "Then who is the one that seeks his own destruction?" he asked. "The Avatar," was the blonde's only reply. While Naruto was conversing with the deserter, the Gong were camping with the man named Shay that helped them escape, telling the trio about the deserter, a master firebender named Jung, who was the first man to desert the Fire Nation army and live to tell the tale. But to Aang, the most important fact about this man was that he is a firebender who is not allied with the Fire Nation, a possibility of him learning firebending. Making up his mind, Aang tells the group to go find him, making Sokka to outright disagree with the idea, since they had just gotten out of a mess for not listening to him. When do they ever do? But Aang and Katara managed to convince him to go see him, only for them to be surrounded out of nowhere by the same men that had jumped the blonde Avatar. Che and the trio are taken towards their camp, while Che assures them knowing their captors, and like Naruto, they walked in silence, making the kids get irritated by the quietness of their trip. Sokka, being Sokka, was about to whine about his displeasure until they had announced they had arrived, but unknown to the group, Naruto was still inside the hut with Jung. "I refuse," said Jung as he glared into the eyes of the man in front of him, shocking the blonde slightly. "Why would refuse to teach the Avatar?" exclaimed Naruto as he retained his composure. "He is not ready to begin firebending if he hasn't mastered the first two disciplines," explained the deserter. Naruto was about to argue that fact, but few voices coming from the outside had interrupted him, recognizing one of the voices that had spoken. Jung wants to see you, Che. Go now." "Oh, that's okay. We can catch up later," replied an unknown person nervously. Jung is down there." "That's great because I need to see him," said Aang, but another voice he recognized as the leader interrupted him. "No, Che, go. You stay. He may be the Avatar, but he is still much undisciplined in order for him to be taught firebending," claimed Jung, while Naruto simply looked towards Aang's direction and felt the vibrations of Aang's footsteps, and despite that he hated to admit it, but he knew the old master was right. Letting out a sigh, he turned towards the deserter. "Then be ready to put up a good fight, Master Jung, for Aang won't give up a chance to learn fire bending when it's presented to him," said Naruto cautiously as he got up and walked into the shadows, blending in as if he were not there, surprising the deserter greatly at such level of stealth. "He's no ordinary man," thought the deserter as he saw Che walking inside the hut, giving him a very stern, displeased look that caused Che to flinch under his gaze. Later that night, Che stumbled out of the deserter's hut and walked into the tent that the group was using and sat down, waking Aang and Momo in the process. "So what did he say? Can I see him now?" asked an excited Aang, only to receive a depressing sigh from Che. "Master Jung is mad that I brought you here. He says you are to leave right away," replied Che. "Finally we can go," said Sokka out of nowhere as he pretended to be asleep and started to get up. "Why won't he see me?" asked Aang. "He says, you are not ready since you haven't mastered water or earth bending," was the reply. "How can he tell?" questioned Aang, curious as to how the old master knew he hadn't even begun his training in the other elements. "He saw you walking into camp, he can tell," said Che. Not satisfied with the answer, Aang got up and left to speak with Jung, but before he entered the hut, Aang stood nervously in front of the entrance and took a couple of deep breaths to calm his nerves as he stepped inside. Unknown to him, Naruto was carefully watching Aang's every move once he had entered the hut, curious to see as to how will handle Jung's refusal to teach him. Get out. Nervous still, Aang slowly walked towards the deserter, who didn't even bother to turn around and face him, sat down on his knees, and respectfully he pleaded. Master, I need to learn firebending. Jung stayed quiet for a few moments before he spoke in return. Only a fool seeks his own destruction. Not giving up easily, Aang pressed on the matter. I'm the Avatar, and it's my destiny to. However, Jung cut Aang off when he began to preach about his destiny, almost cynically. Destiny? What would a boy know of destiny? If a fish lives its whole life in this river, does he know the river's destiny? No, only that it runs on and on out of his control. He may follow where it flows, but he cannot see the end, he cannot imagine the ocean, said Jung as he let the words sink in, but Aang wasn't having any of it. Okay. But it's the Avatar's duty to master all of the bending disciplines, retorted Aang ignorantly and slightly angry at being denied. Even though you're the Avatar, you show a lot of immaturity, Aang, thought Naruto while he shook his head and continued to watch from the shadows. To master the bending disciplines, you must first master discipline itself. But you have no interest in this, so I have no interest in you. Now get out, ordered the deserter with some annoyance coated on his voice. Please, I have to learn, this could be my only chance, pleaded Aang as he tried to have the man come to his senses. Losing some of his patience, Jung turned around with a glare towards Aang. Are you deaf? How could I teach you if you refuse to listen? Before learning firebending, you must learn water and earth. Water is cool and soothing, earth is steady and stable, but fire. He stopped suddenly as he brought his hand next to the small fire atop of the candle, causing the small ember to shrink and expand with a mere thought. Fire is alive. It breathes. It grows. Without a bender, a rock will not throw itself, but fire will spread and destroy everything in its path if one does not have the will to control it. That is its destiny. You are not ready, you are too weak, exclaimed the fire master with a glare, causing the fire in the candles to rise into miniature pillars of fire, lighting the room brightly till it suddenly became pitch black for a mere second, till it was illuminated again by a single candle, with the former Avatar standing before him with a frown marred on his face. You think I am weak? Asked Avatar Roku coldly. Avatar Roku, gasped Jung, before he brought his hands up, waving them negatively. No, I did not mean that. I have mastered the elements 1,000 times in 1,000 lifetimes, and now I must do it again, exclaimed the former Avatar as he slowly brought his hand up and lit afire the tree that was rooted next to Jung. You will teach the Avatar firebending. Jung was about to accept Avatar Roku's order, but a voice suddenly spoke out of the darkness, surprising them both, for one person had forgotten that he was still within the hut and the other didn't expect him to be here of all places. I'm afraid I cannot allow that to happen, Roku, exclaimed the Crimson Avatar as he walked out of the shadows, standing in between Roku and the deserter. Gazing into Roku's surprised eyes, Aang will not be learning fire bending for his immaturity has proven that he is incapable of controlling his passion, and that will only cause him to endanger himself and those around him if he isn't able to control the fire. Avatar Roku just narrowed his eyes and stared passively back at Naruto. I have utmost confidence in Aang. He will be able to handle the responsibility that is bestowed when learning the fire discipline, retorted Roku, causing Naruto to deepen his gaze, both standing in silence while Jung just sat there. Then Naruto slowly closed his eyes as he took a deep intake of air and slowly let it out, turning his gaze towards the deserter. Teach the Avatar firebending. We shall see if Roku's trust in the boy isn't misplaced, said Naruto as Jung just bowed his head. Lightly with his eye closed, Avatar Roku just slightly bowed in respect. Thank you for understanding, Avatar Naruto. A warning, Roku, suddenly said the blonde Avatar, making Roku shot his head up in surprise. Aang better learn to control the burning desire within him, for I will be watching or I will step in if he hurts those around him. Avatar Roku stayed quiet for a few minutes, till he slowly nodded his head and both he and Naruto slowly began to disappear from their spot, as if they were never there in the first place, as everything turned back to normal, leaving the deserter alone with Aang. Yes, I will teach you firebending, said Jung Jung. Really? That's great, exclaimed Aang, puffing his fists up in the air while grinning like an idiot. Jung Jung just groaned, slamming his palm onto his forehead. The following day, Aang had began his training Jung Jung in firebending, starting with breathing exercises, much to Aang's disappointed, and told him to practice breathing throughout the whole day, explaining to feel the heat of the sun, for it was the very source of firebending, as he breaths. Meanwhile, Naruto watched with amusement from a distance within the forest. Widen your stance, ordered Jung Jung, standing in front of Aang with his arms behind his back, watching while the Avatar sat on his horse stance on a small patch of earth. Aang did so, but it seemed it wasn't enough for the deserter. Wider. And On spread his stance far enough. Now, sink on your knees, and Aang allowed his body to sink while on his stance, concentrate, causing Aang to make an exaggerated face of concentration. Good, said the deserter before he began to walk away, that is until Aang broke from his task and questioned Jung Jung. Wait. What do I do now? But the deserter turned around with a strict glare. Silence. Talking is not concentrating. Then he pointed towards Katara. Look at your friend, is she talking? Then pointed at Sokka. Even that oaf knows to concentrate on what he's doing. Hey! Whined Sokka, taking an offense at being called an oaf, and Naruto just chuckled in amusement at the scene. But what am I concentrating on? Asked Aang with uncertainty etched on his face. Feel the heat of the sun, it is the greatest source of fire, yet it is in complete balance with nature, preached Jung Jung, but Aang didn't care about that. So, when do I get to make fire? Concentrate, ordered the fire master with annoyance, leaving him alone with the siblings as they both laughed at high predicament. Naruto just shook his head with a small smirk on his face as he chuckled lightly. You still have a long road ahead of you, Aang, said the blonde before he left his spot to go to where his animal companion was. Later that day, Aang was following his teacher uphill as they walked on the mountain, the air becoming thinner as they reached to the top, and as always, Aang kept pestering the deserter, creating fire. But said person simply stated he wasn't ready yet. Once on top, Jung Jung explained the necessity of breathing for firebending as Aang begrudgingly resumed his stance and began to breathe through the nose and exhale through the mouth. Once satisfied with Aang's breathing rhythm, he went back to his hut, leaving Aang by himself on top of the mountain. Moments later, Aang storms into the hut, demanding for Jung Jung to stop wasting his time, for he claimed that he knows how to breathe and feel the sun and to teach him some real fire bending. But the deserter simply told him of his once student that had the same attitude. He didn't care about the discipline that came with the teachings. All he cared about was the destructive power that it wielded in order to wipe any obstacle or opponents that came in his way. Telling that fire was a terrible burden, for without restraint, it will consume everything, thus destroying yourself and everything you love around you, leaving Aang with a lot to think about as the words had sank in, leaving quietly the hut. Outside of the deserter's hut, the blonde Avatar was seen resting on top of a branch as he continued to watch Aang's progress under Jung Jung, and so far he can say that is unimpressed, especially after the tantrum the young Avatar had just thrown. Sigh asterisk. I do hope Aang doesn't take Jung Jung's words lightly, muttered the blonde as he sat up with his legs crossed and heard a rustling noise. Looking down, he saw Aang had come out of the hut with his head hung low, walking towards the small patch of dirt he had first used on the beginning of his training, and sat down in a meditative position. Speak of the devil. Moments later, after Aang had come out, the deserter steps out of his hut, staring at Aang with a blank look on his face. Both stayed quiet till Aang chose to speak. I thought about everything you said, began Aang. I promise to be more patient. There may be some hope for him after all, thought Naruto after witnessing the young boy's mature attitude. We are going to work with fire now, exclaimed Jung Jung, causing Aang to leap into the air, cheering as he landed on the ground, then quickly regained his composure and turned towards Jung Jung. I mean, let us begin, said Aang. Mature my ass, he hasn't listened to a damn thing spoken to him, muttered the blonde while he slammed his palm on his face. Suddenly the deserter reached out for one of the falling leaves, catching it with his thumb and pointing finger, making it spark as it began to burn slightly on his touch as he walked towards Aang. Concentrate on the fire. I want you concentrate from keeping the flames reaching the edges of the leaf as long as you can. Instructed Jung Jung, only for Aang to once again groan at the exercise. Master. There is trouble, said one of the camouflaged soldiers as he neared the camp. What's going on? Demanded Aang. Concentrate on your leaf, instructed the deserter before he left him alone with Katara. This is the worst fire-bending instruction ever. All he does is leave me alone for hours to concentrate on breathing, whined Aang, but his friend tried to cheer him up. I'm sure there's a good reason, said Katara. But I'm ready to do so much more, complained Aang till he got an idea and resumed his stance and began to breathe as he was instructed till a small ember of fire formed in his hands. Both Katara and Naruto tensed up once they saw him create fire. Please Aang, don't do anything stupid, pleaded Naruto in a whisper as he got ready to jump in case things got out of hand. I did it. I made fire, shouted Aang with enthusiasm. Aang, that's great, but you should take it slow, replied Katara with concern and fear on her voice. Then suddenly the fire grew, causing Aang to almost fall back into the water. Careful, shouted the young waterbender. Aang regains his composure and makes the fire return back to normal. Now that's fire-bending, exclaimed the Avatar before he shot both his hands forward, shooting a long stream of fire into the air. Aang, you'll hurt yourself, pleaded Katara, hoping for him to stop, but it fell on deaf ears as Aang started to play with the small ball of fire by throwing it round in his hands. Then he stopped. Wonder how that juggler did it, wondered Aang before he crouched and began spinning as he rose to his feet, spreading his arms outward, causing the fire to spread in a circle. Noticing that the flame wheel was big enough to engulf Katara whole, he jumped off his tree branch and landed in front of Katara, who was screaming at the incoming flames, with her hands out in hopes of stopping the fire from engulf her, while Aang gasped at seeing Naruto, but said Blonde managed to tackle her down into the ground, however, not fast enough to save her hands as she let out a cry of pain. As she lay on the floor, Katara brought her hands under her armpits, in hopes of bringing down the pain. Katara! Naruto! Shouted Aang, jumping next to them, I'm so sorry. But unfortunately, Sokka chose that moment to appear, for he had heard the cry his sister had let out, and the sight of Katara being on the ground with Naruto, whose back clothing was scorching lightly, laid next to her. Katara! What's wrong? Asked Sokka in concern as he allowed Naruto to get up on his feet to allow Sokka reach his sister. He saw the burnt marks once he had noticed her hands, glaring at Aang. What did you do? It was an accident. Katara, I'm so, said Aang as he tried to reach for her, but was tackled to the ground by Sokka, who mounted him and grabbed him by the scruff of his attire. I told you we shouldn't have mess around with this. Look at what you did. If it hadn't been for Naruto, you would have burnt my sister even worse, shouted Sokka angrily with his fist cocked back, ready to punch Aang, and would have if Naruto hadn't interfered by grabbing Sokka by the wrist and by using little strength, sent the wolf-tailed boy away from Aang, while Katara ran away, sobbing as the pain continued. Staring at Sokka with a blank expression, he instructed with a cold voice. I'll catch up with Katara and try to heal her hands, don't do anything stupid. Turning towards Aang with an emotionless glare, we have seen enough recklessness for today, causing Aang to flinch as he left the two of them just as Jung Jung had walked into the scene. Naruto had followed the trail Katara had taken, leading him towards the river, where she kneeled down, sobbing still at the pain that coursed through her hands. Unknown to her of Naruto's presence, Katara looked into the river and slowly brought her hands into the water, but the cool sensation of the water made her hands hurt even more and caused a ripple in the water when she jerked her hands back with her eyes closed. Slowly she opened her eyes as she suddenly felt a presence next to her, and gasped in shock when Naruto's reflection appeared on the water, kneeling down next to her and slowly and gently clasped both her hands by the wrists. Shush, just slowly place your hands into the water, I'll do my best to heal them, K. soothed the crimson avatar while Katara simply nodded her head with a small tinge of pink on her cheeks due to how approximately close they were. Naruto, paying attention to the task at hand, began to concentrate but stopped as his eyes had widened in surprise when he saw her hands being healed by the water as it cocooned itself around her hands. "What happened?" asked Katara as she too looked astonished at what she just had seen. "You have healing abilities. The great benders of the water tribes sometimes have this ability, and are able to cure many illnesses once they become proficient in the art," replied Naruto as he gently inspected her hands with his own jutsu. Satisfied that there was no scarring, he looked towards the girl with a small smile. "You should no longer feel pain, they are completely healed," said the blonde, but was surprised when she hugged him out of the blue. "Katara, I'm glad you were okay. I was worried since the time we left you fighting those pirates, and when Aang had told us of how you infiltrated the base he was being held captive. We thought you had been captured as well," replied the girl as she dropped the hug and would have continued talking if the deserter hadn't arrived. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" asked Jung, surprised, then looked at the girl's hands and noted that they were no longer burnt. "You managed to heal her hands, have you?" Blonde just shook his head. "It was all her. She healed herself once she placed her hands in the water," commented Naruto. "The healing abilities of the water tribes," said the deserter as he walked towards them and sat down next to Katara. "I've always wished I were blessed like you, free from this burning curse." Surprised by the comment, Katara spoke. "But you're a great master. You have powers I'll never know. Water brings healing and life, but fire brings only destruction and pain. It forces those of us burdened with its care to walk a razor-edged thin line between humanity and savagery, and eventually we're torn apart," clarified the deserter while the two listened to what the master was saying, until Naruto rapidly got up with his hand on his sword and unleashed it, cutting a fire blast in half while Jung dispersed the second one, both getting ready to battle. "Looks like we have been found," muttered the blonde, while Jung just nodded his head. "Naruto, take your friends and flee. Don't come back here or you'll be destroyed," exclaimed the deserter before he turned and created a massive wall of fire to prevent the 3 boats that came into view from advancing to river shore. Halfway to camp, Naruto suddenly stopped, causing Katara to stop as well to turn around and look at him. "Naruto, what's wrong? Keep running and warn the others. I have to go back and help Jung," said the blonde before he dashed back from whence they came from, leaving Katara by herself till she ran as fast as she could till she found Sokka as soon as she entered camp. "Katara, are you all right?" asked a concerned Sokka. "I'm fine, but we need to get out of here. Where's Aang?" she said, and Sokka just pointed back towards the hut with a sour look on his face, still angry about Aang harming his sister. Walking towards the hut, she went inside and found the young avatar sulking behind the candles while facing the wall. Jung tried to tell me that I wasn't ready. I wouldn't listen. I'm never going to fire bend again," proclaimed Aang depressingly. "You'll have to eventually," replied Katara. "No, never again," he said firmly. "It's okay, Aang, I'm healed," reassured Katara. "What, how?" he asked. "I'll explain later, but right now, we have to get out here. Zhao and his soldiers are attacking," she informed him. "Where?" he asked as he jumped to his feet. "By the river. They captured Jung and Naruto went back to help him." "I have to help them," exclaimed Aang as he runs out of the hut. "You better not die on me, old man," said Naruto out loud as he came to the river bank where the deserter was, but found him surrounded by Admiral Zhao and his men. "Damn it. I need as a distraction, but what?" thought Naruto till he saw Aang ran towards the group of fire benders shouting, Jung, giving Naruto enough time to make his way towards the tree line that his master was walking backwards towards. "Men, grab the deserter. The avatar is mine," ordered Admiral Zhao, and from the sidelines, Naruto watched as the fire benders started attacking Jung but quickly countered by making a big dome of fire to make his escape. "Let's see what my old master taught you, Avatar," shouted Zhao, sending blasts of fireballs at the shocked team that just started dodging the attacks. "Duck and evade. So the old man taught you how to be a coward," but I doubt he showed what a true firebender is truly capable of," shouted Zhao, who sent a large fireball at Aang, only to watch as Naruto suddenly appeared out of nowhere and decapitated the fireball in half. "You again," growled Zhao in hate, remembering the casualties he had caused back at the fortress. Naruto turned back towards Aang saying, "Aang, there are still more men lurking around in the forest. I'll go deal with them before they reach Sokka and Katara, and remember the lessons Master Jung Jung taught you," making the young airbender nod dumbly, still shocked to find his friend here, and watched as the blonde avatar ran back into the trees. Zhao intended to interfere in the blonde's retreat as he shot a massive fire blast, but Aang intervened by jumping in front of it and airbend a whirling shield, splitting the blast in two. Naruto ran as fast as he could towards the campsite and found Appa, Sokka and Katara surrounded by a dozen of Fire Nation warriors once he got there. "Damn it to hell," cursed the blonde, and reached for a couple of kunais on his strap and sent them sailing through the air, while he shouted, "Kage Shuriken Bunshin no Jutsu," making the two kunais he had thrown into a dozen kunais, hitting each of the soldiers dead center on their heads as they were caught off guard, killing them instantly, while Sokka and Katara just stood there rooted in horror at what they had just witnessed. Sokka was first to get out of his shock once he had spotted Naruto, with a blank look on his eyes as he continued to approach them with his Sakabatu in hand. "What the hell is going on?" cried Sokka as he pointed at the dead soldiers. Naruto just sighed and looked at young warrior dead in the eye. "I apologize that you both had to see this, but this is war. It's kill or be killed. We cannot have sympathy for the enemy when they are willing to kill us without a thought. You of all people should understand that concept, Sokka," said Naruto as he maintained his glare against Sokka, but the young warrior, seeing the casualties of war firsthand, just turned his head to the side, not knowing how to handle it. Feeling sympathy for the boy, for he could still remember being on his shoes when had witnessed a warrior's death on his first mission, he placed his hand on Sokka's shoulder and gave it a light squeeze. "You're still young and never taken a life, which I pray you never do, for it is something that will haunt you till death, but I believe in you, Sokka, that you will grow into a warrior of great respect," said Naruto. Sincerely, making Sokka grow eye-wide at Naruto's words, but the moment didn't last long, for a faint whistling sound was heard throughout the forest, and Naruto turned around with a swung of his sword, destroying several arrows that were aimed at them. "Damn it, not them again," muttered the blonde avatar, and then, turning towards the siblings, he ordered, "Get going, you two." "What? No. Naruto, come with us," replied Katara after she got out of her shock as well, only to have Naruto shake his head. "I'm their target. I cannot put you both at risk. Now move," ordered the blonde again. Only this time he grabbed Sokka by the back of his shirt and, like a rag doll, he swung his arm upward, sending Sokka sailing into Appa's saddle, landing face first. After hearing Sokka's landing, he turned towards the waterbender saying, "Katara, unless you want me to throw you the same say, then I suggest you get moving," said the blonde. The girl wanted to argue, but she knew this wasn't the best of times to argue with the blonde, and so, reluctantly, she began to climb on Appa's back, but Naruto, with his enhanced hearing, he heard the whistles of incoming arrows headed straight at the girl, grabbed her by the belt and harshly pulled her towards him, making the arrows miss and embed themselves onto the ground. Noting that they were getting closer, the blonde did the only best he thought was possible. He smacked Appa in the back hard while yelling, "Appa! Yip yip!" And the flying bison let out a moan before he took off into the skies, with Sokka looking back, noticing that both of them were surrounded by dozens of archers wearing Fire Nation clothing. "Naruto! Katara!" yelled the boy, but it was too late for the bison to turn around. "What do we do now?" asked Katara, a shaky voice, fear evident on her voice as she saw the archers ready their weapons to attack as she hid behind Naruto. This is bad, thought Naruto, as he also saw the weapons being ready to fire, thinking of any possibilities of escape in his mind, but so far he was coming out with blanks. "Damn it! It's not like I can teleport myself," thought the blonde, till it suddenly hit him, and rapidly, he reached out at Katara and wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close to his chest while he made a hand sign with his free hand. "Hold on tight," ordered Naruto, and she obeyed without second thought, shutting her eyes close as she saw the arrows were released, raining at them while thinking that there was no way they could escape till she felt a coating sensation wrap itself around her and saw a plume of smoke surround them both as soon as she opened her eyes. Noticing that they had displaced themselves from the ground towards the tree branch above them and watched, Naruto reached for two of his throwing knives and threw them both at the archers, and quickly he made another kind of hand sign as he shouted his jutsu, multiplying the two throwing knives into 20, mutilating some of the archers down below while a couple managed to escape the rain of death. "Now's our chance," declared Naruto as he scooped Katara into his arms and made a dash through the woods, with the last couple of remaining archers following right behind while shooting their arrows at the blonde, but missing their target as the sound of the arrows hitting the tree branches. Taking note that he couldn't stop dodging arrows forever, he came up with a plan in mind. "Katara, are you afraid of heights?" asked the blonde suddenly while continuing to run, hop from branch to branch. "No, why?" she asked, not liking the question one bit, and her suspicions were confirmed, for the blonde simply threw her high up in the air while he was still airborne and landed on a large trunk as Yu Yan Archer tried to sneak attack him, but didn't take account that the blonde was counting on such tactics that he swiftly drew his blade out while turning and jammed the blade forward into the archer's gut and slashing vertically upward, cutting the man in half from the stomach, and let it fall as he waited for the second one to jump from the side as he tried to use the bow as a weapon. But Naruto managed to block as they both were locked in a contest of strength. However, the blonde knew what they were planning, and lessened the hold on his sword, making the archer fall forward into a kick from the blonde, hitting him directly in the abdomen and knocking backward a few feet so he could sidestep to the left in order to dodge 4 arrows that were directed at him. Hearing the sounds of screaming approaching at a rapid pace, the blonde looked up to find the young waterbender descending rapidly towards the ground. The archer, believing that the blonde was distracted, jumped out of his hiding spot right in front of Naruto with his small swords ready to strike, but unfortunately for him, the blonde had already known where he was hiding, and using his might, he threw the sword at the archer, coursing through his chest and embedding itself into the tree with the body hanging limp as it bled all over the tree, allowing Naruto to jump up and catch Katara in mid-air and landing on top of the blade, letting her down on her feet on top of his. Catching her breath and composure, she glared dangerously at Naruto, causing him to gulp loudly, and grabbed him by the scruff of his vest. "Never, ever, do that again, are we clear?" growled Katara while Naruto just nodded his head with a sweat drop forming on the back of his head. Then quickly, he gained a serious look on his face. "We need to get moving, we are not out of the woods just yet," commented the blonde as he wrapped his arm around the girl's waist and jumped off the blade as he reached for the handle and, using his falling momentum, pulled out the sword out of the tree, letting the dead body of the archer fall into the ground, which didn't go unnoticed by Katara as they both landed on a lower tree branch. "Do you always have to kill?" asked the girl softly, but he heard her nonetheless. "It's not much of a choice when you're forced to kill in order to survive and protect that what you value more than yourself," softly replied the blonde, remembering those he had to kill to ensure the survival of his people and loved ones. Sheathing his sword, the blonde brought his hand up to his mouth and blew a loud whistle that echoed throughout the forest, and without a word, the blonde scooped the girl into his arms once again as he ran through the forest, never noticing the remaining archer following hot on his trail. Noticing that the forest was coming to an end, the blonde took a giant leap as he jumped out of the forest and landed on the ground, looking down at the forest, for the way was cut as they stood at the edge of a giant hill, and looked back as the sound of branches rustling reached his ears, only to find out that one of the archers managed to survive, but was still wounded, making Katara grow a little nervous as she watched the wounded archer walk towards them. Slowly, "Katara," she heard the blonde say, and turned at him. "Do you trust me?" he asked her without even looking at her. Doubt entered her mind at what he asked of her, but it clearly went away as she re-encountered the few times Naruto had come to their aid, and with a firm voice she looked at him. "Yes." And without a word, He wrapped one of his arms around her waist and pulled her close to him as he jumped off the cliff as he reached for a hidden kunai and launched it towards the archer, surprising him as it hit him in the side, and fell down the hill while Katara shut her eyes closed, never noticing a black shadow covering them as Shenlong scooped them both on mid-air on his back and flew into the horizon at fast speeds, leaving behind their pursuer, although the Yu Yan archer walked, limped and stood at the edge of the hill as he watched the dragon fly away with its master. Although he was persistent and not willing to let them escape, the archer readied his bow and took aim as he tried to find a nice bull's-eye at the retreating creature, and once he found it, he shot it and watched it soar through the sky as it headed towards its intended target. Too bad he noticed too late the smell of smoke as he looked down only to find an exploding tag attached to the kunai, blowing him into pieces along with a large part of the hill. While Naruto was running away and decimating the Yu Yan archers, Aang was going through a rumble of his own as he faced off against Admiral Zhao and used his own lack of self-control against him to destroy his own ships, allowing Aang to swim back to shore where Sokka was waiting on top of Appa. Noticing that Katara wasn't with him, he turned towards him. "Sokka, where's Katara?" "I got separated from Katara and Naruto when we got ambushed by some archers back at the camp," replied Sokka, making Aang's eyes to widen. "We have to go back and save them," exclaimed Aang, worried that they have captured the girl. "We can't," grumbled the boy, causing Aang to get angry. "What you mean we can't? They could have run anywhere inside the forest, and knowing Naruto from what you told us of what he is capable back at the fortress, he and Katara would have killed them already and covered a lot of ground by now," said Sokka dejectedly at the fact that he couldn't protect his sister while Aang just sat there, looking depressed that not only he had hurt his crush unintentionally but also was traveling with someone else. "Aang, we have to keep going," said Sokka out of the blue. "I trust Naruto to protect Katara, and we both know that Hai's heading to the North Pole, so we'll see Katara again." Aang just nodded his head somberly as they continued to fly on the bison's back. However, back with Naruto and Katara, both had been flying for a couple of hours, putting a long distance between Zhao and themselves, and Shen was starting to tire by flying at high speeds and needed to rest as he began to descend towards the ground, landing on the water at a nearby lake that was surrounded by a rocky terrain. Katara, dismounting herself of the dragon, took a look of their surroundings and noted a cave nearby. She walked towards it and took a peek inside, to ensure that there was no one occupying it. Satisfied, she turned and ran towards the blonde, but came to a stop once she had noted that he looked a little pale and was sweating profusely, as his arm hanged like a limp. "Naruto, what's wrong?" she asked him with worry in her eyes, smiling weakly, as he tried to not worry the girl. "Nothing, just a tad bit thirsty," he said before he lost consciousness and fell into the water with an audible splash, with a long arrow sticking out of his back left shoulder. "Naruto!" shouted Katara as she ran towards him, moments later. Thanks to the help of Shenlong, Naruto was carefully moved inside the cave Katara had found and wasted no time in gathering some dry wood to start a fire while Naruto was placed inside a futon she had accidentally found when she opened one of the scrolls she had found on his possession and close to the fire after having carefully pulled out the arrow and stripped his upper body of any weapon and clothing to clean the wound. Taking notice of how well he was developed, but was more curious at the spiral scar that adorned his abdomen. Looking more closely, she could point out that some markings were scarred around the spiral as she traced them with her hand, but quickly shook her head as she concentrated herself at the task at hand and tended to his wound by applying some of the water wrapped around her hand to help it heal. After the attempt, she was satisfied that the wound was halfway closed, but still had to bandage him to make sure the wound would heal correctly and didn't get infected, and carefully laid him back on the futon, covering him up with a wet towel on top of his head. "There, that should do it," commented Katara as she wiped a bit of sweat from her brow. Feeling tired herself, Katara walked towards the dragon timidly, but the creature lowered his head and nuzzled its head against her chest, causing her to giggle lightly as she pet him. "Aren't you a docile one?" said Katara with a small smile before she walked back towards Naruto and laid down next to him using her arms as a pillow and slowly drifted to sleep, with Shenlong curling himself around them both in a protective manner as he too fell into a slumber. The following day, the early morning sun rays were lighting the entrance of the cave, hitting the blonde directly and disturbing his slumber as he slowly woke up. Slowly he sat up as he felt a slight jolt of pain coursing through his left shoulder, and reached for shoulder only to find it wrapped in bandages. "What the hell?" muttered the blonde as he inspecting his state of dress only to find himself shirtless with bandages wrapped themselves around his chest and shoulder, and turned towards his left when he heard soft snoring, finding Katara laid next to him facing him, with a small smile on her face as she slept peacefully with Shen Lung curled up around them both. Feeling the soreness of laying down for too long, the blonde decided to get up and stretch his muscles with a light morning exercise, waking up the dragon as it brought his head up to watch its master walk out of the entrance of the cave, but not before Naruto turned back. "I won't be gone long, K. Protect Katara in the meantime," said the blonde before he left the cave and noticed where they were at. "I could practice here, but I would have to do it from a distance so she won't see me bend," said the blonde to himself till he jumped high towards the water, where he stood perfectly on top of it and ran far into the lake till he felt he had put a good distance between the mainland and himself. Closing his eyes slowly, Naruto slowly brought both his arms up and twisted his upper body side to side as he moved his arms side to side as well. One arm over with each turn, making the water rise around him in a circular motion, and slowly brought his arm again in front of him and slowly brought them down in front of his waistline. And began slowly making circular motions causing the surrounding water around him to being spinning, and quickly picked up the pace a bit causing the water to speed its motion, almost looking like water typhoon with him being at its eye till he suddenly brought his forearms out, dispersing the typhoon as it washed in all directions with him standing perfectly still. Then instantly he jumped in mid-air with a spinning rising kick. White flames sprouting out the sole of his feet before he landed and made a spin motion to end with both his fist outwards, shooting flames out of his fist as well. Then he brought his left leg up and placed it in front of right in a crouching motion with both his arms extended out of opposite ways with the flames sprouting out of his fist, and finished the routine with a high kick to the side, launching a powerful ember as it coursed through the ocean till it dispersed. However, the blonde had to clinch his left shoulder for it wasn't completely healed just yet, and not wanting to risk furthering the injury, he had decided to end practice early, and walked back to land, but stopped suddenly when an idea popped into mind and slowly brought his right palm up, forming a mid-sized sphere out of water as it rose from the ocean with some fish swimming about inside. "Breakfast is served," commented Naruto humorously. Back inside the cave, Katara was beginning to stir till she slowly sat up and looked towards the sleeping bag where she had laid Naruto after dealing with his injuries, but gasped in shock when she found that he wasn't there. Frantically, she got up and looked for him around the cave, waking Shen as he lazily looked at Katara with an annoyed look in its eyes. "Where did he go?" whispered Katara, but began to worry when she heard footsteps coming from the entrance of the cave. Even Shen Lung began to growl, ready to pounce the unfortunate soul that dared to step inside, but then both relaxed when they saw that it was none other than the blonde himself with a stack of fish hanging on his back. "I'm back and I brought some breakfast with me," commented Naruto as he dropped the fish and reached outside the cave to pull inside what seemed to be a dead sea lion seal, and threw it towards his dragon that happily began to dig in as he tore into the meat. Looking towards Katara, he grew confused as to why she had an angry look on her face. What's wrong?" asked Naruto nervously. "What's wrong? You just up and leave so you can go fishing when you're in no condition to excess yourself," ranted Katara with her arms crossed. "Relax, I feel fine, see?" says Naruto as he flexes his left arm, but only grimaced when a sudden shot of pain went through his arm. Maybe not 100%. Katara just slowly shook her head till she walked towards him and motioned towards the rock next to him. "Sit." Naruto obliged as he sat down with his back turned towards her, and slowly she began to unwrap the bandages, revealing the wound had closed completely, but it still looked pretty pink as the wound had not completely healed, making her gasp in surprise. "How is it healing so fast? Just yesterday you had this gaping hole on your shoulder," said Katara as she traced the closed wound with her fingertips, sending shivers through his spine. I'm a fast healer, quickly responded the blonde, reaching for her flask. He opened it and bended the water onto her hand, covering it like a glove as she placed her hand on his shoulder. And a bright light illuminated her hand as it managed to speed the healing process of the wound. I'm sorry, he sighed out of the blue, bringing her out of her stupor. What? I'm sorry for getting you involved in all of this and seeing the deeds I had to commit, said the blonde without looking at her, causing a long pause to appear between the two as both of them didn't say a word. How can you act so casual? She asked suddenly. Huh? Said the blonde as he didn't understand the question, slowly turning around to look at her. How can you act so casual when you just deprived another person of their life? She asked with slight confusion and fear in her eyes, making the blonde look down and let out a tired sigh. Back where I'm from, we are considered shinobi, a trained assassin. We take jobs from the village leader without question, for if we were to deny them, it would have been considered treason, and if you ran and turned your back on the village, you would be on the run, constantly looking over your shoulder, for you would never know when a hunter would appear to kill you, said Naruto with a voice void of any emotion, as the memories of the Fourth Great War plagued his mind. Every person that had been brought to life due to a forsaken jutsu killed once again by his hand, and as I told your brother, during times of war, you don't have a choice as your hand is forced to take the lives of others, but with each death, you lose a piece of sanity till it becomes unbearable and become dead on the inside. Katara just stood there, listening to his every word and watched his every action, noting the haunted look in his eye as he watched his hands. Concerned, she kneeled in front of him and cupped his hands with hers. Naruto, she began, but she was interrupted by him. That's why I make the choices those of pure heart like Aang or Sokka can't make, so people like them don't soil themselves with the blood of others and lose themselves in the cycle of madness, said Naruto as he looked at Katara with a fiery will that she had never seen before as his eyes regained their shine. Naruto, you don't have to bear the weight of the world on your shoulders, you're not alone, said Katara. You have Aang, Sokka and me. If you only knew, Katara, that the man I didn't had the heart to kill when I had the chance long ago, is the one responsible for this war. And the death of your mother, thought Naruto as he looked into the girl's blue eyes, that is until he looked at his hands and noticed they were still holding hands. Getting confused as to what he was staring at, she followed his train of sight and blushed red as she hadn't paid attention, but unconsciously, she had interlocked their hands more than she had intended and barely jumped away while trying to control her blush, leaving a blinking Naruto as he watched the girl act strangely. Chuckling, Naruto stood up and walked towards his shirt, as it hung on his blade along with his kunais, while Katara simply watched as he reached for his vest and put it back on, catching a glimpse of the scar she had seen the previous day. She didn't want to pry, but damn it, she was curious. Naruto? Said the girl, trying to get his attention. Yay, replied the blonde as he finished buttoning his vest and placed his sword on his sash. How did you get that scar on your stomach? That question made him stop, for he really didn't expect her to ask him that, and unconsciously, his left hand reached to where once the seal that once held the mighty Kyuubi no Yoko, and quickly regained his composure as he grabbed his strap that held the kunais and placed it across his chest, leaving an uncertain water-bending girl, for she didn't know if she had hit a nerve or asked something she wasn't supposed to. I'm sorry for, began Katara, but was once again interrupted by the blonde. The scar used to be something that was a bane of my existence, a curse throughout most of my life, but it became my greatest gift in the end, replied Naruto without looking at her, confusing her once again. A curse? What kind of curse? Asked the girl naively. The kind that had every villager look at me with most utter hate and curse my very existence as they tried to kill me, starve me, isolate me, and leave me homeless since I was nothing but a child, replied Naruto as it caused the girl to widen her eyes in shock at his answer, and that's just the sugar-coated version, making her widen more in shock. But how were you able to remain calm and cheerful? I would have gone insane and get revenge for what they had done to me, exclaimed Katara as she hugged herself, but Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders. If I had done that, then I wouldn't be any better than them, said the blonde, and like I said last time, if I had concerned myself by allowing their hate to consume me, I would have missed many things that came into my life, and grown weaker out of it instead of getting stronger. Katara just sat there on with her knees folded, watching the man that took the hate of his village and rose above it to become the person she sees in front of him. "So, what you have been doing since we parted ways the last time?" asked the blonde suddenly. "Huh?" said Katara as she got out of her stupor. "What you guys have been doing since we parted ways last time?" He repeated the question, making the girl sigh. "So much has happened that it will too long to tell," said Katara, but jumped in fright as a sudden crash of thunder was heard outside the cave. Both looked towards the entrance of the cave and saw that it was raining heavily. "It seems we have time, for we are going to be here for a while," said the blonde as he turned towards her, who just shook her head with a small smile on her face. "Then might as well get comfortable, 'cause it is a long story," said Katara, and began her tale of what she and boys had gone through, from going to the fire temple so Kan could talk to Avatar Roku, and Admiral Zhao almost capturing them at the temple, and how he claimed how Aang had destroyed his fleet that was sent to capture him at the South Pole, causing Naruto to flinch at that, which Katara didn't notice at all as she continued with her tale. Then she told him when they met a teen named Jet, which Naruto could tell something happened by the way her voice carried its sadness and betrayal, and how he in the end tried to drown a village full of innocent people but managed to save them in time thanks to Sokka. Then she told of the Great Divide, which Naruto just laughed, claiming that it was funny, but got a glare in return till she also began to laugh. Then she said how they were low on money and Sokka ended up taking a job as a fisherman and ended up heading into a storm that got them both sick in the end, and how Aang ended up taking care of them after Naruto saved him from the fortress. And lastly she told him when they met a fortune teller, and told her of her future and about the man she was supposed to marry, which left Naruto skeptical about it. "Do you actually believe what she says?" asked Naruto with curiosity. "Well, yeah, I mean, so far her predictions have come true, but I'm confused. She told me that I would marry a powerful bender, and Aang is the Avatar. And no one is stronger than the Avatar. But he doesn't have the other qualities that Aunt Wu had told me," said Katara as she kept thinking about her prediction, making Naruto chuckle. "What's so funny?" angrily pouted Katara, while Naruto just raised his hand to signify to calm down. "If you want to follow her words, that's up to you, but life has a funny way of guiding you towards the person you end up spending the rest of your life with. Nothing is planned," said Naruto wisely as he remembered on his marriage with Tenten and how in a million years he would have never thought he would end up marrying her, but was happy it happened. "I guess you're right," replied Katara. "Just keep on going with your life and everything will come to you when the time is appropriate," said the blonde, and then he looked outside the cave, noticing that it had stopped raining, and "Looks like we can finally leave and go look for Aang and Sokka." At his comment, the young waterbender looked towards the entrance of the cave, and it had stopped raining while Naruto gathered their stuff and placed it on top Shen, and mounted him and turned towards Katara with his hand extended forward, and the girl smiled and took his hand, and Naruto pulled her up and sat her behind her where she wrapped her arms around his waist and got ready for their takeoff. "Hold on tight, K," instructed Naruto, to which he felt a nod of her head as she rested her head on his back as she bit her lip. "Naruto," she said softly. "Yeah. Thank you," she replied, which left Naruto slightly confused. For trusting in me with bits about your past," she said as she lifted her head from his back. "Before, I didn't know what to think of you, except that you were also suffering from losing your loved ones, but when I saw you kill those fire soldiers without much remorse, it made me believe you had become the same monster that had waged war for the past century. Then the words you told my brother, they held so much compassion and sadness, made me realize you were just a man that had suffered so much by this chaos and wanted to spare others from the burden." Naruto just stayed quiet as he listened to her words, then let out a sigh. "Katara," began Naruto, but stopped when he heard the sound of screeching machinery not far ahead. Dismounting the dragon, Naruto followed the sound and peered his head over the top of the rocks and gasps when he saw machine-like tanks with the insignia of fire heading up north. Slowly backing away, Naruto ran back towards Shen Lung and pulled out the map he had with him. "What's going on, Naruto?" asked Katara. An armada of Fire Nation tanks are heading up north, but the only thing that's located there is the Northern Air Temple, but it doesn't make sense, since all the airbenders were killed 100 years ago, summarized Naruto, making Katara gasp. Aang! Shouted Katara, gaining the blonde's attention. Aang might be there, she clarified. Mounting his dragon once again, the blonde grabbed a hold of the handle of his saddle. Hold on Katara, Shen Lung, time to hit the skies, said Naruto holding on as Shen Lung let out a loud roar and ran off the small hill it rested and spread its wings as it took off, flying north towards Aang could be located. Meanwhile, long before Naruto and Katara took course towards the Northern Temple, Aang and Sokka made a stop as they listened to a storyteller who told a tale of people who travel in the air. According to the story, these people reside at the Northern Air Temple, giving Aang hopes that there might be some air nomad survivals. They both decided to check it out, but the young Avatar gets disappointed to just see normal people gliding in the air and gets saddened even more once he noticed the dramatic changes the Northern Air Temple had gone through since the time when he last visited over 100 years ago, as its current residents have remodeled it extensively for their everyday lives. Teo, a young paraplegic, shows Aang a part of the temple that hadn't been touched, and asks the airbender if he could open it, but Aang declines as it the last piece of the temple that remained the same. Later on, Teo manages to convince Aang to open the door, but both are shocked to find the room stored with dozens of inventions with Fire Nation insignias on them. The mechanist, Teo's father, confesses to aiding the Fire Nation with building weapon, for if refused, they would destroy them. Refused they did when the Fire Nation came to collect the professor's latest weapon, but the consequences were dire as they were outnumbered and outpowered, but they still refused to give up as they made a plan B using the war balloon that originally was created for the Fire Nation since they hadn't had control of the skies yet. Slowly getting pushed back, Aang made a strong hold as he went into the battlefield to stop the tanks that had arrived, but he couldn't hold them for long as they began to attack him and continue their march, until the cavalry had arrived. Appa had come to its master rescue as he rammed into two charging tanks and pushed them back as they flipped into the snow. But it didn't do much as the cockpit simply turned and continued their way towards the temple while some were attacking the Avatar who continued to parry every fire strike sent at him. Then suddenly, a shadow hovered above him as it passed followed by a loud roar, gaining the young boys and everyone's attention as they looked up towards the sun and saw a dark red dragon flying down towards them with its maws open, breathing out large embers directly at the tanks, completely decimating them as they stood no chance from the impact as it landed on its hind legs, fully standing as it shocked everyone when it swung its tail to the side and made two earths shoot out from underneath the tanks, piercing them dead center, and then it turned and breathed a long stream of fire at the charging soldiers, scorching them alive as the screams echoed through the mountain. While Aang watched in horror at the chaos the dragon was unleashing as it continued to trash the tanks by grabbing a hold one and used it as a battle club to smash the other tanks till threw it away and landed on all fours, letting out a loud, deafening roar. Aang! Then he heard his name being shouted and gasped in shock when he saw Katara dismounted herself of the back of the beast and ran up towards him and hugged him, which Aang returned with much enthusiasm. Katara! Where have you been? Asked Aang as he got out of the hug. Naruto got injured and I had to nurse him back to health and we came here as soon as possible when we summarized the tanks were heading here, replied the girl. Then the sound of metal being cut reached their ears and looked up ahead, not believing their eyes as they saw their blonde friend cutting through the tanks as if they were made out of butter while dodging fire blast and countering attack by throwing kunais with deadly accuracy as he killed every fire bender on every tank. One of the tanks launched its chain hook towards Naruto, but he dodged it by dashing to the side as he ran towards the tank with his sword being held down almost close to the ground as it made sparks when it came in contact with some of the rocks, and once he was in close quarters, Naruto grabbed the hilt with both hands and slashed upward as he skidded across and away from the tank, cutting the tank in half as it split in two when the two halves fell. I hate to interrupt the happy reunion, but we need to get out of here, suggested the blonde. He walked towards Aang and Katara, who just nodded their heads and mounted Appa, taking off as they left Naruto behind and headed towards the temple. The blonde simply looked toward his dragon and placed his fingers inside his mouth, sounding a whistle to catch Shen's, who quickly went to its master's side and allowed Naruto to mount him to follow after Aang. Once it landed next to Appa, the town folk that resided on the temple backed away in fright when they saw the dragon, for they knew that dragons were extinct but also knew they were extremely dangerous. But to their surprise, a strange man dismounted the beast and assured them that he meant no harm. "Wow! A real live dragon!" exclaimed Teo as he rolled closer towards the two, then introduced himself. "I'm Teo," and extended his hand. "Naruto Namikaze, nice to meet you, Teo," said the blonde while shaking hands with the kid, gaining a serious look on his face. "What's the situation?" "The Fire Nation wants to bring the place to the ground since my father and the Avtar refused to hand over my father's latest weapon, and we have been using everything we have to attack, but we ran out of ammunition and we don't know where Sokka and my father are since they said they were going to use the weapon against them," said Teo. "Well, looks like we bought us some time, since we did manage to wreck some of the tanks," claimed Naruto as he turned and looked at the destruction he and his dragon caused, shocking Teo once he took a peek over the edge. "But I'm curious, what kind of weapon did your father create?" And his answer came when a giant blimp with the fire insignia came from behind the temple, and to their surprise, the soldiers weren't shooting at it to bring it down. "Why aren't they firing at the blimp?" asked Aang. "Because they believe that it's on their side, hence the insignia on the balloon," replied Naruto as he pointed with his hand. "Then they won't see the attack coming," cheered Katara as they all saw Sokka release the slime bomb onto the unsuspecting fire soldiers, stopping them completely, until they noticed Sokka threw overboard the coal machine that powered the blimp into the crater below them. "Now what would he do that?" muttered the blonde till his eyes widened in realization and turned towards the others. "Everyone, get back." For not as soon as he said those words, a loud explosion occurred, blowing most of the mountain away but leaving enough for the temple to still stand with a large cloud of smoke surrounding it, but it quickly was blown away, revealing the Fire Nation retreating from the way they came, causing everyone to cheer but stopped once they saw the blimp falling down at rapid pace. "Shen, go get them," ordered the blonde, and obeyed. It did as it chased after them and snatched them from the carrier, flying back towards the temple where everyone cheered on their victory. Later that day during the sunset, everyone was gathered outside at the entrance of the temple. "You know what, I'm really glad you guys all live here," said Aang as he reached for a small funny-looking crab. "I realized, maybe you weren't born here, but you guys found a place to call home and protect one another." "That means a lot, coming from you, Aang," said Teo. "You were right about air power, Aang. As long as we got the skies, we will have the Fire Nation on the run," declared Sokka as everyone cheered. However, two people weren't so sure about that. "Something tells me that this victory may have cost us more than we can imagine in the oncoming battles," thought the blonde as he and the professor looked into the horizon. Far away from the temple, a group of firebenders were gathered as they waited for the balloon to be filled up with hot air, with its captain pleased to have gained such a weapon after their loss. "This defeat is the gateway to many victories," commented the captain as he saw the blimp completely filled with the fire insignia standing out. And cut. N. I know it's inaccurate as to what I put in the wanted poster sign, but I did my best considering that the deserter looks to be close to 60 or 70 on the series and the admiral to be about mid-40s. Also, on another comment, I know I have put down some bits here and there about Naruto's past, but it made the effect that I needed for the interaction between Katara and Naruto. In my belief. As for the dragon, I wanted to make it different from the rest of them, and with the help of another author, he seemed to believe the idea was great, so I made the beast able to bend not one, but two elements, which are pretty noticeable as to which elements as you read throughout the end of the chapter. Here, a link to the picture of the dragon that I got the idea from, and I'll say it now, I didn't create it, but I thank my brother for finding the picture by accident, which it looks very badass in my opinion. Just take of the flame at the tail and the small armor it has. However, I feel like this is not best my chapter compared to the last two, but I'll let you readers decide and hopefully it's well liked as well. Book 1 Chapter 7, PT1. I know it was a while for the update, but I was in a shitty mood after I had read what the author of Avatar Naruto had to say about only 3 readers reviewing his work, and that made me think, since I understand his point of view since through the reviews that's how we, the writers, know if we are going through the right path on the story and whether or not we have to make corrections to our stories, which brings me to another topic, that and add to the fact that I've been on the hospital due to back injuries and have been going to therapy ever since. To the author that wrote about the missing plot between the 4 sages and Sasuke, I left that out on purpose so I can present it later on in the story. And so, without further ado, sit back and read on the final chapter of Book 1. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Avatar, TLAB, and the song, Imagine. Avatar Timeline. Episode, The Waterbending Master, will be Naruto Modified Episode. The Siege of the North, Part 1 will be Naruto Modified Episode. The Siege of the North, Part 2 will be Naruto Modified. And now, on with the show. Water, Earth, Fire, Air. Long ago the 4 nations lived together in harmony. Then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, master of all 4 elements, could stop them, but when the world needed him most, he vanished. 100 years passed and my brother and I discovered the new Avatar. An airbender named Aang, but unknown to us, the Avatar of legend, a man named Naruto, had reawakened. And although Aang's airbending skills are amazing and Naruto may be the Crimson Avatar, they both have a lot to learn before they're ready to save anyone. But, I believe Aang and Naruto can save the world. Previously on Avatar of the 4 Dragons, red light shot towards the skies, forcefully dispersing the pillar of fire as it revealed Naruto, his eyes still closed, unharmed and floating a good 15 feet of the ground as the tattoos had now become fully visible. A double-headed arrow on his chest with 2 small lines going downward on the sides of his pectorals. A circle on each shoulder with scoop underneath it. A spiral tattoo on each forearm, starting from his wrist to halfway up his forearm, all glowing a bright crimson. Aang, the person from your vision, is a man whose power overshadows all of the avatars combined, revealed Roku, causing Aang's eyes to widen in shock. You can't possibly be saying that there could be 2 avatars, are you? Asked an incredulous Katara. Aang, beware of the man with the crimson eyes with black tomos in them. After 10,000 years, you're still as powerful, Namikaze, thought the man in silence. Calm before the storm. Wrath of the Awakened Dragon, Part 1. Naruto was seen relaxing on Appa's tail, enjoying the soft feeling he felt as he rested on the bison's fur as they flew around the icebergs on their search for the Northern Water Tribe, but so far, they didn't had any luck. Ah, this feels good, so peaceful and tranquil, thought the blonde with glee as he closed his eyes and got ready to take a nap, that is until someone had to go whining and complaining. Not that I'm one to complain, but can't Appa fly any higher? Whined Sokka as he moped around while hanging half-body over the saddle, annoying the young Avatar and their blonde friend. So much for peace and tranquility, muttered Naruto as growled while sitting up so he could get up and join the rest of the teens in the saddle as he sat next to a laying Katara. I have an idea. Why don't we all climb on your back and fly to the North Pole? Retorted Aang crankily as he pointed his finger towards Sokka, making the older boy glare back. I'd love to. Climb aboard everybody. Sokka's ready for takeoff, the older boy snarked as he pointed to his back and wiggled his ass around, only to have Momo sit on him. Both of you relax, we're all just a little tired and cranky because we've been flying for 2 days straight, Katara said as she got on her knees and tried to calm both of them down, but saw that they both were ignoring her. Seeing that her words were having no effect, she turned towards the calmest of the group. I would appreciate if you helped me out, remarked Katara as she saw the blonde with his arms over the saddle and his head leaned back. Just throw them overboard, the water will cool them off, was the lazily reply from Naruto. And how is it that you're flying with us instead of your dragon? Suddenly remarked Sokka as he pointed an accusing finger at Naruto, who just lifted his head and raised an eyebrow lazily. For one, Shen's out hunting for food, he came find me anywhere I go. And two, it's better to travel with you guys since I have the company of a lovely lady, said Naruto as he teased Sokka in the end by hitting on Katara by wrapping an arm around her shoulders, making her blush lightly while Aang glared at the blonde with jealousy in his eyes. But neither one of them noticed a stream of ice heading towards their direction as it formed an iceberg as it reached up, the intention quite clear. Luckily though, Aang quickly got a hold of the rails and managed to steer Appa to the side, making everyone on the saddle to grab a hold so they weren't thrown off. Katara, however, was barely hanging on with one hand and with another jerk made by the flying bison as he tried to dodge another attack only to be nicked on one of its paw. Spiraling out of control, making her release of her hold as she felt herself being thrown off, until suddenly, she felt someone reaching out and wrapping an arm around her waist, pulling her close towards the saddle, allowing her to grip her arms tightly around the waist of the person that saved her, only to look up and let out a gasp of surprise to find that it was Naruto that had saved her again as he held firmly on the rail of the saddle with one hand. "Don't worry, I got you," assured the blonde as he held on while holding her close with his arm around her waist and braced them both for impact as they crashed into the water with a loud splash. "Are you all right?" asked the blonde softly as he looked down at her, only to feel a nod in response on his chest from the girl. "Yay, thank you Naruto," whispered Katara softly as she slowly detached herself from, only to feel cold once again when she separated herself from him. Then she stared at him as he got up and saw him reached for his sword with Sokka following suit as he reached for his boomerang only to be shook once more as they saw ice forming around Appa, freezing him in place with no chance to jump into the skies. "Looks like we have a welcoming committee," sarcastically said Naruto as he saw a fleet of water tribe members floating towards them, causing Katara to jump to her feet in excitement. "They are waterbenders. We found the tribe," she exclaimed in excitement as they surrounded them. At another part of the world, a port was occupied with Fire Nation soldiers, as they camped while their higher-ups held a meeting inside a large tent, with Admiral Zhao in the lead. "The Avatar is heading north, towards the northern water tribe," exclaimed the Admiral as he faced the map till he turned towards the other captains in the meeting. "The Avatar needs to master waterbending, so he will look for a teacher there." Then an elder man with a long beard shouted, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go get him." "Patience Captain Lee," instructed Zhao passively as he stared sternly at the captain. "This isn't some little earth village that we can just march into." "The Water Tribe is a great nation," lectured the Admiral as he walked around the captains. "There's a reason as to why they have survived 100 years of war. The frozen tundra is treacherous and the landscape itself is an icy fortress." By then he had reached the other side of the table and placed his hands on top of it as he stared at each and everyone gathered around it. "We'll need a massive invasion force." "But Admiral Zhao, what about the rumors of the Crimson Avatar?" questioned another captain. "What about them?" asked the Admiral as he narrowed his eyes at the captain. "The people are talking that he is real and far more powerful than the current Avatar," informed the captain. "If the rumors are true and he were to aid the northern tribe, we would suffer a deathly blow. I assure you Captain, with the firepower we will have at our disposal, even this so-called Avatar of 4 dragons won't stand a chance against us," reassured the Admiral. However, one of the captains wasn't convinced. "Don't coy with us Zhao," accused another captain, who looked far older than Zhao. "I know what happened to the fleet you sent to the southern tribe a couple of months ago. They were destroyed by the Avatar himself, leaving no survivors, and I also happen to know to the current incident that occurred at the Pahai stronghold. Even with the aid of the Yu Yan archers, he managed to free the current Avatar and slip out of your fingers, leaving you with heavy casualties in the end. So how do you expect us to believe your word that the Crimson Avatar won't be hindrance on our plan?" By now, all eyes were on Zhao, who stood quietly with a dark look in his eye, causing some of the captains to get nervous as he spoke. "Believe me when I say this gentleman, if he decides to intervene in our conquest," he began as he got off the table, "Avatar of legend or not, he will fall with the rest of the northern tribe." Meanwhile, back the gang, they were being escorted by the waterbenders they had encountered earlier towards the northern tribe, and along the distance, a massive wall made out of ice came into view as they kept getting closer and closer. "There it is," exclaimed Aang as he pointed. "The northern water tribe," muttered Katara as she stared in amazement. "We finally made it," muttered Sokka as if he were still dreaming. Then the group watched as some of the waterbenders melted a part of the wall to create a pathway for them to enter. One of them gestured them to enter with a smile, and entered they did as they came to a dead end, only to be surprised by the amount of waterbenders the tribe contained as they melted parts of the wall along with another wall so they could rise to higher levels of the stream and continue on their way into the heart of the city. "I can't believe how many waterbenders live up here," exclaimed Katara in awe. "Finding yourself a teacher won't a problem now," pointed out the blonde with a small grin on his face. They followed another escort that was waiting for them and showed them around the city as they ventured towards the town hall, while Aang simply waved at everyone who had gathered around to see who was the person that had intruded into their city, while Naruto simply was mesmerized by the architecture of the city itself, some of it looking very similar to that of Konoha. "What a beautiful place," thought Naruto the blonde as he looked around, feeling right at home for some reason as he noticed some of its people staring at him while the children just waved at him, in innocence with a smile on their faces, making Naruto to smile softly and wave back. Meanwhile, Sokka was also entranced by the beauty of the city, till he caught sight of a canoe heading straight in their direction, but what really caught his attention was the girl that was inside the canoe, adorning a purple coat with her white hair being in two pigtails down by either side of her face, and two giant loops being held by a piece on top of her head, causing the young warrior to blush by her beauty. "This place is beautiful," said Katara. "Yea, she sure is," replied Sokka dreamingly, with Naruto being the only one to have heard him, and glanced back to what he was staring at and gained a smirk when he caught sight of the white-haired girl. "Ah, love at first sight," thought Naruto with a small smile. After floating through the city, they had reached the tribe's main tower, walking up the stairs as they went to meet up with the chief of the village, but Naruto came to a stop as he looked up to the sky, making the rest of the group stop as well. "Something wrong?" asked the airbender, but only got a grin in response. "No, nothing, just Shen finally found us," was the reply as a loud roar was heard, causing the people to panic and scream in fright at the sight of the dragon. Many waterbenders and soldiers rushed to fight off the beast, but when they reached the floor, they stopped on their march, stupefied when they saw Katara petting the dragon, as said beast was laying while the beast nuzzled its head gently against the girl, growling softly in content as it made her giggle, while Naruto turned towards the soldiers. "He is with me, and as you can see, he is harmless unless provoked, so please, refrain from attacking him," warned the blonde as he walked up the stairs after Aang and Sokka, Katara walking next to him with Appa and Shen walking after them. Night had fallen, and on the prince's ship, Iroh was having a musical night with the rest of the ship's crew, which ended abruptly once Zhao came aboard, only to be the bearer of bad news to Prince Zuko. Zuko was sitting on his bed, relaxing and contemplating on what action to take on his capture of the Avatar, until he heard a knock coming from his door. "For the last time, uncle, I'm not playing the Sunji horn," growled Zuko without turning his head, that is, until he heard his door being opened with Iroh coming in looking somber. "No, it's about our plans. There's a bit of a problem," informed the former general as he allowed the admiral inside the room. "I'm taking your crew," said the admiral, causing Zuko to get up from his bed in anger. "What? I've recruited them for a little expedition to the North Pole," turning towards his uncle for confirmation. "Uncle, is this true?" "I'm afraid so, he's taken everyone," told Iroh as he began to sob, "even the cook." "I'm sorry you won't be there to watch me capture the Avatar, but I can't have you getting in my way again," said Zhao without a hint of sincerity as he passively stared down at the teen as he watched Zuko try to attack him in rage, only to be restrained by his uncle. Suddenly, something caught his attention out of the corner of his eye, and walked towards the wall to inspect the item, only to stop, rooted on his feet when he saw the broad swords, recognizing them when he had flashbacks on his mind of the blue spirit when he broke inside the fortress and freed the Avatar, to later on being helped by the blonde Avatar. Reaching for one of the swords, he twisted his hand with the blade in hand as he inspects it, causing Zuko to tense up. "I didn't know you were skilled with broadswords, Prince Zuko," admitted the admiral, watching the prince's reaction out of the corner of his eye, watching as the banished teen stayed perfectly calm. I'm not, they're antiques, just decorative, was the banished teen's reply. Turning towards the former general, General Iroh, have you heard of two individuals, the Crimson Avatar and the Blue Spirit? Just rumors, but I firmly believe that neither one of them are real, replied Iroh. Oh, they're both real, General, and both are enemies to the Fire Nation, said Zhao as he handed the sword to Iroh, and I have a feeling that justice is going to catch up to both them very shortly, claimed the Admiral as he walked towards the door and stopped. General Iroh, the offer to join my mission still stands, if you changed your mind. And with that, the Admiral closed the door as he walked out of the room, with a dark glint in his eyes. Back at the North Pole, a banquet was being held in honor of the Avatar and the arrival of their sister tribe members. Servants were seen carrying food as they walked inside the chamber, serving the people and the High Chief, who had Naruto and Aang sitting on his left while Katara and Sokka sat on right. Even Appa was served while Shen was getting annoyed by the servants as they were too scared to approach him, causing the beast to growl in frustration till he launched himself towards the cart carrying meat, scaring the servants shitless as they scurried back, causing the blonde to laugh out loud while Aang and Katara just smiled nervously at the chief. Shaking his head, Chief Arnook got up and gained the attention of the people when he raised his hands. Tonight, we are gathered here to celebrate my daughter's 16th birthday, announced Chief Arnook as he gestured behind him, making Naruto and the gong turn around only for Sokka and Nato to see the same white-haired girl that they both had seen earlier in the city. Princess Yu is now a marrying age. The identified princess nodded at her father. Thank you, father, may the great ocean and moon spirits watch over us in these troubled times, and took her seat next to Sokka. The High Chief then gestured towards the crowd to quiet down. Now, also tonight, we celebrate the arrival of our brother and sister from the Southern Water Tribe, gesturing towards the siblings that sat on his right, and they have brought someone very special, someone who was led to believe to have disappeared from the world until now. Then he gestured towards Aang, the Avatar. The crowd began to cheer even louder as their hope was renewed. However, a voice from the shadows shot out, causing everyone to go deadly silent. The Avatar will fail to fulfill his duty, just as the Avatar before him failed his when Roku didn't eliminate the catalyst that brought this war upon us, said a blue-robed figure with insignia of Water Sage on his back walked out behind a pillar, his face covered by the shadows of his hood. Who are you? Demanded the High Chief Arnook as his waterbenders went into motion to protect their leader and the Avatar as they bended the water into ice shards, but the robed figure simply lazily lifted his left leg in front of him as he supported his body weight on his right, his hands moving in a circular motion till he slowly made a fist and slammed it onto his right palm in front of him just as he brought his leg down with a stomp, using the same water against the waterbenders as it melted into liquid again and fell on them and freezing them in thick blocks of ice, making everyone go wide-eyed at the level of skill. However, Naruto's eyes were the ones that held the most shock. It can't be. There's only one person that can control the water like that, thought the blonde Avatar. I did not come here to fight Chief Arnook, but to simply tell you that he has awakened, said the robed figure, causing Arnook's eyes to widen at this revelation. Aang was about to jump at the figure but was held back, turning to his side in anger only to get a surprise when he found that he was being firmly held in his place by Naruto. What are you doing? Let me go, harshly whispered Aang, but quieted down when the blonde turned towards with a look that scared him. You have no chance of defeating him, so shut up and listen, whispered Naruto back and turned his sights back towards the robed person. I see, was all the High Chief said as he sat back down with his legs crossed, but how do I know what you say is true? Asked Arnook, only for the person to slowly raise his hand up, making everyone look up to see what was he pointing at, finding the carving of a dragon with its body shaped in a spiral with a crystal orb being held in its jaws, giving a soft red glow as it caused some to be hypnotized by its beauty. N. Picture the dragon statue in the ceiling that held the dragon scroll in Kung Fu Panda. This orb along with another 3 were made by the first incarnation of the Avatar and given to each sacred temple of the first sages taught by him, as a way to know when the next reincarnation would be born, or to foretell of his return to the world as the orb glowed red, explained the person. Whose return? Asked Katara. The return of the Crimson Avatar. At this, Aang's eyes widened, for he remembered the conversation he had with Avatar Roku at the Fire Temple. His words echoing in his mind while everyone inside the room murmured and whispered around, not believing that there were two avatars. You mean that there are two avatars? Exclaimed a shocked princess, only for the robed entity to nod in affirmative. Sokka's was right. There are two avatars, thought Katara in disbelief. But if he has reawakened, why hasn't he stopped the war already? Too many people are dying while he bides his time, shouted Sokka. Despite of the power he possesses, he still recovers from his slumber, for if he were to fight the Fire Nation at his current level, even he will be overwhelmed and everything would be lost, replied back the unknown entity. Can you tell us who he is? Asked Katara, but the entity only shook his head slowly. I cannot say, for I'm prohibited to oh so. Why not? Almost shouted Katara, but got no answer from the person. My time is up, though be warned, for the tides have hanged and soon, war shall come to your doorsteps, and the dragon will rise once again to restore the balance that should have been kept, as it was the duty that was charged to you young Avatar, were the last words the entity said as he slowly began to turn into water and slowly dispersed into the floor. Naruto simply stared where the entity stood, only to look at his right hand when he felt something being inscribed under his arm. Lifting it up, he saw an inscription. Meet me at the spirit oasis that is hidden behind the tower. After reading the note, Naruto simply waved his arm on top of the message and made it disappear, watching as Chief Arnok ordered for the festivities to continue as he presented Master Paku with two of his students perform a water-bending show, quickly taking the recent event of everyone's minds as they became too entranced with the show as they applauded their skill. Scooting closer to Aang, he whispered to the young lad, Aang, tell the others that I've headed towards the room to rest. I'm still feeling drained from the long trip, to which he got a rapid nod from the young airbender, giving him a chance to spend time with Katara as the blonde got up and walked out of the room, making sure no one was around in the hallway. He sprinted quietly out of the tower through the window, quietly landing on the snow as he looked around for an entrance. I wonder how can there be an oasis here with this kind of freezing temperature, thought the blonde as he walked forward till he saw a circular wooden door. Curious, he slowly walked towards it till he stood in front of it and placed his hand over the door. I feel a great spiritual essence on the other side of this door, thought Naruto. Making his mind up, he pulled the door open and walked inside, becoming completely stunned when he saw a patch of land, covered in grass with a little forest growing behind a small pond, mesmerized at the beauty that lay before his eyes. How is this possible? Muttered the blonde as he walked on top of the water towards the small island, where he kneeled down and touched the grass, but suddenly a small smirk appeared on his face as he got up to his feet and turned around to face the same robed entity that had crashed the festivities earlier, standing on top of the lake as he faced off against Naruto. That was quite a display of waterbending you displayed back there, praised Naruto. It seems with my absence, you managed to grow into a powerful bender. I'm proud of you, Inari. The robed figure slowly reached for his hood and pulled it off, revealing a wrinkled face with a hairstyle like Tizuna's except white with a matching goatee. If Naruto didn't know better, he would have believed that it was the old drunk himself standing in front of him due to the similarities. It's good to see you again, master, replied Inari with a raspy voice full of wisdom, a small smile adorning his face. A tad bit strange, but interesting nonetheless, as to how you became the spirit of the ocean, exclaimed the blonde avatar with humor, making the water sage chuckle. I may be a spirit, but am not immortal, for I gave my immortality to be with the one I love. And who would that be? Asked Naruto, interested in his former student's love interest. Why, it was none other than the spirit of the moon herself, Tsukuyomi, or also known as Tui in the culture of the water tribes, answered Inari calmly, making Naruto to go eye wide. What? How? Inari just shrugged his shoulders as he answered, I simply fought her after claiming that I would take her and have her by my side, and defeated her. You used the oldest trick of the book, didn't you? Deception, smirked the blonde as he spoke. Well, I had her underestimate me, since she didn't expect a mere mortal being able to have absolute control over the waters, explained Naruto's former student with a slight shrug. And I was persistent on courting her every time I went to her temple I had stumbled across by accident, only to be turned down every time I asked, smirked the aged sage. And I take it that you taught her water bending, considering that the people of the northern tribe worship her and believe that it was her that brought water bending to the water tribes, concluded the blonde to receive a nod in response, causing Naruto to chuckle softly. Ironic, isn't it? Said Inari with a small grin on his face, till his features suddenly change, becoming serious all of a sudden. We have lots to discuss. Yes we do, replies Naruto, with a look that matched the aged sage, his eyes hardening, and you can start by explaining to me what happened after my confrontation with Sasuke at the Valley of the End and how the hell is he still alive after 10,000 years. Taking a deep breath, Inari just closed his eyes as he let out a tired sigh and looked up towards the sky, looking directly at the moon. Moegi, Konohamaru, Udon and I confronted the Uchiha traitor after a giant explosion had occurred at the mouth of the valley. When we got there, everything was destroyed, yet somehow, he had managed to survive, barely of course. Despite his weakened state, he bragged how he was stronger than you since he proclaimed to have killed you, and us, not being able to sense your presence anywhere, we believed him, and in our grief at the outcome, I froze him alive and Udon sent his icy tomb to the depths of the valley, explained the water sage while the blonde quietly listened to his former student's tale. Why your four didn't just kill him instead of leaving him freeze to death? Asked the blonde avatar. We felt that death was a lesser punishment for him and it would be preferable to let him live inside an icy prison that he could not escape, left to be forgotten, responded Inari, but it seems that it didn't turn out quite as we had hoped. Yes, it didn't. Due to the inability to kill him, you four left a major threat live only for him to escape one day to cause destruction and bloodshed, retorted Naruto, causing Inari to go quiet at his master's anger. Now this world is paying for our mistakes. Both men stayed quiet after the blonde's rant. Then you already made up your mind as to what needs to be done? Asked the water sage. Yes, I will kill him, responded Naruto in a cold voice before he turned towards the door and began to slowly walk towards, then stopped suddenly without turning back, as if asking an unasked question. 1010 never once blamed you for the choice you had to make, Naruto, said Inari as he stared at the back of his former master, watching as his shoulders slowly slumped. She loved you unconditionally. She proved it to you when she stayed by your side when everyone was doubtful of you. When you revealed how you gained your bending abilities, she stayed by your side through thick and thin, going as far as supporting your decision to confront the Uchiha. Did she find happiness after my death? Asked the blonde quietly as he turned back, with eyes filled with grief and pain. Shaking his head, Inari replied, she never married after your disappearance. She loved you too much, living her life happily as much as she could while raising your son. Looking up in the sky, he murmured, my son, nodding his head. The former sage then looked up to the sky as well and noticed that it was close to sunrise. It's time you head back, and prepare for what it is to come, said the sage, turning his sights back on his former master. The world needs you once again, for only you have a chance of defeating Sasuke and restoring order on this world. Nodding his head, the blonde headed towards the door and opened it slightly, making sure no one was outside. He opened it completely, and before he took his step, Inari said, one more piece. 1010 would have wanted you to live your life and find happiness, Naruto, instead of pinning yourself to her memory. Naruto didn't say anything or turned around to respond as he just stood there, unmoving, until he just walked out of the oasis and headed towards the shed, to get some rest as he lay on top of Appa's tail and closed his eyes, letting sleep claim him as he comfortable on the creature's fur and drifted into darkness, with the image of his weapon mistress, smiling down at him. Morning had arrived, and it wasn't a very good morning for Katara, for she had woken up excitedly at the fact that she was going to finally begin to learn water bending along with Aang, who had met the Master Paku the previous night after the festivities were over, only for her mood to turn sour once that the water bending master refused to teach her, simply for being a woman. That didn't sit well with either one of the two, and Aang threw a tantrum by refusing to learn from Master Pakku if he didn't teach his friend. But Katara quickly changed his mind to not forsake his training because of her, and left towards the healing huts to learn the healing arts, grumbling in displeasure at her misfortune, only to stop once she had spotted Naruto sleeping on Appa's tail inside the she where both Appa and Shen resided. Smiling a bit brightly, she slowly walked towards the shed as she approached the sleeping blonde, getting a closer look as she him sleep with his arms behind his head, using them as pillows as he snored quietly, causing her to giggle when she heard him mumble about food. Naruto began to stir once he heard the giggles, and lazily, he sat up as he stretched his limbs, only to end up scratching his head with a sleepy look on his eyes. "Morning, sleepyhead," heard someone say, and turned to the source of the voice, only to find Katara standing over him with a smile on her face. Grinning shamelessly, he replied, "Morning, aren't you a little early to be awake?" Seeing her smile falter a bit, he grew a bit concerned. "What's wrong?" Sitting down next to Naruto, Katara brought her legs close to her chest. "I went with Aang to go meet Master Pakku, Aang's new waterbending teacher, Shibagan," which caused confusion in the blonde. "But that's great, that means that you can now learn waterbending with Aang." Katara then let out a sigh, making Naruto deduce something happened, but he refused to teach you, didn't he? He stated, which he got a nod in response. "All because I'm a girl." At her response, Naruto just narrowed his eyes. "You're kidding, right?" Katara just shook her head. "No, Master Pakku said that women are forbidden to use their waterbending to fight. Instead they use their waterbending to heal. Learning how to heal is not that bad, Katara, for it wasn't for you. I may had been injured even worse when that arrow struck me," reasoned the blonde, which in turn got a skeptical look from the young girl. "Look, what I'm trying to say is, never disregard anything that is presented to you. Take in everything that comes in your way, learn from it, take in what is useful and discard the rest, and you'll develop yourself not only as a better person, but also as a better fighter," instructed Naruto as he hesitantly placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. "What is wrong with me? Why do I feel slightly nervous around her?" pondered the blonde avatar in his mind while he maintained eye contact with Katara, but filed it for later as he stood up and helped the young girl up to her feet. "Well then, you ready to go?" "Go where?" asked Katara confused, making Naruto chuckle. "To your healing sessions. I'm gonna walk you there before I go look for your flamboyant brother for some training," replied the blonde avatar, making the young girl blush lightly as she glared at the blonde for the joke he made at her brother. "What? It's so boring around here, there's nothing to do except keeping these two company," pouted Naruto as he crossed his arms, causing Katara to giggle while both animals glared at the blonde before they both began walking towards the building, both enjoying each other's company as they walked into the city, striding around until they reached Katara's destination, both standing at the doorway of the entrance as they just stood there, with Katara hiding her hands behind her back as she leaned back against the frame. "Here we are," said Naruto softly as he stared at her eyes once again. "That we are," replied Katara back, staring back, getting lost into those deep sea blue eyes of Naruto's. "This is wrong," suddenly thought Naruto, as his conscience drifted towards his deceased wife, feeling as if he was betraying her, and quickly broke their gaze as he turned his head to the side, confusing and concerning the young girl. "I have to go, I'll see you later," and without another word he jumped on top of the building and sprinted away, leaving a saddened girl as she watched him leave before she walked inside and began learning about the healing arts. In another part of the town, Sokka had bumped into the princess as she was taking a trek on her canoe throughout the city, making conversation of the previous night's festivities, as well as asking her if they could meet up, to which the princess had agreed upon on a bridge later at night. Meanwhile, back with Katara, as the lesson let out and some of the others helped carry out the fake human body used as an aid for teaching, Katara walked over to Yagoda and thanked her for the lesson. "He's one lucky boy," said Yagoda out of the blue as she leaned forwards and looked at Katara's necklace. "What?" Katara asked. "Your betrothal necklace. You're getting married with that weird-haired color boy, aren't you?" Yagoda said, causing Katara to blush slightly, but recomposed herself. "No, I'm not ready for that yet. My grandmother passed this down to my mother and my mother passed it down to me," Katara said as she looked at her necklace, and fondled it tenderly. At a closer inspection, Yagoda gasped in surprise. "I recognize this carving. I don't know why I didn't see it earlier. You're the spitting image of Kana," said Yagoda. "Wait, how do you know my grand's name?" Katara asked as she backed away. "When I was about your age I was friends with Kana. She was born here, in the northern tribe," Yagoda explained. "She never told me," Katara said softly to herself. "Your grandmother had an arranged marriage with a young waterbender. He carved that necklace for her." Katara looked down before she asked, "If Gran was engaged, why did she leave?" "I don't know, it's always been a mystery to me. She left without saying goodbye," Yagoda said sadly. Iroh bid the crew good luck and tried to get Zuko off the ship to interrupt his sulking. But as he walked away, the pirated that were hired by Zhao closed in on the ship and rigged it to blow with blasting jelly. But one of the pirates made a handle squeak which alerted Zuko to another's presence on his ship. As he wandered the halls, in a ready stance, he made it to the helm when he saw the pirate's parrot lizard fly by, which alerted him too late that something was seriously wrong just before the ship blew. "Ah!" Iroh heard the explosion and saw the smoke. "Zuko," he said worried before he raced back to the ship only to see a burning wreck in its place. "Zuko," he said sadly and softly as he closed his eyes, crying at the loss of a person that was a son to him. Back at the tribe, night time had fallen over the city, and Sokka excitedly ran towards the pot where he and Princess Yu were supposed to meet, only to turn sour as the princess told Sokka that she made a mistake agreeing to their meeting and ran without as much giving an explanation, leaving Sokka dumbfounded before he got mad and threw the carving he had made for the princess into the water canals of the city. Putting his hands inside his pockets, he walked depressingly back to the building, where he and the others were given by Chief Arnuk for their stay in the northern tribe. Walking in, he noticed Naruto was sitting on the far right corner, messing with some sort of musical instrument as struck some of the strings as he tried to tune it, while Aang and his sister were both getting ready to sleep, until the young Avtar spotted Sokka. "So how was warrior training going?" Aang asked Sokka, who kicked his pack angrily in response before he dropped down on the bed made of some animal's skin hide. "That bad," Aang said. "No, it's Princess Yu. One minute she wants to go out with me, the next she's telling me to get lost," Sokka grumbled. Calming down, he turned towards his sister. "How's waterbending training going?" Sokka asked, only to raise an eyebrow when he saw Katara flopped down at the same time. Aang replied, "Master Poophead won't teach her because she's a girl." "Why don't you just teach her, Aang?" Sokka said. "Why didn't I think of that?" exclaimed Katara as she lifted her head and stood up. "You can teach me at night whatever moves Master Pakku shows you during the day. That way you have someone to practice with and I get to learn water bending, that way everyone's happy." "I'm not happy," Sokka said. "But you're never happy," Katara said as she put her hands on her hips, then looked at Aang with a smile. "Come on, Aang," she told her friend, but both were stopped before they even made a step by Naruto's voice. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," said Naruto as he tunes the instrument, only for Katara to look at him with in anger. "And why not? Don't tell me that you agree with that sexist rule that women shouldn't learn waterbending," shouted Katara. "I don't agree with it one bit, but you forget that we are hosts on this lands, and as such, we are to follow their rules and customs, even if we don't like them," replied the blonde back, now looking at the girl in the eyes. "And if you both were to be caught, the consequences could be dire, such as banishment from the tribe, and Aang would lose the opportunity to master waterbending, and we would have come here for nothing." Neither one said afterwards as they just stared at each other's eyes, until Katara turned her back towards Naruto. "We won't get caught. Come on, Aang." They both walked out the door, as Naruto let out a tired sigh as he placed his instrument and leaned back against the wall, slowly drifting to sleep. Unfortunately, they both didn't heed Naruto's words, for his warning had come true as they were caught by Master Pakku, who discharged Aang as his pupil for disobeying him and insulting his culture. Next morning, The group were standing in front of Chief Arnuk, with Yu on his right and Master Paku on his left, both with an impassive look in their eyes as they stared at the girl before them. "What do you expect me to do? Force Master Paku to take Aang back as his student?" he asked, as if it were easier to turn back the tide without water bending than that. "Yes please," Katara said. "He might if you swallow your pride and apologize," Chief Arnuk said. Katara looked back at Aang and was about to apologize until Paku had to open his mouth. "I'm waiting, little girl," said Master Paku snidely. "I'm beginning to dislike this man," thought Naruto with irritation clearly evident in his eyes as he eyed the man. Turning his head towards Katara, he saw how hard she was clenching her fists until the dam broke and her anger was flooding out. "No. No way in hell I'm apologizing to a sour old bastard like you," yelled Katara as everything around them cracked due to her inability to control her water bending under emotional stress, making Aang and Sokka hug each other tight in fright while Naruto just stood there, unaffected by it all. Katara," mumbled Aang as he looked at the giant pots of water crumbling down. "I'll be outside if you're man enough to fight me," she challenged him to a fight, shocking everyone in the room while Naruto just shook his head in disapproval as he and Master Paku watched Katara walk out to prepare for the confrontation. Aang then turned around nervously towards the chief and the members of the council that sat behind the chief. "I'm pretty sure she didn't mean that," said Aang, only for Sokka to say otherwise. "Yay, I think she did," making Aang's eyes go thin-lined till he looked around and searched for Naruto, but was nowhere to be found. "Hey, where did Naruto go?" asked the young airbender. Outside the building, Katara was walking down the stairs, unaware that Naruto was following right behind her. "Katara, you're biting more than you chew, you're not going to win this fight," said Naruto as he stopped walking, making Katara stop as well without turning back to face him. "I know and I don't care," replied the girl surprisingly calm. "Then why?" Now the girl had turned around to face him, and gasped softly when he saw the eyes of the young girl. Determination, courage, betrayal, anger, raged within her being as she stared back into his eyes. "I thought, you, of all people would understand," she said in that same calm voice. "I'm not doing this for Aang. I'm doing this to prove that despite my gender, I'm equal just as him or you." Then Katara turned around, trying to hide the tears that threatened to spill, but mostly, to have you notice me as an equal, instead of some little girl that needs to be saving. Having heard her murmur the last part, he couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu, when he was younger and wanted to gain everyone's respect, for them to stop pushing him aside, believing that he would amount to nothing, only for him to be the one to save the nations from an immortal madman that wanted to rule the entire world. Such is the irony of life. Letting out a sigh, he slowly walked up to Katara and placed a hand on her shoulder, causing her to look back him over her shoulder, to see a grin on his face. "Just remember what I taught you at the lake. Be one with the water and you shall control its very essence, for even a master like Paku will be pressed," instructed Naruto, making the girl's eyes widen before she threw her arms around his neck and hugged him tightly. "Thank you, Naruto," whispered Katara in his ear before she detached herself from him and pulled off her parka and shoved it at her brother, who had barely arrived and stood next to Naruto as they watched her wait for Master Paku. "You do know she has no chance of winning, right?" asked Sokka. "I know," replied the blonde back without looking at the teen. "Then why let her go through with this?" asked a confused Sokka. Naruto just simply turned towards him and gave a small smile. In some battles, the victor is not chosen by the last person standing, but by the one person who made an impact by proving a point. "Whether it be via a loss or victory," said Naruto as he turned his sights back towards Katara. "Katara is not fighting for victory, but to prove her worth as a fighter, and that's something far more important than any victory." Sokka and Aang just stayed quiet as he let those words sink into their minds. Once they heard the approaching footsteps, they turned back to see Master Paku descending down the stairs, ignoring the looks that everyone gave him, while Katara glared at him and tried to goad him into a fight. "So you decided to show up?" remarked the girl, but it was ignored as the water-bending master simply passed her by without batting an eye, irritating Katara even further. "Aren't you even going to fight?" she yelled at Paku's retreating form. "Go back to the healing huts with the others where you belong," said Paku as he kept on walking, only to stop once when Katara used a water whip and hit him on the head. "If you want to learn so bad, then study closely," remarked Paku as the fight went underway. Throughout the fight, Naruto stood with a calculating look with his arms crossed, watching as how Katara was having a less difficult time water bending while a few others who had gathered to witness the fight were constantly cheering loudly for the girl. Well, looks like her control has improved quite a bit," thought the blonde Avatar with a smile, witnessing as she easily flung the water ring that surrounded her and the master to the side with a twist of her wrist, sending the water straight at the spectators, but more directly towards Naruto, who just sidestepped out of the way and had Sokka get hit with full force as he was sent ailing back by the water with a yelp of pain. "Sorry," said Naruto as he looked back towards Sokka before he turned his attention back towards the girl who had landed on top of the massive armrest of the stairs and dissolved the miniature tidal wave that was sent by Master Paku and dashed towards him, trying to hit him with taijutsu, but she was flung into a pool of water. Rising out of the water, she created a small pillar of ice and sent discs of ice at the master, who deflected them with hand strikes, but one nearly shearing off his hair by mere inches and turned towards Katara with a disbelief look, causing Naruto to smirk. "That's it, Katara. Show this old-timer what you're made of," muttered the blonde as he watched the girl got out of the pool and sent a botched torrent of water towards Paku, who easily countered and sent 2 tidal waves towards Katara, hitting her head on as they knocked her back, but held strong as she quickly got up and brought down the pots at Paku. But the master didn't look worried as he just raised both arms up with the palms flat in the air, and dissolved the pots into dust. "Well, I'm impressed. You're an excellent waterbender," he admitted, "but I still won't teach you." Katara tried on last effort as she sent a wave at him, but he just made a column out of ice and dashed towards Katara and slid to the side as he sent a water strike at her, knocking the necklace off her neck and landed on top of the edge of the pool he had sent Katara into earlier and finished the fight by trapping her in multiple vertical ice spikes, making Katara unable to move no longer and therefore could no longer fight. Everyone just gasped at how the master ended the fight while Naruto had a face made out of stone. "This fight is over," declared the master as he began to walk away. "Come back here, I'm not finished yet," declared Katara. She struggled to break free, but Master Paku paid no heed to her as he continued to walk until he spotted the betrothal necklace he'd unknowingly knocked from Katara's neck during their duel. Picking it up, he inspected closer, gasping in surprise. "This is my necklace," claimed the old master. "No, it's not, it's mine, give it back," yelled Katara. "I carved this 60 years ago for the love of my life, for Kana," he said in a voice that held such sadness as he bent the spikes back into water. "My gran was supposed to marry you," said Katara in surprise, looking very disheveled, her hair a complete and total mess. "I carved this for your grandmother the day we got engaged. I thought this would be the start of a long happy life for us," Paku said sadly. "I loved her," he admitted. "But she didn't love you, did she? She didn't let your tribe's stupid traditions rule her life. Leaving here must have taken more strength than I can imagine," Katara said contemplatively. At Katara's words, Yu began to cry and took off running, leaving Sokka behind, who was unsure of what to do, until he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to find that it was Naruto with a small, comprehensive smile on his face. "Go to her, Sokka," said Naruto, and Sokka took off running after her. Sokka found out why Yu ran off crying and why she kept giving him hot and cold signals. She was engaged. Of course, she revealed this after she planted one on the confused southern boy. The next morning Paku was still as much of a grouch as ever, but he allowed Katara, who was late, join in their lesson that morning along with Aang. "My fleet is ready. Set a heading for the Northern Water Tribe," he ordered his helmsman. His massive ship led the way for the massive invasion fleet behind him, unaware that he had a supposed dead prince as a stowaway aboard his ship. It has been a month and a half since the group had arrived at the North Pole, and things had been interesting for all 4 members of the group, but the most noticeable of all was Katara, who was a waterbending prodigy, and under Master Paku's tutelage, she exceeded far from his expectations as she now could go toe-to-toe with his most advanced students, making them look like novices. Far impressed with his student, he praised her abilities of a hard-working genius, and not that just talent alone could achieve such level of mastery, while deadpanning at the Avatar who was playing with his flying lemur. On another part of town, Sokka and Princess Yu were walking around the city, happily conversing despite the fact that Yu couldn't deny her growing feelings for the wolf-tailed warrior and that she was engaged. "Sokka, this is wrong," the princess said, looking slightly depressed, but Sokka just played stupid. "What's wrong? We're just taking a walk," exclaimed the teen. "Sokka, I'm engaged and, hey, isn't that your friend, Naruto, over there?" Princess Yu pointed out at a water fountain that was on an open lot as the people walked around on their business. Sokka turned around to see if she was telling the truth, and indeed, his blonde friend was sitting on the edge of the fountain, playing with his stringed musical instrument as he struck a few chords till he closed his eyes and began to play some melody, catching the attention of the passing people as they were curious as to what the strange blonde was doing. Yu and Sokka looked at each other and smiled softly as they went and got closer to hear what Naruto was going to play, and everyone around the fountain got quiet once Naruto began to sing. "Imagine there's no heaven, it's easy if you try, no hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today, ah ha ah." The people that had gathered around became relaxed and entranced as they began to listen the words coming out of Naruto's mouth. "Imagine there's no countries, it isn't hard to do nothing to kill or die for. And no religion too, imagine all the people living life in peace, yo-hoo-oh." By now the people were beginning to realize that he was singing a song about peace, making some of the older generation that had managed to live in the last days of peace reminisce as to how peaceful everything was, no bloodshed or destruction, while the new generation took Naruto's words as the words of an idealist, of someone who dreamt of the impossible, since they knew that the Fire Nation was close to winning the war. "You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will be as one." Katara was walking towards the building she and friends were staying at, but on her way there, she saw a crowd gathering around a fountain, with Naruto being in the center of it, playing that musical instrument he had gathered somehow as he continued to play the melody, having the people in a trance as they listened to every words that it was being said, and some with hope that the words being spoken would come true in the end. Curious, she walked close towards the blonde as she tried to hear the song he was singing. "Imagine no possessions, I wonder if you can, no need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man, imagine all the people sharing all the world, yo-hoo-oo." Katara could feel the emotions that rolled off his voice, and closed her eyes as she listened to his singing. Sadness, hopefulness, sincerity. You may say I'm a dreamer. But I'm not the only one, I hope someday you'll join us. And the world will live as one. When Naruto finished his song, as he finished playing the last note, everyone was quiet till someone slowly started to clap. More people joined in as they began to clap as well, causing Naruto to open his eyes and look at the mass of people that had gathered to hear him sing, with Katara in the front on one side while her brother and Princess Yu stood in front on the opposite side, clapping, but suddenly, all the clapping came to an end when the people began to notice black snow began to descend upon them, causing everyone to look up to the sky in worry. "So, the battle for survival has finally begun," thought the blonde as he narrowed his eyes when he too looked up in the sky and saw a giant black cloud hovering upon the northern tribe. "What is going on?" asked a frightened princess. Sokka just kneeled down and grabbed a handful of snow and inspected as he stood up. "Soot mixed with now," said Sokka with a hardened voice. "I've seen this before, just before my village was attacked by the Fire Nation." Then he looked up to the skies with a hardened look in his eyes, and from the looks of it, it seems there's a lot of them. At these turn of events, the villagers' panic and fear within them grew, and when the sound of the drums sounded throughout the village, their paranoia became tenfold as they ran towards the tower to find refuge. However, problems arose between Sokka and Yu, as she told him they cannot longer associate with one another due to her growing feelings for him, contradicting her engagement to her betrothed, despite the fact Sokka pointing out the lack of love in the engagement, But you made it clear that it is her duty as the princess of her tribe and left, leaving the young warrior with a wounded heart as he watched her helplessly leave. Naruto watched the whole thing from afar, and walked towards Sokka and placed a hand in comfort on the teen's shoulder. "I'm sorry," was all that Naruto could say, but Sokka just muttered a thanks and both went inside the tower. Every villager and soldier alike have gathered in front of their chief, waiting for their leader to speak. "The day we have feared for so long has arrived," spoke Chief Arnuk with grimace. "The Fire Nation has arrived in our doorsteps. It is with great sadness that I call my family here before me." Knowing full well that some of these faces are about to vanish from our tribe, he continued to speak in solemn, "But they will never vanish from our hearts. Now as we approach our battle for our existence, I call upon the great spirits." Raising his arms into the air, the chief raised his voice, "Spirits of the ocean, spirits of the moon, be with us." "Chief Arnuk, forgive me for speaking out of turn, but we must reconsider an alternative option," a young warrior spoke as he stood on his feet, gaining the attention of his leader. "And what option would that be?" asked Arnuk. "We give them the Avatar," proclaimed the unknown warrior. "What?" shouted Sokka and Katara, while Aang looked nervous at this and Naruto just narrowed his eyes dangerously at the unknown person. "Listen to me, my lord. We have had a century of peace, unworried of the Fire Nation ever appearing on our territory, for they knew that it was suicidal disadvantage for them to confront us at our own land," shouted the warrior. Then angrily, he pointed at Aang. "Then he arrives and the Fire Nation knows he's a threat to them and are desperate to eliminate that threat no matter the cost. But we cannot give up hope. There's still the Crimson Avatar to consider," shouted a female villager, only to be silenced with a glare by said young warrior. "And where is he now? He hasn't once shown his face since his prediction of his revival," shouted the young teen. Everyone had fallen quiet at this, for the words spoke clarity of truth. However, one person shared his opinion at this intellect. "You're afraid." "What?" said the unknown warrior as he turned to the person that had called him a coward. "You're afraid," repeated Naruto as he stood up and based his eyes upon the scared warrior, who was clearly shaking at the knees with a look of anger. "Take that back," demanded the teen. "Why should I? When it's clear as day that you wish to not partake in this battle, so you use Aang as a scapegoat to hide your fear, and to be honest, it's really sickening," stated the blonde coldly, making some of the people in the room flinch at the sudden drop of temperature. But the teen, blinded by rage, reached for a nearby spear and charged at the blonde with the spear in front, but Naruto just calmly stood there as he watched the charging warrior. "Naruto!" shouted Katara and was about to help her friend but was stopped on her tracks when Naruto signaled her to stand her ground, and as soon as the charging warrior was within the blonde's reach, he sidestepped the spear strike and grabbed onto the spear while elbowing the warrior right in the side of his face, making him stumble as he let go of the spear, allowing Naruto to take it and turned it against him, holding the spear at the young warrior's neck, making him stand still in his place, in fear of making any movement to give the blonde a reason to pierce his neck while nearby warriors stand up and get ready to jump the blonde and defend their comrade. "I don't see why you're against us, when we're brothers in the same cause," said Naruto as he glared into the eyes of the young warrior, but he didn't see it that way. "Brothers?" laughed the unknown warrior. "You brought death upon my people. The Fire Nation will follow him everywhere he goes. They will come for the Avatar. They will stop at nothing until he's captured and killed. And they will come swifter and deadlier once they have killed the Avatar," retorted the blonde back, causing the young warrior and everyone else to go silent at his words. Slowly retracting the spear away from the neck, Naruto then turned to populace of the northern tribe. "The Fire Nation will stop at nothing. Hide here as long as you can, like you have done over the past century, but believe me when I say this, they will find you. And if they aren't stopped, they'll sweep across this land and destroy all of you just like they have done to the southern tribe." "And who's going to stop them, Naruto?" The blonde turned around, to find Chief Arnuk staring at him. "I asked a question. Who's going to stop them? You? Will you stand alone before the fury of their army?" All eyes were on Naruto now, as he stood there in the center of it all with his head low, his eyes overshadowed by his eyes till he slowly raised it up and showed everyone an unbending will of courage and a raging fire of confidence as he stared back at Arnuk. Yes, was the blonde's response. Nodding his head in approval, the chief asks for volunteers for a dangerous mission, which Sokka is first to stand and say, "Count me in," despite Katara's objection. Katara then looks at Naruto to help her change her brother's mind, but all that Naruto says that he must do what it takes to protect all that he loves. As they watched, Sokka goes up the stairs and receives his mark from the chief, signifying his acceptance to join the mission. Yu looks on as he heads back to his seat. Yu looks away, blinking tears from her eyes. Later that night, Naruto was seen inside the room, sharpening his sword as he focused his mind on tomorrow. So tomorrow we go into battle, thought Naruto as he inspected his blade's sharpness with his thumb, slightly cutting himself without flinching, and watched as the wound healed within seconds, as if it were never there, but was brought out of his musings when he heard the movement of the curtains, and turned around to see who it was that had entered the room, only to find Katara walking in and sitting close to him with her legs close to her chest and her chin resting upon her knees, silent and nervous. Grabbing the scabbard, Naruto sheathed his sword and turned towards the girl. "What's wrong, Katara?" asked the blonde, but got no response. Growing concerned, he scooted closer to her and sat in front of her, and tried to ignore the feeling of his heart aching when he saw the silent tears falling down the girl's cheeks. Unable to stand it anymore, he reached out for her and pulled her into a hug, to which she gladly received and let out all of her fears as she cried. Naruto tried to calm her down as he softly rubbed her back and soothed her with his whispers. "Shush, it's all right. What's wrong?" he asked softly, and this time Katara raised her head from his chest and looked at him with tear-filled eyes. "I'm afraid, Naruto," she admitted. "I'm afraid of losing the people I love in this war." "I don't want to lose you, Sokka, or Aang," she cried out as she hugged him tighter. "I've already lost my mother and it still hurts." Naruto just hugged her tighter as he growled in his mind, "Damn you, Uchiha. I promise, I will kill you for the hell you have wrought." Calming down a bit, Naruto pulled the young waterbender out of the hug and looked at her eyes with tender care. "Katara, don't worry about a thing. We'll pull through this battle, I promise," assured the blonde. Looking into his eyes, she saw no lies. Then, without a word, she reached into the back of her neck and took off her mother's necklace and wrapped it around Naruto's wrist. Katara, I'm flattered, but I don't think I'm ready for marriage," said the blonde as he eyed the necklace now tied around his wrist, making said girl blush deeply red. "I'm not asking you to marry me," replied the young girl as she tried to control her blush. "Then why give it to me?" he asked. "I want you to promise me that no matter what, you'll come back alive and return it to me. Promise me," urged Katara as she pleaded with her eyes, making Naruto recall a memory from the past. Flashback. "Naruto, don't go by yourself. At least take your students with you," pleaded a very pregnant Ten-Ten as she tried to reason with her husband. "Ten-chan, you and I both know that no matter how skilled they are, they're no match against Sasuke," countered Naruto. Then he hugged her lovingly as he pulled her close. "Trust me, Ten-Ten, I will not lose to the Uchiha, no matter what." "Then promise me, Naruto, promise that no matter what, you'll come back to me," pleaded Ten-Ten as she held onto him with tears streaming down her cheeks. "I promise, Ten-chan, that even if I have to crawl using my hands, I promise to come back to you. It's a promise of a lifetime," said the blonde as they both stayed in their embrace. Flashback end. Naruto. Being snapped out of his trip down memory lane, he looked back again into the eyes of the young girl in front of him and couldn't help but feel the similarities between the two. "I promise, Katara, it's a promise of a lifetime," said the blonde softly as he felt the girl hug him tightly once again and stayed in each other's embrace for a while, till Katara pulled out of their hug. "Naruto, may I stay with you for the night?" she asked without looking at him in the eye. "If you don't mind, that is." Getting rid of his surprise, the blonde couldn't help but think. The two of them may be different people, but their personalities are almost the same. "Yay, I don't mind," replied Naruto. then laid down on his futon and scooted back, to allow her to jump in and cuddle into him. Naruto just stayed quiet as he pulled the covers on top of them, and rested for the night. The sun was slowly rising while everyone was on full alert as they stood in arms, waiting on the first strike to be made by the Fire Nation. As the first ship became visible on the horizon, however, they were unprepared as they saw a flashing dot on the ship, being launched towards them. Naruto recognized the incoming attack and turned towards everyone on the frozen wall. Incoming! And without warning, the ball fire crashed into the wall, causing an explosion that launches some of the people back, while a few stood their ground, Naruto and Aang being some of them as each rode their animal companion. Another ball of fire was shot, but this time it went over the icy wall and smashed into some part of the village. Not waiting any further, Naruto instructed Shen to take flight. "Shen! Let's take the battle to them!" shouted the blonde, and the dragon let out a roar as it jumped off the wall and took flight, heading straight towards the enemy ships with Aang and Appa flying right behind him as he deflected another fireball into the mountainside, and watched as the Avatar jumped off the bison into the ship below him and destroyed the catapults while he fought against the ship's crew, only to be sunk by the waterbenders as they made a giant iceberg and pierced it. Looking ahead, the blonde's eyes widened in shock when he saw the Fire Nation's invasion force. "Oh shit, this could be trouble," muttered the blonde, but not being intimidated the slightest, he steeled himself as he grabbed onto his dragon's rails. "Let's go, Shen. Let's show these guys how it's done." And so, the dragon dove closer to the water and flew at fast speeds as he dashed towards the Fire Nation's ships. Naruto then unsheathes his sword and applies his wind affinity, making the dull part of the blade razor sharp as he struck the first 5 nearby ships, slashing side to side as he made a giant gashes on the metal and watched as the ship slowly sunk into the water. Then the dragon evaded each fire strike from the firebenders aboard the ships. Noticing this, Naruto reached for his kunais and launched them upwards the firebenders, nailing them right in the head as they fell overboard lifelessly. Then the blonde made slight hands movements, making the water freeze right under them. Then slowly, he brought his hand up and snapped his fingers, causing the ice beneath them to shatter along with the metal, making 20 ships sink without warning into the depths of the ocean, making everyone stare in shock at the blonde's display of power. "Unbelievable," gasped one of the waterbenders while the others just nodded their heads numbly. Naruto then jumped into one of the ships and saw that he was quickly surrounded in all directions with either their weapons drawn or fire dancing in their hands, as well as 4 other ships surrounding the one he was on, making sure he didn't escape. Smirking, the blonde simply waved his hand to the side and made a giant mist cover the 5 ships. Everyone aboard the ships grew tense and fearful, for they didn't know from where the blonde was going to strike. Then a voice was heard out of nowhere, but the thing that scared them the most was the sound of the voice that seemed to be everywhere, almost demonic. 8 choices: liver, lungs, spine, clavicle vein, neck vein, brain, and kidney hearts. Which one should I go after? The soldiers almost pissed themselves when the blonde spoke, but then ran like headless chickens when they began to hear the screams of their comrades drying with the sound of flesh being cut, screaming loudly for everyone to hear. However, the people outside of the mist couldn't see a thing due to the thickness of the mist, but were able to hear the pain screams of those that were being butchered. Then slowly, the mist began to clear, and the sight that was before them made a few turn green. In the middle of the ship was Naruto, with sword in hand and his head lowered while the dead carcasses of the crew lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. Around him, the rest of the ship's deck, bodies of the dead were scattered all over. Naruto signaled for his dragon to come, and come he did as he landed next to the blonde and lowered his neck, allowing him to mount and descended towards the skies once again. Once he was a good distance away, Naruto made a simple hand sign and made all 5 ships explode. Admiral Zhao and General Iroh saw from a distance at the damage the blonde had caused, making the admiral grit his teeth in anger, then turned towards the general. "Tell all the ships to launch an all-out attack. Let's see if they can prevent the unavoidable," barked Zhao as he turned his glare back towards the northern tribe. Iroh just quietly nodded his head and left the room, but not before he gave his nephew the news of a boarding soon. Naruto and Aang along with everyone else then saw all the ships simultaneously launch fireballs at them. Having no choice, they evaded them and watched as how they were headed for the village, making Aang's eyes widen in fear. They are headed for the village. It's time for you to enter the battle, boss, thought the blonde as he calmly stared at the village. Katara and Master Paku saw the fireballs heading their way, and knew that they had no chance of defending against that many, resorting to run away, much to their dislike. Abandon your positions and take cover, shouted Paku, and everyone retreated, all except one, making Katara stop as she stared at the individual. He wore the usual northern tribe gear, except the coat was sleeveless from the shoulders down, with his head being covered by the hoodie of his coat with black bandages wrapped around the lower part of his face with a black bandana covering his forehead. Running back towards him, Katara grabbed onto one of his arms and tried to pull him, but wouldn't budge. "Are you deaf? Run!" shouted Katara, but the individual simply turned his head towards her and made her gasp when she saw his eyes. Letting go of his arm as she took a few steps back. Crimson eyes glowing softly with slits in the middle staring at her, then slowly the person spoke. "Step back or you'll be caught in the torrents." Then he took a few steps forward and placed his left leg forward as he twisted his upper body till he shot both his hands forward. Think of the Kamehameha wave hand position in the end. Launching a huge blast of wind, leveling any of the fire boulders that came in its path. Destroying majority of them, leaving but a few as they still descended onward the village. Quickly the individual jumped into a horse stance. And spread both of his arms out, forcefully brought them together, with his forearms put in front of him as a shield, making the mountains on both sides of the wall spread into the gate, creating a giant wall, tall as the mountain themselves to protect them as the boulders crashed into it, not even making a dent as he maintained it tall. Katara and the rest of the waterbenders watched in awe and shock as how one man single-handedly destroyed the boulders and protected the city, while some glowing markings began to appear on the individual's arms as he lowered his arms slowly and made the wall crumble onto the water. The rumbling sound of rocks hitting the water was heard throughout the city, while the man just slowly turned around towards the people of the northern tribe, causing of them to tense, for they didn't know or recognized him. "Who are you?" shouted Master Paku. "My name is unimportant, but be rest assured, I have come to help you," declared the man. Katara slowly approached him and locked eyes with him. "You're him, aren't you?" she questioned, causing the man to turn towards her. "You're the Crimson Avatar." Many were shocked at her question, and turned at the man, waiting for his answer. All he did was nod his head. Meanwhile, those that had volunteered for the special mission assigned by Chief Arnuk, they were being debriefed on infiltrating the Fire Nation Navy by wearing actual Fire Nation soldiers' suits. However, Sokka pointed out that the suits were too old, since the new suits were very much different from the ones they had. Han didn't like being upstaged and challenged Sokka's intelligence only to be defended by the chief himself. Then Sokka was very sourceful again when provided information on the admiral when Arnuk commanded his soldiers to find out who was the chief in command. Impressed with Sokka's knowledge, he instructed him to tell everything he knows to Han, who was later soon to become his son-in-law, much to the distaste of Sokka, who grumbled a congratulation. The sun was soon setting and the Fire Nation was still launching their boulders towards the village. However, the damage wasn't as much with the Crimson Avatar joining the fight, shooting compressed air bullets or using air blades to cut the boulders in half and make them explode in mid-air, while the rest of the waterbenders created giant pillars of ice to stop the boulders from impacting. "Damn it. For every boulder we managed to destroy, 2 or more boulders have already passed our defenses," thought the hooded avatar. Then he grinned under his wraps. "Looks like I'm going to take it up a nudge." Suddenly, his markings began to glow their crimson hue and retreated into the center of the village and turned to face the icy gate. Spreading his legs apart with his body weight leaning more on his right leg, while his left hand was balled into a fist and placed close to his side as his right hand was stretched out all the way to his right. With his palm open and slowly brought in front of him while twisting his hand with his fingers extended out and rapidly, he balled into a fist, causing a great quake throughout the village and across the ocean as small tidal waves began to surface. "What's going on?" asked Yu. "I don't know," replied Katara, only to hear the rumble on something crumbling. Turning to the front gate, Katara gasped in shock when she saw the wall crumbling into pieces and a bright light caught her attention. Looking down, she saw that it was the Avatar himself that had brought the wall down. "What is he doing?" almost yelled Yu in fear when she saw as well what the Crimson Avatar had done. After he had brought down the wall, he shifted his weight forward on his left leg as he pulled back his right hand and pushed his left hand out in a claw motion facing up, raising it as he pushed his hand out, making the quake even stronger as it shook the whole village even more as an iceberg slowly began to emerge from where the great gate was. Bringing his right leg forward as he made a scooping motion with his right hand till he brought it upward, making the iceberg rise rapidly into the sky, standing tall as the mountains themselves. Then he brought both his hands forward and balled them tightly, causing the ice to harden as it looked transparent, standing completely on his feet as he brought his arms to his sides as he watched the incoming fireballs made impact with the wall and explode, only to barely make any damage. Back at the commanding ship that transported Admiral Zhao and General Iroh, both firebenders could gape at the events that had occurred before their very eyes. However, one held pure disbelief while the other held nothing but absolute anger and hate. "Damn him! He will not deny me my destiny," snarled the Admiral in his mind as he gripped into the rails tightly, causing his knuckles to pop from the sheer pressure. "It's almost twilight, Admiral. As your military consultant, I must advise you to hold your attack," said Iroh without taking his sights of the new build wall. "The waterbenders draw their power from the moon and it is nearly full tonight. You should wait and resume the attack on daybreak." Calming down a bit, the Admiral placed both his hands behind his back as he turned towards his general. "Oh, I'm very aware of the moon problem and I'm working on a solution," said the Admiral darkly, "but for now, daybreak it is." Iroh simply bowed his head before he left to instruct the other ships to stop their assault, leaving the Admiral alone as he turned his sights back towards to the wall. He couldn't help but feel a sense of dread washing over him in the back of his mind, but he ignored it as he believed no one could stop him. The boulders kept on coming only to be stopped on their tracks once they kept on crashing into the new-made wall while the Crimson Avatar continued to observe. There, with a density that thick, it should be enough to hold off the fireballs and buy us time to recuperate, muttered the Avatar as he watched the lad of the balls coming, making a few cracks on some parts but still held strong. Then he narrowed his eyes as saw they had stopped their attack. Strange, why would they stop attacking? Then suddenly, two shadows hovered above him. Looking up, he saw that it was the Avatar's flying bison with Shen flying suit till they landed close to Yu and Katara. "They're back," he muttered to himself, and sees the blonde mounting off the dragon uninjured or strained, "and it looks like my accomplice had no trouble dispatching of a few Fire Nation ships. Time to put the next phase in motion," and so, he disappeared in a swirl of wind. After lading and sliding off Appa, Aang brought his knees close to him and placed his elbows on top of them as he held his head in his hands. I can't do it, muttered Aang. "What happened?" asked Katara as she ran towards him and kneeled beside him, placing a comforting hand on the boy's shoulder. "We're being overwhelmed by sheer numbers," replied Naruto as he dismounted his dragon. "I must have taken down dozens of Fire Nation ships, but they just keep coming," said Aang as he looked at them with defeated eyes. "I can't fight them all." "But, you have to, you're the Avatar," said Yu with desperation. "I'm just one kid," was Aang's reply. Everyone stayed quiet, only for a new arrival to speak his mind. "If this is the world's last hope, then the world is truly doomed if he gives up this easily." Everyone turned to find the Crimson Avatar staring at Aang as he walked towards them with hard eyes, making said boy flinch in fright, but still maintained a front as he stood up against him. "Who are you? What would you know of the weight I carry on my shoulders?" shouted Aang only to receive no reaction of the Sea Avatar. "I know because I was in your shoes 10,000 years ago, except the difference between you and I is that I didn't give up, no matter what the obstacle was in front of me," replied the Sea Avatar, making the young Avatar shut his mouth. Stepping forward, Naruto got in front of the Sea Avatar, gaining his attention. "I take it was you that destroyed the first wall to create a stronger one," stated the blonde, causing Aang's eyes to widen, which was ignored as the sea avatar just nodded his head. Yes, I did. The previous wall was about to crumble, so I brought it down and built a dam, far denser and thicker to withstand the fireballs. It should hold enough to buy us time to regroup with Master Pakku to sort out a plan to prepare for when the Fire Nation does infiltrate the village, explained the Avatar. The blonde bastard and I will go look for Master Pakku, while you three tend to the wounded and help out as much as you can, ordered the Avatar while the others nodded and went their separate ways to help, leaving Naruto and the Sea Avatar by themselves. You know, boss, if they find out the truth, they will probably hate you for hiding it from them, especially Katara after all she has gone through, said Naruto as he turned towards his master, who let out a sigh. I know, but that's a risk I'm willing to take, especially if Sasuke is out searching for me, which I know he has been doing since my resurface at the South Pole. Plus, I cannot guarantee their safety once I confront the Uchiha face to face, he said as he turned to where the Fire Nation ships were stationed. The Uchiha will most likely look for any other sites I might have or may appear in order to predict my next move, and knowing his arrogance, he will most likely dismiss the reports of one wandering swordsman wearing Earth Kingdom clothing aiding the Avatar, he explained further, giving his clone a grin as he turned to him through his bandages, causing said clone to chuckle. So that's the reason you haven't been using your bending. You can blend in within the chaos and help out more than making yourself a target by using your bending and putting the others at risk, deducted the clone, which got a nod from the original Naruto. That is correct, confirmed the blonde Avatar, becoming serious once again, he said. Let's head out and prepare ourselves for daybreak. The clone simply nodded his head and both of them disappeared without much of a trace. Deep in the hold of Zhao's ship, Zuko has removed his Fire Nation soldier uniform and prepares for his solo journey into the Water Tribe city with his sights to capture the Avatar in minimum. Iroh expresses his concern for Zuko, saying that he only nags Zuko because, since the loss of his own son, he sees Zuko like his own. Zuko acknowledges his uncle's statement and says he will meet Iroh again after he has the Avatar. After Zuko successfully maneuvers his kayak to the shores of the ice cap just next to the base of the Water Tribe outer wall and observes turtle seals diving into an opening in the ice. Knowing the creatures must come up for air somewhere, Zuko takes a deep breath and dives in. Zuko manages to find where the turtle seals come up for air, an underground cave. He uses his breath of fire to ward off the effects of his icy swim. Then after hearing the turtle seals bark too much, annoyingly, he yells at the creatures to be quiet. Zuko then works his way up an opening with water rushing through. Zuko ascends to an air pocket in the freezing water and catches his breath. He then spots another passage up under the water and heads through, but is met with an ice barrier. Using his firebending, Zuko melts the ice and breaks through, resting briefly. He had successfully breached the Northern Water Tribe and begins his search of the Avatar. Back with the Water Tribe warrior barracks, Han arrogantly informs Sokka about the perks of marrying Yu, which only serves to anger Sokka. Not fully comprehending his insensitivity towards the princess, Han then insults Sokka by insinuating that he lacks the ability to understand their tribe's way of functioning. Sokka lunges at Han, calling him pretty much an asshole. The fight continues until Chief Arnuk breaks it up and tells Sokka he is off the mission, leaving Han to arrogantly claim that with his command they will bring down Admiral Zhao, while mispronouncing his name, frustrating Sokka even further as he yells out the correct pronunciation. Later on, after Han had left to infiltrate the Admiral's ship, Sokka is still on the weapons room, sharpening his boomerang, expressing his discomfort at being taken out of the mission after Chief Arnuk had approached, explaining himself that he had pulled him out of selfishness for a special task, guarding his daughter, Princess Yu. Sokka humbly agrees. While looking at the nearly full moon after they had attended the wounded as instructed, Yu tells Aang and Katara about the legend of the moon teaching water bending to the people of the water tribes by observing the push and pull on the ocean by the moon. Suddenly, Aang realizes that maybe the spirits can help him on his quest to save the Water Tribe. Yu says she may know of a place where Aang can reach the spirits, and proceeds to lead him and Katara to the most spiritual place in the entire North Pole. Aang is ecstatic to see grass again, and Katara is amazed at how warm it is there. Aang begins to meditate at the base of the oasis pool containing 2 koi fish, one black, one white, swimming in a circle. However, as Aang tries to get into the spirit world through meditation, Katara and Yu's conversation distracts him, but after he shouts out in annoyance, they kept their mouths shut. Aang then focuses on the koi fish and finally enters the spirit world. Yu asks Katara if they should get some help, but Katara says she can protect Aang. At that moment Zuko appears, mocking Katara as she gets into a fighting stance and tells Yu to leave to go and get help, leaving Katara and Zuko to fight it out. Zuko realizes Katara's skill level has greatly advanced from earlier encounters, and he is eventually encased in ice. Similar way Katara had done to pupil Sangok at the beginning of the episode, at the end of their bout. However, as the sun rises, Zuko manages to melt his way out of Katara's trap and overpower Katara, forcing her against a tree with a fire blast, knocking her out, giving him the chance to take Aang's body and escape from the oasis. Just as daybreak arrives, the Fire Nation ships resumed their attack on the wall as they launched the fireballs once again at the wall, cracks appearing all over it, weakening it enough for them to break through the Water Tribe's outer wall as they rammed their shops, pushing into attack. Back on his command ship, Zhao watches with satisfaction as the soldiers began their invasion within the wall. The Water Tribe and the Avtar may try and resist the inevitable, but today, this I swear, the Crimson Avtar and their city will fall today, remarked the Admiral with a vicious grin on his face. Princess Yu was running as fast as she could, trying to find anyone to help her. Not noticing where she was going, she bumped into someone, causing the both of them fall on their ass. "Watch where you're, Princess Yu," said the person she had bumped into. Rubbing her head, she looked to see who it was that she had crashed into, and saw that it was Katara's weird-colored-haired friend, Naruto. "Naruto!" shouted Yu as she jumped to her feet and grabbed onto his hands, "We need your help." "Yu, calm down. What's wrong?" asked the Naruto clone as he tried to calm the princess. A firebender with a large scar on his face is attacking Aang and Katara at the Spirit Oasis. A firebender with a scar on his face pondered on the blonde on his mind, till his eyes widen in realization. "Zuko. You, go look for Sokka, he's looking for you," ordered Naruto. "I'll head towards the oasis and assist Katara, now go." And quickly, Yu ran to look for Sokka while Naruto placed his fingers inside his mouth and made a loud whistle, calling for his dragon as he quickly came to his master's call. "Head towards the oasis, Shen. Katara's in trouble," shouted Naruto as he mounted his dragon and grabbed a hold of the rails. Shen just let out a thunderous roar as he jumped into the air and took flight, heading towards the tower and flying over the wall that hid the hidden oasis, spotting an unconscious girl by the tree right away. "Katara." Naruto then instructs the dragon to land, and dismounts his dragon before Shen even touched the ground and ran towards the girl. Kneeling next to her, he scooped his arms underneath her and shook her gently. "Please wake up, Katara. Katara," whispered Naruto worriedly, only to let out a sigh of relief when he saw the girl beginning to stir as she gained consciousness. My head," murmured Katara as she rubbed her head while slowly sitting up, then her eyes widen. "Aang." "Katara, what happened?" asked the blonde softly. "Zuko took him. He took him from right under me," replied Katara, holding her head on her palm. "Let's go, Katara. Zuko couldn't have gotten far," said Naruto as he got to his feet and mounted Shen. Then he extended his hand towards the girl, who quickly got up and gladly took his hand, mounting the dragon behind Naruto, and quickly they took off into the skies in search for their bald friend. Not far from the village, Zuko is carrying Aang through a blizzard across the ice cap with showing snow falling from an ominous cloud-filled sky. TBC, Book 1 Chapter 7, PT2. Here's Part 2 of the chapter, the final arc of Book 1. Water, Earth, Fire, Air. Long ago the four nations lived together in harmony, Then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, master of all four elements, could stop them, but when the world needed him most, he vanished. 100 years passed and my brother and I discovered the new Avatar. An airbender named Aang, but unknown to us, the Avatar of legend, a man named Naruto had reawakened. And although Aang's airbending skills are amazing and Naruto may be the Crimson Avatar, they both have a lot to learn before they're ready to save anyone. But, I believe Aang and Naruto can save the world. Calm before the storm. Wrath of the Awakened Dragon, Part 2. Zuko had finally succeeded in capturing the Avatar as he carries Aang across the polar ice cap. Aang's spirit has arrived in what looks like a swamp. He then approaches an odd spirit, Enma, and asks for some assistance on finding the moon and ocean spirits. The annoyed spirit tells Aang to get lost. Aang, refusing to give up, continues to ask the spirit for help. Then a glowing speck flies by and the spirit suggests Aang chase it, because it may be able to help him. Aang chases the glowing speck through the spirit world, but when he finally manages to grasp it, the branch he is standing on disappears and Aang falls into the water. Avatar Roku's image appears as a reflection in the water, greeting Aang. Hello, Aang. Roku, the water tribe is under attack and we are being overwhelmed, even with the help of the Crimson Avatar. I need to find the ocean and moon spirits, ranted Aang with urgency. Suddenly the maroon-colored water fountains up and solidifies into the shape of Avatar Roku. The ocean and the moon are ancient spirits. They crossed over from the spirit world to the mortal world very near the beginning, explained Roku. However, there is only one spirit that I know of who is old enough to remember. Who? Asks Aang. The spirit's name is Ko, but he is very dangerous, warned the former Avatar. They call him the Face Stealer. Aang looks shocked and frightened. When you speak with him you must be very careful to show no emotion at all, not the slightest expression, or he will steal your face. Aang forces the fear from his face and nods at Roku stoically. Back at the Northern Water Tribe, Fire Nation troops move further into the city. However, they have some difficulty in their advance, since one individual kept on intruding in their path. The disguised blonde Avatar was fighting a small battalion himself as he dodged their weapon strikes, and ducked underneath one more only to come rising with his hand in a sword-like motion as he slashed upward, using the wing to kill the soldier as it slashed him clean in half and turned sideways to a spear strike, but countered by throwing a punch at the man's midsection, shooting compressed air out of his fist at the moment of impact. The body fell slowly to the ground while Naruto jumped at the oncoming soldiers as he went underneath their sword strikes and placed both palms on each of the man's chest, launching flames from his palms as he disintegrated the two soldiers to naught but ash. Then Naruto heard the sounds of cannons and turned in time to see a hooks heading at him. He tried to evade them but his left arm got caught as it got tangled while his right got tangled by the other chain. The tanks tried to snare the blonde but Naruto wouldn't budge as he used the ice to hold him in place by his feet. Firebenders quickly gathered around the blonde as they powered up and launched their fire streams at him, believing that they had him. However, they were unable to see the growing smirk underneath his wraps till they impacted and caused a minor explosion, giving the soldiers a reason to cheer as they saw the smoke caused by the fire, but their cheering soon came to an end. When they saw the chains being pulled and with a harsh yank, both tanks lost their upper structure and the flames had turned white, parting in the middle as they saw the Avatar walking slowly out of the fire. That was a great effort, praised the blonde coldly. Now it's my turn. Raising his arms slightly to the sides, he made the fire that surrounded him dance around the chains as he had hold of them and without warning. He began to slash the soldiers with the fiery chains, igniting all those that were in contact with the chains or cut them to pieces as he used the chains to wrap and bended the metal chain to constrict, causing screams of horror and pain. Then he jumped into the air, and brought his hand down as he landed, having the chain slash the tank in two as it went through the metal without problems, but noticed that there were too many of them to handle as he saw some tanks kept marching forward. Damn it! Cursed the blonde Avatar as he dodged another stream of fire and thrusts his hand forward as he turned, launching the chain at the firebender, piercing the man in the chest and getting incinerated by the disguised Naruto before he even had a chance to scream. While the Crimson Avatar took care of the soldiers that had breached the first wall, the defenders rally atop the secondary wall, where a line of water benders returns fire. Right under the top of the wall is a line of portholes through which water pours into the moat below. The water benders motion in unison and the gentle streams become mighty jets of water. 2 tanks are washed away, but several others behind them fire massive grappling hooks into the secondary wall. The hooks penetrate the wall clear through to the other side as the water benders scatter. The tanks with the grappling hooks then begin to reel back on the lines. The tanks are anchored in the ice to prevent the tank from just hauling itself to the wall. The wall cracks slowly, and then gives way as more fireballs fly overhead. A huge breach has been opened, revealing a war rhinoceros and other infantry ready to pour through. Back on the commanding ship, Zhao was looking at the battlefield with satisfaction. "I don't need to remind you, we have a time limit," warned Iroh as he approached the admiral. "If we don't defeat the water tribe before the full moon rises, they will be undefeatable." Smiling evilly, Zhao responds to Iroh's statement. "I assure you, I have everything under control." Turning to his general, he continued, "I intend to remove the moon as a factor." Looking incredulously, "Remove the moon? How?" However, they were suddenly interrupted as someone entered from behind, spear in hand, and took off his helmet to throw it aside, revealing Han. "Admiral Choi, prepare to meet your fate," declares the arrogant teen and rushes forward to Zhao, only to meet his end as the admiral simply spears the chest with his fingers and shoots flames from his fingertips while they are inside Han's body. Han screams as he feels his insides being set aflame till he finally stops his screaming and falls limp on the admiral's arms. With a scowl on his face, Zhao grabs onto throws Han's borrowed armor plates and throws the body overboard, and a loud splash is heard. Iroh looks down and shakes his head, then turns back to Zhao. Sue me, I don't like the prick." Ignoring the pathetic assassination attempt as he wiped his hand on his cape, Zhao continued, "As I was saying, years ago I stumbled upon a great and powerful secret, the identity of the moon spirit's mortal form." "What?" exclaimed a shocked Iroh. Flashback. While Zhao narrates, "I was a young lieutenant serving under General Shu in the Earth Kingdom." An image of Zhao is sitting at a desk in a windowless room, perhaps a basement of some sort, as stairs lead up in the foreground. In front of Zhao, the candle on the desk illuminates a map of the Middle Earth Kingdom on the wall in front of the desk. "I discovered a hidden library, underground in fact. I tore through scroll after scroll," narrated the admiral. "One of them contained a detailed illustration and the words, moon and ocean. I knew then that these spirits could be found and killed." Flashback ends. The memory ends with a close-up of Zhao's eyes, then fade to the present, and that it was my destiny to do so. "Zhao, the spirits are not to be trifled with," retorted the general angrily, "especially when the Great Spirit is lurking through the northern tribe." Yes, I know you fear the spirits, Iroh," said Zhao patronizingly. "I've heard rumors about your journey into the spirit world. But the ocean and moon spirits gave up their immortality to become a part of our world, and now they will face the consequences." Naruto and Katara were riding on Shen's back through the icy storm, till they had to make a sudden landing with the winds becoming too strong. Naruto dismounts the dragon and looks for Aang while Katara stays with Shen. Not being able to see a thing, Naruto turns back towards the girl and shakes his head, making the young waterbender lower her head in sadness. Mounting the dragon behind Katara, Naruto slides his arms under the girl's arms to get a hold of the reins and instructs the beast to take flight once again. Looking down at Katara, he saw how bad she was beating herself up. "Don't worry, Katara, Prince Emo couldn't have gotten this far in this weather," said Naruto, trying to cheer her up, but it backfired as he felt her shoulders slump down even further. "I'm not worried about them getting away from this blizzard," admitted the girl depressingly. "I'm worried about that they won't." "Don't be pessimistic, Katara. From one thing I can tell about Zuko is that he is resilient and hard-headed," countered Naruto. They won't die in this storm and we will find them, believe it. Smiling a bit, she nodded her head and helped the blonde search for the two while they were on the air. Unknown to them, Zuko was closer than they thought as he sat inside the shelter, using his fire to warm him up. Then Zuko talks to Aang's body while Aang is still in the spirit world. He laments how now that he has Aang, the blizzard prevents him from taking Aang back to the Fire Nation. Zuko then compares Aang's natural talents to his own sister's and recalls his struggles that have made him strong without any help from luck. Aang hops across the top of a line of wooden pylons on his way to a huge gnarled tree in the background. The tree is partially silhouetted by a light source behind it that is too dim to be the sun, but too bright to be the moon. Aang stops as a monstrous coyote or other dog-like creature passes behind the tree. The creature seemed to be about the size of small mountain. Aang continues his approach to the base of the tree where there is a dark hole, which he approaches fearfully. With relief he says, "Oh, phew, you're just a curly-tailed blue nose." The monkey turns around to reveal that it has no face. Aang starts in fright, and then drops all emotion from his face. He breathes deeply. Show no fear. Show no emotion at all. Aang walks into the hole. Ko's tree silhouetted against the unseen backlight. Aang descends into Ko's lair. Light pours through the lair's opening, though the lair that is still quite dark. "Hello? I'm looking for a spirit named Ko." As Aang says the spirit's name, some roots on the ceiling begin to move. Aang looks around, sensing movement, but sees nothing. A moment later a white face appears, with gray patches around its eyes and luscious, blood-red lips. The face is vaguely clown-like. Suddenly, a huge cockroach-like body arcs around Aang and appears in front of his face. The white, clown-like face of Ko is inches away from Aang. Around the spirit's face are 8 legs that are attached to a centipede-like body. "Welcome." Aang's face remains inscrutable. The monster hangs from the ceiling in front of Aang, who bows with his hands clasped in front of him in a gesture of honor. "Thank you." Ko wheels around Aang to look at him from the back. His voice is low, melodic, almost purring, but underneath that silky, danger oozes. "My old friend, the Avatar, it's been a long time." "You know me?" asks Aang emotionlessly. "How could I forget?" At this moment Ko's face changes from the clown mask to a middle-aged mustached man. "One of your previous incarnations tried sticking his face right up to Aang's, to slay me. It was 800 or 900 years ago." "I didn't know that. Why did he or I try to kill you?" pondered Aang. "Oh." His face changes to that of a beautiful, flowing-haired young woman. "It was something about stealing the face of someone you loved," said Ko mockingly. Then a sinister grin appeared on the woman's face and face changes to the curly-tailed blue nose face as Ko begins to laugh cruelly. "Of course, that's all behind us. Why should I hold a grudge against you for something in a past life? After all, you're a different person now." Sticking his fanged monkey face up to Aang's ear from behind him, "You've come to me with a new face." Aang closes his eye and breathes. Aang stands on the stairs. Ko wraps his body loosely around him. "It's been a long time since I've added a child's face to my collection. His face is now that of an owl, so how may I help you?" During the conversation Ko continues to wrap around Aang, making endless circles. "I need to find the moon and the ocean. Their spirit names are Tui and La. Push and pull, and that has been the nature of their relationship for all time," informed Ko, taking a pause as he collected his thoughts. "Although the ocean spirit's true human name was once Inari, water sage of the elemental nations." "What do you mean by his true name?" asked the young Avatar, having difficulty keeping his demeanor. "The ocean spirit was once human and a former student of the one who gave birth to the Avatar cycle," said Ko smoothly, watching Aang with a keen eye for any slight of emotion. "The Avatar of 4 dragons," was the response. "Ah, so you've already met him," stated the centipede-like spirit with glee. "But if the ocean spirit was once human, what about the moon spirit?" asked the Avatar, ignoring the face stealer's statement. "The moon spirit fought he water sage and was defeated by him, but instead of being enraged by such act, The unthinkable happened. She fell in love with the human, told the spirit with a bit of distaste. She gave up her immortality to be with him, but tragedy struck when war had risen once more, but it was stopped before it escalated, not without sacrifice. He fell in battle and his heart ached as he watched his love mourn his death. Not being to withstand such pain, he gave up his own power and immortality to be with her, but not without a price, said Ko. The two had to forever maintain balance in the mortal plane for all eternity. Then please, help me find them, pleaded Aang without emotion. An entire culture could be destroyed if I don't get their help. Ko's face flips to that of an old man. Oh, you think you need their help? Actually, it's quite the other way around, said Ko with a shrug. Then within an instant, Ko turns and bolts to Aang, pressing his face within inches of Aang's. Ko's face has changed again from the old man to a blue ogre-like face with red eyes and huge fangs. Someone's going to kill them. Aang closes his eyes briefly, then opens them to look at Ko. What do you mean? How can I find them and protect them? Flipping back to his white face, you've already met them, actually. Aang, as Ko has reared himself up, so Aang must look up to see his face. Tui and La, your moon and ocean, have always circled each other in an eternal dance. They balance each other, push and pull, life and death, good and evil, yin and yang. Aang's eyes open wide, as he gets a flashback of the white and black fish circling each other in the pond and the vision he got of them turning into the yin and yang symbol just before he entered the spirit world. Smiling, he exclaimed, the koi fish. Ko, hearing the emotion in Aang's voice, appears instantly with his blue ogre face in front of the avatar, ready to take his face. But no. Luck, Aang's face is once again a model of impassivity. I must be going now. Flipping to the face of a bald young man, we'll meet again. Ko recedes back into the shadows. Aang emerges from Ko's lair and looks down at his reflection on the ground, only to turn into an image of Avatar Roku. The spirits are in trouble. I need to get back to the physical world. A friend is here to guide you back, says Roku before he fades to the panda form of Hei Bai, the forest spirit from Aang's turns with a smile. Hei Bai. Hei Bai is indeed behind him, reared up on his hind legs. He gets on all fours and Aang jumps onto his neck. Hei Bai takes Aang back to the gate and breathes out a light toward Aang, which sends Aang's spirit to the mortal world. When the Enma decided to be an ass, Hei Bai blasted him off of his rock. Nightfall has come and the full moon has risen. The waterbending warriors' power is enhanced as they fiercely battle the Fire Nation soldiers. Meanwhile, the Crimson Avatar stood side to side with Master Pakku as they had a little contest of their own as they fought the soldiers. The blonde Avatar shot forward, his hand out in a spear-like motion with all four fingers spread apart as his body was placed on his left leg, causing the snow to shot up into four spear-like ice spikes, piercing four soldiers through the abdomen before they had a chance to launch their flames at the two. Pakku, on the other hand, ducked under Naruto's spear-like hand strike as he moved both his hands in a circular motion, but one going clockwise direction while the other went counterclockwise till the both ended on Pakku's right side with one palm facing up while the other was faced down, sending a wave of snow with spikes at the front at a squad of fire soldiers, squatting them as they were killed by the wave. That's 52 for me, Avatar, declared Pakku as he got up and rotated his arms backwards, using the snow to cut off the wheels of the three tanks that were approaching them, intending to run them over. You better catch up, Pakku, challenged the Sea Avatar as he stomped his foot to the ground and waved both hands downward as he pulled them back to his body as he leaned back on his right leg and rapidly shot both hands upward at an angle, using the snow as well to catapult 7 of the approaching tanks high into the skies. Into the ocean as they landed with a loud splash, caused with those I just dispatched. That makes 56, and without warning, the disguised blonde reached down to pull a water whip from the snow and lashed out behind him, sending ice projectiles from the whip, and with keen accuracy, 10 more soldiers bit the dust as their necks were pierced. Correction, make that 66, smirked the man underneath the wraps as he turned towards Pakku, while said person shook his head and got his horse stance as he brought both of his fists close to his stomach and made one big scooping motion with his hands going high in the air with one hand higher than the other, causing a loud rumbling noise as he made the snow turn into a massive wave and send it crashing towards one of the ships that were stationed at the broken wall, making it sink under the water as it crash landed on top of it. Naruto just clapped his hands as he shook his head. "That is quite impressive for an old-timer," remarked the disguised Avatar. "That's quite a compliment coming from you," thanked the old master, "but if anyone here is an old-timer, it would be you, considering you're too many centuries older than me," countered Paku with a smirk, causing Naruto to laugh lightly. "Touché, Master Paku," said the Sea Avatar, "but so you know, the ship still counts as one." And both masters shared a laugh. While the masters were sharing a moment, another group of waterbenders catapulted another tank into the air, sailing across till it landed in front of Zhao with a small group of Fire Nation soldiers on War Rhinoceros. Zhao gets just minuscule of snow on his shoulder while the soldier on his right gets covered in snow from the impact of the tank that was just thrown, but the guard heats the snow and it melts off him in a cloud of steam. "We'll be following this map to a very special location," informed the Admiral, then slowly, a dark grin appeared on his face, "and when we get there, we're going fishing." A flash of light appears where once Aang's body used to be, revealing the astral form of the Avatar, and right away, he noticed his pet lemur sleeping close by the pond. "Momo!" shouted Aang happily but noticed that the animal hadn't heard him. "Momo?" he calls out again as he tried to shake him up, but notices his hands being see-through, realization sinking in. "Oh no! Where's my body?" asks the young Avatar as he looks around for his body but was quickly engulfed in a bright light once again and shoots out to the sky as it headed back towards his body, passing Katara and Naruto in the process. "Look!" points Katara to the bright light, "that's gotta be Aang." The blonde just nodded his head and pulled the reins, "Follow that light, Shen." The light goes inside a cave and illuminates it brightly as Aang's spirit enters his body. Slowly waking up, he notices that he is tied up as he struggles to break free and abruptly, he sits up, forcefully acknowledging Zuko's presence. "Welcome back," said the scarred teen. "Good to be back," growled Aang only to blow a large gust of air, which throws Zuko against the side of the shelter and him out of the cave and into the snow. In his efforts to get away, Aang crawls like a worm but his efforts were in vain as Zuko still managed to catch the still-bound Aang. "That won't be enough to escape," growled the former prince, but the sound of flapping wings was heard and both looked up to the sky to find Shen Lung descending upon them. "Naruto!" shouted Aang happily as soon as the beast landed on the snow. Katara rapidly leapt off the dragon, ready to face Zuko for round 2. "You're here for a rematch," said Zuko arrogantly as he threw Aang to the side and got in his fighting stance. "Trust me, Zuko, it's not going to be much of a rematch," as she made a scooping motion and brought her hands to block a flame shot with the SNW, only to shove her hands forward and ensnare the scarred teen in knees before she raised her hands upward and harshly brought them down, knocking out the Fire Prince. Naruto quickly approached Aang as he pulled out a kunai and cut the ropes, allowing Aang to free himself. "We need to get to the oasis. The spirits are in trouble," urgently claimed Aang as he went and jumped behind Katara who was already mounted on the dragon, ready for takeoff, but both saw Naruto had picked up Zuko over his shoulder, all tied up with the same ropes he had used to bind Aang with. "Naruto, what are you doing?" asked Katara. "Taking a prisoner," responded Naruto as he threw Zuko over Shen's back. "Leave him here," proclaimed the girl, but Aang's value of life came into play. "We can't," said Aang. "If we leave him here, he'll die." Katara knew she couldn't argue with Aang, for he was stubborn once he was set on something and just nodded her head. Naruto jumped in between Aang and Katara, much to Aang's displeasure, and headed back towards the village, hoping that it wasn't too late. "Master Paku." "Avatar." Both masters then looked up to the air and saw the flying bison heading their course with Sokka and Princess Yu on the saddle with a concerned look on their faces. "What's wrong, Princess Yu?" asked Paku. "It's Admiral Zhao," responded Sokka, and Yu took over the explanation. He's heading towards the spirit oasis. This revelation made the old master's eyes to widen. The spirits. The spirits? Said Naruto, looking at Paku as he played dumb. Paku just nodded his head at the avatar. The ocean and moon spirits, they have been hidden in the spirit oasis behind the tower since the northern tribe was first built 10,000 years ago, revealed the old master with his head down. If the Fire Nation were to reach the spirits, we don't know what kind of chaos would ensure. Then he looked at the avatar. Avatar, I ask of you to go and protect them. What about you? I can't leave you alone fighting all them, proclaimed the blonde avatar. If you don't leave, then spirits will suffer, countered Paku as he looked at the avatar in the eye, having a small staring contest till Naruto backed off and nodded his head. All right, but you make sure you don't die, said Naruto before he jumped into the air to land on the saddle behind Sokka and Yu. Yip yip, said Sokka, and the bison took off in haste towards the oasis. Master Paku watches them fly away into the distance, and once they were off his eyesight, he turned around to square off alone against 3 incoming tanks which are closely supported by 3 infantry platoons. Exercising his mastery over his art, he cuts the treads off all 3 tanks with jets of ice, as he cripples the Fire Nation armor, the infantry close in around him. With a motion he raises them up and encases them all in ice. Then, mustering all his might, he raises a water tornado. Paku rides at the pinnacle of the tornado as he brushes aside both fire bolts and Fire Nation soldiers till he disperses the water tornado down, washing away any nearby soldiers. Back on the oasis, the fish were swimming peacefully until the moon spirit was forcefully snatched out of the water and was bagged. Zhao held the bag in front of him while in the background. The moon began to bleed red, causing all the waterbenders' warriors began to lose their bending abilities. However, the waterbenders weren't the only one who felt its side effects. A moan of pain reached Sokka's ears and turned towards Yu, who held her head in pain. Yu, what's wrong? Asked Sokka with concern on his voice. I feel faint, responded the princess weakly. Back with Katara and Naruto's cage Bunshin, Aang was feeling the same symptoms that Yu was feeling, causing the doppelganger to pull on the reins harder, ordering the beast to fly faster towards the spirit oasis. After making the pain go away, she looked at her 2 companions. I owe the moon spirit my life. What do you mean? Asked the disguised avatar. When I was born I was very sick and very weak. Most babies cry when they're born, but, she trailed off as she looked to the side, I was born as if I were asleep, my eyes closed. Our healers did everything they could, but nothing worked. They told my mother and father I was going to die. Then she looked towards the red moon. My father pleaded with the spirits to save me. That night, beneath the full moon, he brought me to the oasis and placed me in the pond. My dark hair turned white, I opened my eyes and began to cry, and they knew I would live. That's why my mother named me Yu, for the moon, to honor her. Zhao and his entourage by the pond in the oasis. I am. Zhao raising his fist to the heavens. A legend now. The Fire Nation will for generations tell stories about the great Zhao who darkened the moon. They will call me Zhao the Conqueror. Zhao the Moon Slayer. Zhao the Invincible. I seriously doubt that. A voice shouted out in the distance, causing Zhao to look up and see a giant bison and a dragon descending onto the grass, with Sokka, Yu and the avatar jumping off the saddle ready to attack with Naruto, Katara and Aang jumping off the dragon with their weapons drawn as well. Don't bother, said Zhao as he holds up the bag high with his fist right next to the moon spirit. Aang then drops his staff and raises his hands in surrender. Zhao, don't, said Aang, trying to reason with the man. It's my destiny to destroy the moon and the water tribe along with you, claimed Zhao, with his glare filled with anger directed at the crimson avatar. You can harm me all you want, but do not harm that spirit, offered the blonde avatar with his hands up in surrender as well. Destroying the moon won't just hurt the water tribe. It will hurt everyone, including you. Without the moon, everything would fall out of balance. You have no idea what kind of chaos that would unleash on the world. He is right, Zhao, said Iroh as he entered the scene. Narrowing his eyes at the general, he spoke with a cold, calm voice. General Iroh, why am I not surprised to discover your treachery? I'm no traitor, Zhao. The Fire Nation needs the moon too. We all depend on the balance. Whatever you do to that spirit, I'll unleash on you tenfold. The Dragon of the West proclaims as he assumes a fire-bending stance with a glare of his own. Let it go, now. Iroh and Zhao lock eyes for a moment and then Zhao falters. Lowering the bag, he kneels and releases the fish back into the water. The red light of the moon vanishes, replaced by its normal color. Zhao's face is quickly overtaken by a look of madness and desperation. With a cry of rage, he stands and smites the water with a blast of fire. Iroh recoils in horror. Aang's and Naruto's face is briefly illuminated by the fire. Both avatars look up to witness the moon wink out of existence. Iroh, enraged, springs instantly to the attack. Crossing the footbridge, Iroh fires blast after blast. Zhao blocks one blast and backs away while Iroh expertly dispatches Zhao's 4 guards. Zhao looks on in horror as his men are wiped out by the aging general with such ease and precision. Seeing that his pursuer was occupied, he flees the scene. Iroh, standing over the guards, who struggle to get up, turns back to the pond where the black fish swims frantically, and while the white fish, with a huge gash in its side, floats limp on the pond. Reaching the pond, Iroh gently lifts the white fish from the water, an expression of sadness on his face, while everyone else close their eyes and lower their heads in defeat, except for one. There's no hope now, it's over, said Yu as she sobbed on Sokka's shoulder. No, it's not over yet, said the Crimson Avatar as he opened his eyes, glowing red as he spoke in a demonic voice with his markings glowing as well, with Aang following suit as his own markings began to glow as well, making everyone around them step back except Katara, who moved to follow, but she is stilled by a halting motion from Naruto as they both began to walk towards the pond, but came to a stop at the edge when a blob of water began to rise, causing everyone else to tense up, only for those that were on the festivities of their arrival to stare in shock when they saw the robed figure standing on the water. How may I be of assistance, Master? Said Inari, now shocking everyone as he bowed down to one knee in front of Naruto. My student, began Naruto, maintaining the sage's real name a secret, lend me your power to get rid of the trespassers that dare to conquer your domain. Raising his head up, the sage into the eyes of his former master. The power of the oceans are yours to command, and with that, the former student of the Avatar disintegrated into water, giving passage to his former as master, and the Avatar walked into the middle of the pond and stood there with their arms in prayer, back to back. Naruto, who stood in front of the black fish, looks down at the spirit, and its eyes and white mark on its spine began to glow red as a thin red aura layer appears around Aang and Naruto. By now, the whole pond glowed a bright red color, and suddenly, both avatars dropped into the pond as if the bottom had fallen out of it, causing him to disappear. Meanwhile, all of this was happening. No one noticed Zuko had broken out of his confines to search for the one that orchestrated his assassination. The water in the pool around the oasis itself begins to glow a deep red veined with white. The glow spreads from behind the citadel to encompass the entire citadel area of the city. A huge, incandescent red wave rushes under the footbridge as if some huge creature was moving underneath it. Appa stands on the oasis while Shen stood on its hind legs, but despite his height, he is dwarfed by the creature that rises from the pool, the citadel and the city visible beyond it. The red, white-veined creature is a huge fish-like being. At its center is a red, white bubble in which Aang can be seen with the crimson Avatar towering behind him, spreading their arms wide into the air in total synchronization, with the giant-looking fish creature mimicking the movement in total integration. Back in the city, Zhao tries to escape. Zuko shoots a fireball at him and shocked that Zuko is alive. Zhao confirms he tried to have him killed because of him being the blue spirit and for releasing the Avatar. Zuko says he had no choice, but Zhao tells Zuko he should have accepted his fate as a failure and a disgrace. Zuko continues to battle Zhao. The ocean spirit towers over the citadel, its arms still spread wide while its red spirit lighting the city like a beacon. The spirit begins to move down into the city, coming across Master Paku and his waterbenders, who instantly bow to the floor in honor of their god. However, across the canal, some Fire Nation soldiers raise their spears in defiance, but are swept away by a wall of water sent by the ocean spirit. With both avatars inside the body of the ocean spirit, as they flailed their arms about, directing the power of the ocean spirit against the violators of the moon spirit and the water tribe city. Fire Nation tanks fire blasts of fire at the ocean spirit, but they couldn't stop the marching spirit as the balls of fire were absorbed with no effect. The spirit, avatars retaliated by scooping its arms upward, causing the soldiers and tanks being washed away as if they were toys. The ocean spirit passes by the water tribe citizens who make obeisance to their lord. Cut to the Fire Nation army in full retreat, trying desperately to escape the vengeance of a living spirit. The ocean spirit reaches the main canal in front of the third wall and stops its advance. While inside the bubble, Naruto and Aang look up ahead and see some of the ships stationed at the main wall, causing a frown to appear on their face. Spreading both their arms with their hands in a claw-like motion, slowly raising them into the air while the spirit still mimics his movements, causing the wind around start to pick up as the whistles of wind coursing through the city were heard, creating a mini cyclone in front of the spirit as the water began to mix with it while the avatars, the ocean spirit placed one hand on low and the other high, maintain it in control till Naruto, the ocean spirit pushed it forward onto what was left of the Fire Nation soldiers that had infiltrated the city. Blown away by the powerful winds, the ships being picked up right off the water by the passing cyclone as the manifestation of the ocean spirit melted down and swam towards the ocean, passing through the destruction his attack had unleashed upon them. Iroh slowly places the dead moon spirit fish back into the pond. "It's too late, it's dead," Katara says mournfully. Suddenly, Iroh looks up at you in wonder, opening his eyes in surprise. "You have been touched by the moon spirit," he pointed out, "some of its life is in you." Slowly catching at his meaning, Yu's eyes widen as well. "Yes, you're right, it gave me life," confirmed the princess as she stood up. "Maybe I can give it back," she theorized as she made way towards Iroh, who had once again picks up the dead fish, only to gasp slightly as she feels a strong grip out of desperation on her wrist. "No, you don't have to do that," pleaded Sokka, but Yu just lowered her head as she closed her eyes. "It's my duty, Sokka," said Yu without emotion. "I won't let you," defied Sokka. "Your father told me to protect you." "I have to do this," said Yu with conviction as she got her hand out of Sokka's grip and placed her hands over the injured koi fish and it glowed white for a few seconds, but as the glow stopped, she collapsed into Sokka's arms, dead as the fish in Iroh's hands. "No!" Sokka yelled. "She's gone," sobbed Sokka as he held her close to him. "She's gone." After the cyclone had died down, the incandescent red glow of the ocean spirit flows out past the city wall in front of the Fire Navy fleet and reforms and, towering over the fleet, and reaches out towards to ships and pushes the two back out to sea at amazing speed, crashing among other ships as they continued their course. Then the avatars raise both their hands in the air and brought it down in a slicing motion in the bubble which is mimicked by the ocean spirit, as it makes the same slicing motion cutting down the remaining ships. Seeing that they were surrounded by many ships, the both of them brought their hands out and rotated them in a circular motion, causing the surrounding waters around the warships to being their spinning, and as they continued their rotating, they began to pick up the pace a bit, causing the water to speed its motion as the surface of the water began to get sucked, creating a maelstrom as they both watched the ships being sucked into the whirlpool. Back at the oasis, Yu's body slowly began to fade out and the koi fish began to glow, which prompted Iroh to place it in the pond. Once it returned to the water, the pond glowed brightly before an ethereal Yu appeared wearing an elaborate outfit, but what made them stare was the fact that she was floating and glowing. "I'll always be with you, Sokka," said the new moon spirit as she leaned in and kissed the warrior goodbye, the kiss lasting till faded out and the others looked upwards towards the sky, watching as the moon returned to its proper place. The ocean spirit saw the moon had returned as both avatars noticed the sudden light from the skies, stopping its rampage as it dispersed the whirlpool, leaving barely a few ships intact. The water manifestations suddenly dissolved into water and receded back into the city, not before depositing Aang on a column of what was left of the front wall by La and the Crimson Avatar. After leaving the sphere, the young Avatar was still a little disoriented, but was able to hear the last message left by Naruto. Avatar Aang, I leave the rest in your capable hands. In the middle of the city, Zuko and Zhao were still battling it out, and the younger Bender was winning as he had Zhao on the ground, having the Admiral notice that the moon had returned, putting him in a state of shock, but didn't last long as the ocean spirit grabs Zhao and begins to take him away. Zuko looked on in shock but quickly composed himself and did the honorable thing and tried to save Zhao's life. However, the arrogant fool refused the help and was dragged down into the water by the spirit, no trace of a body left. When the glowing subsided, sunrise had arrived, and the village of the northern tribe was left in ruins, but the victory was theirs. Standing on top of the second wall was Katara with Master Pakku. I've decided to go to the South Pole, announced the master to his student. Some other waterbenders and healers want to join me. By now he turns and faces Katara. It's time help build our sister tribe. But what about Aang? She asked her master. He still needs to learn waterbending. Chuckling softly, well then, he better get used to calling you Master Katara. On a different part of the village, Chief Arnuk was accompanied by Sokka and Naruto, who had already dispelled the clone and gained all of its memories, as they still kept staring at the barely visible moon. The spirits gave me a vision when you was born. I saw a brave young woman become the moon spirit, revealed Arnuk with sadness. You must be very proud of her, commented Naruto, which got him a nod. So proud, yet so sad too, said Arnuk before he walked back towards his tower, leaving the two alone. Naruto, said Sokka suddenly, making said blonde turn at him. Yay Sokka! And got a huge surprise when Sokka slowly went to his knees and bowed his head towards him. I wish for you to train me, announced Sokka, shocking his blonde friend. What is your reason for doing this? Asked Naruto, testing the young youth as he saw him raise his head with sadness and determination. I wasn't strong enough to protect the person I came to cherish, and watched her die in front of me helplessly, declared the young warrior. I'm tired of being weak since I've already lost two important people in my life. I cannot afford to lose any more of my precious peel. For you, Katara and Aang are the only family left that I've got. Hearing his reasons, the blonde couldn't help but smile, as he could clearly see the will of fire the late Sandaime Hokage used to reach to him when he was younger. Bending to one knee, the blonde placed a hand on Sokka's shoulder. I must warn you Sokka, I'm very demanding of perfection when it comes to training, announced the blonde, causing Sokka's eyes to widen with a smile on his face. I will push you beyond your breaking point. Think you can handle it? Nodding his head at a rapid pace, he grabbed onto Naruto's hands, shook it. I will take on everything you dish out at me, declared the wolf-tailed teen, causing Naruto to laugh and look at him with a glint in his eyes. We shall see, said Naruto as he stood up. Now, if you excuse me, there is someone I have to see. And without warning, Naruto disappeared in a whirl of wind with leaves, leaving Sokka astonished with the trick his blonde friend used. Katara was standing alone after Master Pakku had gone to go search for Aang to give him a final lesson, thinking of everything that had happened in the past few months as she stared into the distance where the sun was still rising. Katara. The girl was snapped out of her thoughts as a voice called out to her from behind. Turning around, she saw that it was Naruto himself, standing in his battle-torn black outfit, with her necklace in hand. I told you I always keep my promises, declared Naruto as he extended his hand out with the necklace exposed in his hand. Katara just slowly walked towards him till they stood a few inches apart. Slowly she took the necklace from his hand and clutched it close to her heart before she wrapped it around her neck once again. Both of them stood in silence as they both gazed into their eyes once again as the gap between them grew smaller, with their arms slowly rising till they found their respective places, Katara's arms wrapping themselves around his neck while the blonde's arms wrapped themselves around her waist, lifting her off her feet as they both hugged each other tight with Katara burying her face at arc of his neck. They stayed like that for a while till they heard chattering from behind, lowering Katara back to the ground with their arms still around each other. They both turned to see the lemur looking at them with curiosity, causing Katara to giggle as she detached herself from Naruto. "You too, Momo," said the girl, and the lemur jumped into the air, only to sit on Naruto's shoulder. Katara went under Naruto's arm and wrapped both her arms around his waist while Naruto placed his arm around the girl's shoulder as they both stared at the sun rising in the sky. The battle may have been won, thought the blonde, but the war is far from over, isn't that right, Sasuke? Back in the palace of the Fire Nation, inside the throne room, a figure stood behind as he looked down at a young girl wearing the traditional Fire Nation wardrobe, with her black hair tied in a small topknot as it was held by small crown in the shape of flame, kneeling in front of her lord with her head down. "Iroh is a traitor and your brother is a failure. I have a task for you," said the Fire Lord, causing the young girl's eyes to open, revealing cold amber eyes with red lips turning into a sinister smirk. Behind her, a figure with a black robe with the insignia of a golden flame in the front stood passively with his hood overshadowing his face minus his lower jaw. Just think if Roku's robe with a hoodie, Lord Ozai, allow me to accompany her, there are some loose ends that need to be taken care of, said the robed figure. Ozai stayed quiet contemplating at the hidden meaning, but then nodded his head slowly. "Very well. You may go with her." Raising his head lightly, you could see that the person had closed his eyes for a moment till he opened them again, revealing blood-color eyes with intersecting eclipses. "Soon, Naruto, we shall settle our differences, once and for all." TBC NNNNDDDDDDD cut. Finally, the first book is done, and what a challenge it has been. I would like to thank all of you who were patient for the coming updates of the final arc, and glad to hear that the first part was very well liked. I will try to bring you guys more updates, but can't promise anything. Also, for those of you who were waiting for this, Azula finally makes an appearance, but once again, I will not say anything as to what I have in store for her. You're going to have to read and find out. And lastly, I do apologize for the grammar mistakes I've been making, but give me some Reddit. I've written more than half of this story while I was pilled off my mind from the painkillers I have been given XD. But anyways, till next time. Hugh no Ken Book 2 Chapter 8. Welcome to the first chapter of Book 2. I want to thank everyone that has been reading this story since the beginning and to those that have been waiting patiently for the upcoming chapter of this story. It has been a rough beginning of the year for me, but I'm still managing to go by. I know some of you may have thought I had abandoned this story, but it's not easy working and being college student. But thank you y'all for being patient, and as promised, here is the chapter. Explanation at the end of the chapter every time this is posted. Disclaimers. I don't own Naruto or Avatar, The Last Airbender. Hits. 58,089 C2. 15 faves. 304 alerts. 215 Avatar timeline. Episode. The Avatar State will be Naruto-fied episode. The Swamp will come before the Cave of Two Lovers, and Return to Amashu, as Naruto first comes across it. Episode. The Cave of Two Lovers will be Naruto-fied halfway the episode. Episode. Return to Amashu will be Naruto-fied and canon at the end. And now, on with the show. Water, Earth, Fire, Air. Long ago the four nations lived together in harmony, then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, master of all four elements, could stop them, but when the world needed him most, he vanished. 100 years passed and my brother and I discovered the new Avatar, an airbender named Aang. But unknown to us, the Avatar of legend, a man named Naruto, had reawakened. And although Aang's airbending skills are amazing and Naruto may be the Crimson Avatar, they both have a lot to learn before they're ready to save anyone. But I believe Aang and Naruto can save the world. Previously on Avatar of the Four Dragons. The blonde headed towards the door and opened it slightly, making sure no one was outside, He opened it completely, and before he took his step, Inari said, "One more piece. 1010 would have wanted you to live your life and find happiness, Naruto, instead of pinning yourself to her memory. Iroh is a traitor and your brother is a failure. I have a task for you," said the Fire Lord, causing the young girl's eyes to open, revealing cold amber eyes with red lips turning, her face maintaining a neutral look. Encounters from the past, Naruto's new promise. 2 whole months have gone by since the aftermath of the North Pole, and the city itself had been going a quick pace towards recovery from all the total damage it had received during the battle. But while the city was repairing itself, out heroes were on a ship, A.N. The ship resembles a Viking ship, commanded by Master Paku, whose destination was the South Pole. However, during these 2 whole months, Naruto wasted no time in fulfilling his promise to Sokka in training him to become a better warrior, going to extreme measures to do so, and this voyage was no excuse for the Southern warrior to slack off, as he was training now on the sail's long pole doing chin-ups while Naruto just stood there, making sure his student doesn't fall. "Come on Sokka, you just got 2 more to go," commented the blonde lazily as he dug into his ear. "Damn, sadist," grunted Sokka as he pulled himself up and slowly let his body hang, sweat pouring down his face, panting heavily before he struggled to do the last chin-up, but didn't have the strength to do so as he let his body hang loosely in the air. "What's the matter, boy? Can't handle my training?" asked Naruto mockingly as he squatted on top of Sokka. Having a tick mark growing on the side of his head, he looked up with fire in his eyes. "You call this training? Ever since you began to train me, you had me doing inhumane amounts of working exercises that could have crippled me," shouted Sokka. Raising an eyebrow in boredom, he stared at his apprentice. "Is doing chin-ups with light weights attached to your ankles too much for you?" he asked, only to make Sokka get more infatuated with him even more. "You bastard! You call attaching 150 pounds ice blocks to my feet while doing 300 chin-ups light?" yelled Sokka as he pulled himself up to scream at his sensei's face as he spat on him with his yelling. Naruto grew a tick mark himself as he got fed up with Sokka's constant whining and got on his student's face as well. "Are you man or a whiny little bitch? You questioning my manhood, you asshole? Maybe I wouldn't question it if you didn't whine and complain so damn much." Down below, Master Paku, Aang, Katara and the whole crew looked at the scene with large sweat drops developing in the back of their heads as the two were still engaged in the verbal assaults. "Isn't Naruto supposed to be the more mature out of your lot?" asks Paku as he turned to his former student. "My guess is that his patience has been tested and why my brother's stupidity and has ran out," responded Katara weakly as she faced her former master, giving a weak laugh while Aang just shook his head with his eyes closed. Then suddenly, they heard a scream and turned in time to watch Sokka crashed onto the floor, creating a nice dent on the floor due to the weights attached to his ankles. The Katara and Aang approached the young warrior only to find him twitching in pain. "Ow!" Naruto skillfully landed next to the group only to receive a smack on the back of his head as soon as he landed. While rubbing the back of his head, the blonde turned around to find the angry water-bending girl glaring at him. "What did you do to him?" she asked him menacingly. "I didn't do nothing. The idiot let go of the sail pole to try and strangle me only for him to realize a little too late that he was hanging and came crashing down," explained the blonde, as he continued to rub his head pouting. "Damn, did you have to hit me hard?" "Oh, you'll live, you big baby," teased Katara with a small smirk on her face as she turned around and headed towards her brother to heal whatever injuries he had caused himself, only to find he had already gotten up to his feet with barely any scratches on him, surprising Katara greatly while Naruto examined his student's physique. "I'm still amazed by how far Sokka has progressed in just 2 months of non-stop training," thought the blonde as he watched Katara checking on her brother for any injuries while Aang dissolved the large ice cubes into water. Not only that, in 2 months he has mastered 2 forms of the Wing Chun style, something that took me at least almost 2 years to master due how relaxing the style demands the body to be. He finished his thoughts with pride, only to be brought out of his thoughts by said apprentice. "Don't go daydreaming on me, we still have to finish the routine," said Sokka as he stretched his sore arms as he walked towards in. isolated part of the ship and stood still with his feet together. Then he separated his toes to the side, then lightly lifted his ankles a bit and parted them outward, and then he sunk his body down as his knees automatically almost came close together with just a fist-size length gap between the knees. His hands balled into fists as he put them at the side of his chest with his elbows pointing backwards with his shoulders dropped, relaxed as he melted into the position. His back flat as a board as he raised his head lightly up while rolling his hips forward, causing him to feel a mild stretch of his spine as it was put in a straight line instead of its usual S shape. Aang and Katara were curious by this, for this is the first time they both had seen Sokka's actual training, instead of the usual training workouts that Naruto had put him through. Said blonde, as if reading their minds, came up to them from behind and began explaining as to what Sokka was doing. What you're seeing is the fighting form of an old style that has been forgotten. What style is that? Asked Aang as he now looked at the blonde. Wing Chun, was the blonde's simply reply. Wing Chun? Questioned Katara, gaining a nod in response. What's that? Wing Chun is a fighting style that utilizes both striking and grappling, while specializing in close-range combat, explained Naruto. The theory behind to what Sokka is doing for the first 2 weeks of training was to gain a perfect Wing Chun stance, for when done correctly, you're like a piece of bamboo. Firm but flexible, rooted but yielding, allowing you to either deflect external forces or redirect them away. Also, balance is related to the structure, for a well-balanced body recovers more quickly from stalled attacks and the structure is maintained. Wing Chun is also somewhat of meditation, for it trains the sensitivity and awareness of one's own body movement derived from muscular, tendon, and articular sources, explained the blonde further, and as you can see from my stupid apprentice's position, Wing Chun favors a high, narrow stance with the elbows kept close to the body. Within the stance, arms are positioned across the vitals of the centerline. All attacks and counterattacks are initiated from this firm, stable base. The style rarely compromises structure for more powerful attacks because this is believed to create defensive openings which may be exploited, explained the blonde further, causing the 2 teens to look back at Sokka in amazement of the style he is learning, but then Katara turned towards the blonde again. I understand that structure is a fundamental necessity, but why is it so demanding on this particular style? Asks the girl. Because structure is viewed as important, not only for reasons of defense, but also for attack, responded Naruto. When the practitioner is effectively rooted or aligned so as to be braced against the ground, the force of the hit is believed to be far more devastating. Additionally, the practice of settling one's opponent to brace them more effectively against the ground aids in delivering as much force as possible towards the body of his opponent. So from what you're saying is that instead of using external energy, which would be muscle power, Sokka would be using the ground as his source of energy, since he would be rooted to the ground, unmovable, summarized Aang with high curiosity. Yes and no, responded Naruto. It is true that him being rooted into the ground will be a source of energy, but also we use our center to draw upon that energy, the dantian or center of gravity, for the power generated from the ground torques its way to the waist, where it gets a major boost at the body's center point, giving the power required to deliver a powerful strike. So the energy is what causes the damage on impact. It penetrates the surface, damaging the insides of the opponent, said Katara as she grimaced at the thought of hurting someone from the inside out. Naruto just shook his head. No, Katara. What the energy does is enhance the strike to make it a bit more powerful, and to gain that, you have to be very subtle. That's why relaxation of the muscles is highly demanded, for Wing Chun is soft and fluent like water. By now, Sokka had began to do the first firm of the style, and Aang and Katara noticed that every strike or hand movement that the wolf-tailed water made, they were always placed in front or close towards the center of his body. Naruto, why does it look like he's trying to protect his center? Questioned Aang. That's because he's protecting his own center while creating an opening towards his opponent's own centerline while engaging, said Naruto as he saw Sokka about halfway done through the first form. Then why the beatings with the stick you've been giving him at the end of almost every training session? Questions Aang as he crossed his arms with a frown, but the blonde just shrugged his shoulders. Body training. I'm raising his pain tolerance while toughening his body, responded Naruto. And the exercises like push-ups, crunches, chin-ups and such. To build his cardio, he'll be able to last longer in battle. Since last time I sparred with him, he was beaten because he never had done any real training and since endurance pretty much sucked, summarized Naruto. Aang just made an "oh" motion, and then he looked at Naruto once again. And what about the exercise where you have him surrounded by clones and dodging concrete bowling balls? Develops his sixth sense or danger sense as well as build his dodging skills, and quite frankly, he has gotten faster in these past 2 months with these exercises, said the blonde. Exercises? What you have him going through sounds more like torture than training, exclaimed Aang hotly, but only got a glare in response from the blonde. He's my trainee and I will help him however I can to achieve his goal, retorted Naruto, and if you don't want to partake in my training regime, I suggest that you keep your mouth shut. Aang kept his mouth shut after that, and both had turned back to see Sokka finishing up the last steps of the first form and slowly stand up to his feet. Sweat pouring down his face as his legs shook uncontrollably. Katara went towards her brother to help him stand and check if he was okay. Why did his legs shake that badly? Questions Aang worriedly. The stance stretches the tendons and ligaments beyond their limit, also uses the muscles in the legs that haven't been put use and strengthens the knee and ankle joints, reducing the chances of joint problems at old age, said the blonde, causing Aang to widen his eyes slightly in surprise at the beneficial effects the art gives to the body with the years of practice. However, all of them were interrupted by a mocking laughter. Turning around, they saw a group of 3 arrogant young warriors wearing the traditional wardrobe. The only difference was that they wore a vest instead of a jacket, looking at them mockingly as they sneered at Sokka. "Can we help you, gentlemen?" questioned Naruto as he crossed his arms and boringly glared at them. "We heard your conversation about that fool's fighting style and I say that he's full of shit. I could beat him easily," said one of the teens with brown hair, causing Sokka and Aang look at them in anger and were about to retort, but Naruto simply raised his arm to the side, silencing them both before they began to voice out their own opinions. "Well then, how about a friendly spar between you and my apprentice, to find out who's the better fighter out of the two," suggested Naruto, making the gong to look at him crazy, causing the arrogant young warriors to get a little defensive. "And why should one of us even bother to fight him?" retorted another teen with black hair defensively, causing Naruto to chuckle. "Because you come over and insinuated that you were better than my student, so here's your chance to prove it," replied the blonde seriously as he glared at the 3, causing them to hesitate accepting the challenge. Seeing this, the blonde decided to give one last push at their egos. "What say you? Are you either going to step up and back up your words, or are you like the rest, all talk and no balls?" At this, the last teen that was bald and seemed to be the leader of the group stepped up, anger clearly showing in his face. "I'll fight him and show you he's the one that's weak." "Good," simply said the blonde as he turned towards Sokka and walked towards him. "What are you doing? Arranging a fight against him?" growled Sokka as he fully stood to his feet, but Naruto simply stared at him passively. "I'm doing this for various reasons, but my most important one is to see how much you progressed in this past 2 months, or aren't you curious yourself?" said Naruto calmly, making the wolf-tailed warrior grow quiet. "I'm curious myself to see the progress of my training," admitted Sokka quietly as he stared at his hands. Naruto just grinned and placed his hand on the young warrior's shoulder. "Now's your chance to prove it to yourself, Sokka." "You think I can beat him?" asked a doubtful Sokka, but his only response was a smile from his master. "I know you can, but remember what I said to you back at the city. Whether you win or lose is not important. What's important is whether you found your worth." "Are you going to fight or are you going to cower from the fight?" shouted the leader, making Naruto scowl before he turned back towards his pupil. "Do me a favor and put him in his place," said Naruto with seriousness. Sokka just nodded his head as he walked towards his opponent. Katara then walked next to Naruto. "You sure it's okay for him to fight?" asks Katara worriedly about her brother's well-being, but the blonde just looked at her with a gentle smile on his face. "Believe in him, Katara. "Just like I believed in you when you faced Master Paku," replied Naruto before he turned his sights back towards the two combatants, with Katara and Aang watching the coming fight on the sidelines. The bald teen and Sokka faced one another, with the bald teen setting the ground rules. "Here are the rules. No interference from either side, no Pak," but was cut off rudely by Sokka. "Cut the bullshit and fight," said Sokka as he went into his stance, resting his whole body weight on his right leg, with his left leg lazily placed in front of him loosely and backside flat as he stretched his neck and rolled his hips forward. His left arm extended forward with hand formed in a chopping motion and his elbow tucked in close to his center. His right hand placed in front of his chest in a prayer-like motion, ready as he waited for his opponent to start the fight. "Ready to lose, aren't you?" bragged the teen as he got into his stance with his left hand extended forward in a claw-like motion with his right fist cocked back right beside his abdomen. Both fighters didn't say a word and stared at one another, with the sounds of waves hitting the boat, giving the signal to begin the fight as the bald warrior quickly rushed in and jumped into the air doing a scissors kick which he missed as Sokka took a step back and tried to recuperate by kicking Sokka in the knee once he landed on his feet, but was also unsuccessful. The bald warrior sent a straight left punch, but was blocked when Sokka placed his forearm forward on mid-strike, then tried to attack with an elbow strike sent to the chest, but was deflected when the wolf-tailed warrior folded his arm in front of him to redirect the attack away from his frame as he slightly turned his whole body to the side. Suddenly, the bald teen tried chop Sokka from above, but his attack missed as Sokka sidestepped to the side and parried another left straight punch with his right forearm, and quickly Sokka went to the attack as he stepped in front of his opponent and sent his own chain of punches, but were blocked except for one that managed to pass through the defenses and landed in the abdomen. The bald teen felt the hit and quickly tried to get a hold of Sokka's arm with a tiger claw, but Sokka just as quickly managed to bring his limb back and continue his attack with his flurry of chain punches, but were parried to the side as his opponent used his own forearms to swat them away and tried to sneak attack a tiger claw into Sokka's face, but Sokka successfully managed to block that strike as he once again folded his left arm in front of him to stop the strike firm on his forearm and countered attack by unfolding and stretching his arm out, causing the bald warrior to step back to keep his balance since he couldn't stop Sokka's unfolding limb, but quickly deflected the arm with an elbow strike and shot his arms out with double tiger claws, but unable to hit his target as Sokka leaned back a bit to evade the attack. After Sokka gained back his balance, he stepped forward with a punch but was parried upward and retracted his fist back to send a right strike and was also parried. Figuring that Sokka had no defenses, he reached out to grab his neck but Sokka sidestepped to the left. "Damn," thought Sokka as he soon began to regret sidestepping, which it gave his opponent a chance to use a rise kick to his head, but Sokka barely managed to block the kick when he brought his forearms in front of him, causing him to slightly lose his balance, which his opponent noticed as he tried again to kick Sokka's feet, but narrowly missed as his leg landed between Sokka's feet as said warrior stepped to the side to get on his opponent's back and capitalized as he used his elbow and shoulder to attack, hitting his target hard in the back as it caused the bald warrior to grunt for air as he stumbled forward and watched Sokka going after him to capitalize, but tried to surprise him as he sent a high mule kick, but Sokka successfully managed to block the attack with his hand, causing him to take a couple steps back to gain some distance between the two. Aang and Katara just watched with amazement, both unaware of someone else that was watching the fight from afar, while Naruto smiled with pride as the fight went on. Aang and Katara did not believe that this was the same Sokka that they have been journeying with. He was almost the complete opposite of the whining, no battle skills and hot-headed Sokka that they were used to. This Sokka was collected, skillful, tactful, and quiet. Both fighters circled one another as they resumed their stances, trying to find any openings in their defenses, but if one was to look closer, the look on the fighters told a different story. One held a passive and calm look while the other held a look of nervousness and doubt. Not wasting time any further, the bald warrior jumped in front of Sokka with a wild arc swing of his arm, but Sokka blocked it, along with the next arc swing, except this time, instead of parrying the attack, he held on tight onto the wrist of his opponent and waited for the next attack, which was a right straight punch, but Sokka brought the arm of his opponent down to block his opponent's attack with his own arm as he trapped both arms with one hand, giving Sokka an opportunity to attack as his adversary was wide open for an attack, but his grip wasn't strong enough to hold him as his opponent broke the grip and attacked Sokka again with a double tiger claw. But like the previous time, the attack was unsuccessful when Sokka folded both of his arms in front of him and blocked the attack with his forearms and sneakily sent a kick which was blocked. When the bald warrior blocked the kick with his left forearm while he sent a right jab only to get parried down by Sokka's right and countered with a left straight punch, but his punch was blocked by his opponent's elbow and made his own counter as he tried to use his tiger claw again to get a hold onto Sokka's midsection. Sokka, sensing the intention, he blocked, parried with his left forearm as he rotated his right arm to get a hold onto his opponent's wrist and sent a finger jab strike towards his opponent's neck. But the bald warrior successfully stepped aside, causing Sokka to miss and get an elbow strike into his midsection, causing him to stumble back and give his opponent enough room to deliver a spinning kick to the side of Sokka's face. "Sokka!" shouted Katara, and Aang looked ready to intervene, but was held back by Naruto as he placed a hand on the young Avatar's shoulder. Aang looked at Naruto, who held a faceless expression and shook his head at the young monk. Katara watched as Naruto stopped Aang as he remained calm and continued to watch as he turned towards the fight. The girl, worriedly, turned her sights back to the fight as well and prayed her brother didn't get hurt. "Had enough, runt?" taunted the arrogant warrior as he stood in his stance again and watched Sokka slowly get up as he wiped a trail of blood from his lip. Sokka just turned back towards his opponent and wordlessly resumed his stance. Aggravated, the bald warrior rushed in to attack once again, but Sokka was faster as he closed the gap between them and sent a kick into his chest and knocked the wind out of him, but Sokka didn't let up as he sent a second kick into the chest of his opponent, sending him into the wall where he cornered him and began his assault with a straight right hand and a right hook, followed a chain of punches into the chest, causing his opponent to grunt in pain with each strike. Desperately, the arrogant warrior threw a right hook. But Sokka reacted quickly by intercepting it with his left forearm in mid-strike while he stroked with a right fist into the midsection of his opponent and pulled him into him to knee him. But Sokka wasn't able to as his opponent got a hold of his shirt but didn't let him capitalize as he made his opponent fall back as he tried to throw him into the ground. But stopped halfway when his opponent used his own strength to stop Sokka's push and tried to get him off of him when he grabbed on the back of Sokka's vest, and Sokka did the same thing, but with Sokka having more leverage, was able to throw him off into the ground as pulled him with a twist of his body and rapidly mounted him to deliver hard rights into the face. "Do you yield?" growled Sokka with his fist cocked back, but got a defiant no. Sokka again delivered a hard right and asked the same question. The two goons that accompanied one of the combatants quickly rushed to interfere in the fight by trying to jump Sokka from behind, but were quickly put to a stop when a small wave slammed in between Sokka and the two goons, freezing into a small wall between the two parties. "What do you think you're doing?" asked Pakku as he slowly walked into the scene with three other warriors, coldly glaring at the two warriors that were about to interfere. "Have you no honor to comply with the rules of the fight and accept defeat when he has proven he is better?" By now, Sokka had released his hold on his opponent and allowed his opponent to get up, gaining Pakku's attention as his call glared bore into him. "As for you, your behavior will no longer be tolerated," said Pakku. "Your arrogance brings shame to the rest of your comrades. The three of you will be held inside the brigs till we reach the South Pole, where I will decide your punishment. Take them away," ordered Master Pakku, and watched as his warriors took them away to the brigs. Then he turned towards Naruto and the group. "I apologize for their behavior, it won't happen again, I assure you," said Pakku as he bowed, but Naruto dismissed it offhandedly. "No worries about, they had it coming to them," said Naruto lazily as he waved, causing the waterbending master to shake his head with a small smile on his face before he turned back and walked away. Then suddenly, he turned back towards the group. "Be sure to get plenty of rest, for tomorrow we'll be arriving at the departing point where you four will depart towards the Earth Kingdom," informed Master Pakku as he resumed his walk back towards his quarter, leaving the group by themselves. Naruto, After watching Master Paku walk away, he turned around and saw the interaction of the group. Seeing how close the three of them were as Aang and Katara praised and hugged Sokka on his victory. Despite the fact Aang wasn't related to them by blood, he was still treated as part of their family. Naruto lowered his gaze as he slowly began to feel out of place, and extremely homesick. Without saying a word, the blonde lowered his head, his bangs shadowing his eyes as he turned and left the three of them on deck, leaving them puzzled at their friend's sudden behavior as they turned to each other. "What's wrong with him?" asked Sokka confused. "I don't know," responded an equally confused Aang. "He was fine a second ago." Katara didn't say anything as she watched him disappear through the crew of the ship, concerned for the blonde. Naruto. Night had fallen and everyone on the ship was fast asleep, all except one person. Naruto could be seen on the side of the ship, watching the moon as he rested on the rails of the ship using his forearms. His mind was going through all of the things that have happened to him and contemplating of the friends and loved ones he left behind, but mostly, his thoughts were about his weapon mistress. "God, I miss you 10-10, thought Naruto as he stared into the moon, the image of his late wife appearing on the light of the moon. "A part of me tells me that you wish for my happiness, but I'm afraid of doing so. I can't bear the thought as if I were betraying you." Closing his eyes, as he tried not to cry, he lowered his head, griping on the wooden rails hard, as the wood gave away by the pressure of his hand grip. Slowly raising his head, his eyes were blood red. Instead of their warm blue, intense rage raging within him. "How I regret not killing Sasuke when I had the chance. Many catastrophes could have been avoided and this world would still be living in peace." Then his eyes softened as his eyes were turning back to their usual color. "And you and I would have lived in happiness, peacefully raising our son together, a son I never had the chance to meet." Not far from him, his animal companion was watching his master go through an emotional turmoil within himself and not wanting to see its master depressed no more. Shen quietly walked towards him and nuzzled its snout against Naruto's shoulder, causing the blonde to look at him in mild surprise before he broke into a small smile and rubbed his snout, causing the dragon to growl softly. Naruto simply looked back at the moon as he's still massaging his dragon's snout. "Even though I was robbed in raising my own flesh and blood, I still have a chance to guide my child's reincarnation in the right direction," thought Naruto with a sigh, even if his beliefs and childish attitude tend to be annoying at times. Suddenly, Naruto tensed up when he heard approaching footsteps. Looking to the side, he saw Katara talking to a sad-looking Aang. Both were unaware of his presence as they continued to converse till Katara finally noticed him when she caught sight of Shen. Aang still hadn't noticed Naruto's presence, but felt better after his chat with the native water girl and bid her good night as he went below deck to get some rest. After seeing Aang was completely gone, she turned towards the blonde and walked towards him. "Hey Katara," greeted Naruto with a wave of his hand and a fake smile on his face, which Katara was able to see through. "Don't," she said flatly as she turned towards the ocean, surprising the blonde. "Don't what?" he asked, playing dumb, but that only made the girl more annoyed. "I can see through your mask, Naruto," stated the girl. "I can see that you're sad and hurt." Deciding to cut the charade, he turned towards the ocean and both stayed quiet for a while. Not a word was said as the two stared at the glow on the surface of the ocean, provided by the moon. "I feel so out of place and alone," suddenly said Naruto out of the blue, making the girl look at him with confusion till her eyes widened in realization. "You miss your family," said Katara softly as she reached out for him by gently placing her hand on his shoulder as she received a nod from the blonde. "I was to be father when my village was about to be attacked," said Naruto, causing Katara to widen her eyes in shock and sadness, diverting her gaze from his sight. "If he was going to be a father, then that means he was." Turning back towards Naruto, she stated, "You were married, weren't you?" Looking directly into her eyes, he spoke, "Yes, I was." "And you seek the dark fire bender out of revenge," stated Katara, but was surprised when the blonde just shook his head. "No, I learned the hard way that revenge just leads to more darkness. Although, I know he and I are bound to cross paths cause of Aang." I will do everything in my power to make sure he doesn't harm Baldy, as penance for not being strong enough, declared Naruto. Strong enough to have chosen the decision that needed to be made, thought the blonde the last part as he stared at the moon with a fierce look of determination. But Katara just quietly went up to Naruto and slapped him hard across the face, surprising him greatly as he stared at her in the eyes. "Stop talking as if you're all alone in this, because you're not," yelled the girl in his face. "Do you think that your family would want you to drown in misery silently or live it to the fullest?" She ranted without breaking eye contact, but she wasn't finished. "Do you believe that if something were to happen to you, we would not be affected? That I won't be affected?" she said as she thought last part in her mind. "We may not your real family nor have no intentions of replacing it either, but we think of you as one of our own and we do care for you, Naruto," said Katara with tears beginning to form at the corner of her eyes. Naruto stared at Katara blankly before he dropped his head with a small smile and lifted right back up to reach out for her cheek to wipe away the unshed tear. "Thank you, Katara," said Naruto sincerely, "and I'm sorry for being a knucklehead." Katara just wiped the rest of her tears before she went up to him and hugged him tightly, burying her face on his chest as she came in terms as to what her feelings for the blonde were as she hugged him even tighter. "But you're our knucklehead," she said softly, while thinking, "You may not be the bender that Aunt Wu predicted, but I cannot deny what I feel in my heart." Morning had arrived and everyone on board the ship was gathered to watch their heroes off. While Naruto was preparing for his takeoff, he was watching Paku giving Aang and the others parting gifts for their journey to the Earth Kingdom base, where they will be escorted to Omashu so Baldy could begin his earth-bending training. Katara received some sort of necklace that, he guessed, held some special properties from the fiber he was getting from it. Aang received a wooden box that held the insignia of the Water Tribe. Although he felt bad for his student, he couldn't help but laugh on the inside when the wolf-tailed warrior simply received a farewell and a pat on the shoulder, disappointing him as his shoulders hung low and turned towards the bison to mount him. Naruto watched them take off into the skies as he mounted his dragon and was about to order Shen to do the same but was halted by Master Paku. "Naruto, may I have a word with you?" said Paku as he approached the blonde swordsman with his hands behind his back. "Sure, Master Paku. What's on your mind?" asked Naruto. "I ask a favor from you," said Paku as he stared in the eyes of Naruto, making him somewhat nervous. Sure. What is it that you need asked the blonde uncomfortably. "Protect Kana's grandchildren. I know I shouldn't worry since they are traveling with the Avatar and should trust him as his former teacher, but the fact is that he's still just a child and will probably be overwhelmed by future obstacles ahead of him," said Paku as he closed his eyes. "You see them as your own, don't you, Master Paku?" despite not being related in blood, stated Naruto with a small smile, while Paku just nodded his head. "Don't worry, I'll watch over them." "You have my thanks, Naruto," said Paku as he bowed in respect, but suddenly Paku held a serious look in his eyes as he raised his head, making Naruto slightly nervous. "Also, I advise you not to hurt Katara in any way. She's quite taken with you as her feelings grow stronger, although from seeing how stubborn she is, she won't admit it outright." Then he narrowed his eyes dangerously at the blonde, which made him even more nervous. "So you break her heart and I'll break you in two. Do we understand each other?" Naruto just nodded his head rapidly, wanting to get away from the aged master as soon as possible. Paku satisfied with the answer, he became cheerful as if nothing happened. "Good, go along now, don't want to fall behind now, do you?" said Paku as he walked off. After seeing Paku walking off, Naruto quickly got off his stupor and turned towards Shen. "Take to the skies now, before he comes back," ordered Naruto hurriedly. Shen just snorted and jumped into the skies, following suit after the flying bison. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Iroh is relaxing and getting a massage at a beautiful spa resort. Zuko, however, is unhappy, realizing it has been 3 years to the day he was banished from the Fire Nation. He desperately wants to reclaim his honor, the throne, and his father's love. His uncle tries to cheer him up, but he's unsuccessful to do so. However, both of them were unaware of the threat that was heading their way as it continued its trek at sea. A Fire Nation ship carrying Princess Azula is arriving at the Earth Kingdom to capture her brother and uncle. The captain of the ship warns the princess of the waves crashing against them, telling her that they won't allow them to make it to port on time, but Azula didn't want to hear none of that and threatened the captain's life by overthrowing him off board and let the waves smash him against the rocks. The captain apologizes and heads back to the cabin in haste, out of fear of the princess fulfilling her promise out of spite. Noting that no one was around, Azula let out a sigh as she dropped her mask. Slowly, she walked towards the rail, watching the waves with sad eyes as they crashed on the rocky terrains, her older brother occupying her thoughts. "You need to learn how to be patient, my apprentice," a voice suddenly said from behind, startling her slightly. Putting her mask back on, Azula turned around to see her master approaching her with his hoodie down and hands behind his back. A middle-aged man with long raven hair, think of Madara's hairstyle, flowing freely by the winds while his onyx eyes stared at her. Azula then kneeled down out of respect and slight fear. "My apologies, Master Sasuke," said Azula as she raised her head. The Sharingan wielder just waved his hand dismissively, telling her to rise to her feet, while he kept walking towards the rails of the ship. "Tell me, Azula, how you plan to capture your targets, since you are eager to reach our destination." Azula gritted her teeth before replying with an emotionless face. "Through deception, Master. Zuko blindly seeks our father's recognition that he'll believe anything I tell him concerning our father." "I see," muttered the Uchiha before he turned around to face his student. "I shall accompany you." Azula kept her poker face while perfectly hiding her shock. "And why is that, Master? If you don't mind me asking." "While your abilities have proceeded beyond my expectations, don't forget that your uncle is the famed dragon of the West," reminded Sasuke with a glare. "And even though he retired from the army, his skills are still in par or better than your father's." "Forgive me, Master," said Azula as she bowed her head lightly, "but I ask you to allow me to handle this matter my way." "And why is that, Azula?" asked Sasuke, narrowing his eyes. "Because, Master, with your presence, my uncle will know something suspicious is aboard and will do everything in his power to evade us. Considering your reputation and hailed as the Dragon of Black Flames, please, buy it," replied Azula with the same stoic face. While on the inside she was desperate for her lie to work. Azula's master didn't say anything for a few minutes as he pondered his disciple's words in his mind before he nodded his head. "All right, I'll let you handle this matter your way," he said as he walked closer to her, till he was glaring at her directly in the eyes. "Don't fail." Azula slowly nodded her head and watched her master walk away inside the ship, leaving her clutching her hands together in a hate-filled glare in her eyes. Back with our heroes, after flying for a good while, Naruto began to see something off the distance as they got closer. Narrowing his eyes as they continued to fly closer, he realized that they were reaching the outpost. "Heads up, everyone. We have reached our destination," shouted Naruto as he pointed at the fortress that looked the shape of a ring with 4 straight-ish wall sections shooting off. As soon as the animals landed, all 4 of them got off and stretched their sore limbs, while a man suddenly came behind them and greeted them with open arms. "Welcome, Avatar Aang. I am General Fong," said the general, surprising the group as they turned back to see the general and his little fleet of earthbenders bow at the presence of the Avatar. Standing up straight, the general continued sucking up, and, "Welcome to all of you great heroes, Appa, Momo, brave Sokka and the mighty Katara." "Mighty Katara, I like that," Katara said with her arms crossed while her brother smiled at the recognition. Then his eyes fell onto Naruto, gaining a look of surprise from the general before he bowed towards Naruto. "And it's great honor to have you in my fortress as well, Naruto no Mujihi." "Mujihi?" asked Aang. "What does that mean?" "It means merciless or ruthless," answered Naruto, to which Fong nodded. "That is correct," confirmed the general as he gestured the group to follow him inside the tower. "The surviving warriors from the Fire Nation Navy are spreading the tales of your exploits at the North Pole." Once inside, Fong was sitting behind his desk on top of the tower. "Avatar Aang, We were all amazed at the stories of how you single-handedly wiping out an entire Fire Navy fleet at the North Pole. I can't imagine what it feels like to handle devastating power. It's an awesome responsibility, said General Fong while he strokes his beard, making Aang rub his head nervously. Well, technically, I wasn't alone, replied a modest Aang. We are well aware of the Crimson Avatar's involvement at the North Pole, but since no one knows of his whereabouts, we cannot rely on him to help us, said the general as he closed his eyes and laid back on his chair as he stared at Aang. But you, young Avatar, you're ready to face the Fire Lord now, suddenly said Fong, making the whole group gape at the man. What? No, I'm not, exclaimed Aang. Aang still needs to master all four elements, intervened Katara. Why? With the power he possesses, a power that matches the Avatar of legend, and be able to defeat hundreds of ships in mere minutes, he can defeat the Fire Lord now, said General Fong, raising his voice as he stood up on his feet. But sir, Aang can only do that when he's in the Avatar state, informed Sokka. You see, the Avatar, began the young Avatar, but was rudely interrupted by the general. I'm well aware, said the general, your eyes and tattoos glow, and you gain unbelievable power. Without you we'd be slaughtered before we reached their shores. But, with you leading the way, as the ultimate weapon, we could cut a swath right through to the heart of the Fire Nation. Naruto glared at the man with disdain, reminding him too much of Danzo, but stayed quiet, wanting to see how Aang would handle the situation. Right, but the thing is, I don't know how to get in or out of the Avatar state, much less what to do once I'm there, Aang said uncomfortably. So it's decided then, I'll help you figure out how to get in the Avatar state and then you'll face your destiny, proclaimed the general. Nothing's decided. We already have a plan. Aang's pursuing his destiny his way, argued Katara as she and her brother got up to their feet. Very well, while you take your time learning the elements, the war goes on, General Fong said. May I show you something? He then led them to the window, overlooking a smaller building where various wounded soldiers limped, walked near it. That's the infirmary, and those soldiers are the lucky ones. They came back. Every day the Fire Nation takes lives. People are dying. Aang, you could end it now. Think about it, General Fong said before he walked away, or so he tried. Naruto, having enough of the manipulative bastard, turned towards the retreating form of the general. What the fuck did you expect in a war? Announced Naruto angrily, which made Fong stop running his mouth and turn while the rest of the group stared at the blonde at his outburst in shock. Casualties happen in a war, it's unavoidable. Then the blonde's glare intensified. But it's the arrogant bastards like yourself that look for a fake sense of glory that make the number of casualties rise with the bodies of your own instead of your enemies, Naruto added coldly while the general just stared at the blonde without a word, and just like that, he left the room. Later that day, during the nighttime at the Earth Kingdom outpost, General Fong sat behind his desk looking at his maps as the bald, tattooed, orange-clad monk approached. General Fong, Aang said, his gray eyes looking downwards as he spoke. Come in, Aang. Have you thought about our discussion? General Fong said pleasantly, knowing that the Avatar had caved in. I'm in. I'll fight the Fire Lord, Aang said, gaining resolve as he spoke, causing the general to smile broadly. After his talk with the general, Aang returned to the group's quarters and made his way to his bed. As soon as Aang entered the room, Naruto eyed him carefully, reading Aang's body language. After watching him for seconds, he took a glance on the kid's eyes and sighed, knowing what Aang had done. I told the general I'd help him by going into the Avatar state, announced a defeated Aang to the group, causing Katara to frown in disapproval. Aang, no, it's not the right way, said Katara from her bed. Why not? Remember when he took out the Fire Navy? He was incredible, argued Sokka as he lay on his own bed. You seem to forget a crucial fact. Aang cannot control the Avatar state. Naruto put his 2 cents from his spot, laid out on his bunker bed above Aang's. Sokka then rolled on his side to look up at Naruto. What makes you say that? Why ask me when you were there, Sokka? Responded the blonde as he now rolled on his side to look at everyone over the edge. But in case you don't understand, dimwit, I'll explain it. Aang wasn't in control. the Crimson Avatar was the one who disposed of the fleet, while suppressing Aang to make sure he didn't become a loose cannon. Or did you forget the previous times Aang had gone into the Avatar state and let his emotions get the best of him? Sokka didn't have anything to say, for he remembered the time at the Air Temple and the one when Aang was taken by Zuko on his ship. And if the kid wants to really master the Avatar state, then he needs to do it the old-fashioned way, said the blonde with finality. Naruto's right, and the right way to do this is through practice, study, and discipline, Katara said. Or just glow it up and stomp that Fire Lord, stubbornly said Sokka, seemingly forgetting about the previous incidents, and having not heard a word that was previously said. Fine, if you two meatheads want to throw away everything we've worked for, fine, go ahead and glow it up, said Katara as she threw her arms up in the air as she got up and walked out of the room. Annoyed with how circular the conversation had become, Naruto just leapt off the bed and walked towards the door, stopping with the door halfway open as he turned back towards the two. If that's the course of action you plan to follow, that's fine, but don't count on my help on this matter, declared Naruto as he too walked out of the room. Katara. Naruto. I'm just being realistic, I don't have time to do this the right way, Aang said helplessly, but it still didn't sound as convincing to him. Back on Azula's ship, the princess herself was seen on deck, by herself as she took deep breaths and exhaled as she practiced lightning generation, a highly advanced form of firebending, with her royal advisors, Lo and Li, watch her progress from afar as the lightning bolt shot off into the distance. That was almost perfect, remarked one of the old crones. Just by a hair, remarked the other old crone. Almost isn't good enough, thought Azula while gritting her teeth as she resumed her stance and readied to shot another lightning shot. The next day, Naruto was waiting outside of the room, leaning against the wall while everyone was getting ready to go meet the general. Then the door was opened, with Katara being the first one to walk out of the room. Closing the door, she turned around only to slightly jump out of surprise when she saw her blonde friend. Naruto, don't scare me like that, said Katara as she tried to calm herself down by taking small breaths. After bringing her heartbeat down, she looked at Naruto. What are you doing here, Naruto? I thought you would be with the general waiting for us. Naruto just shook his head. No, I was waiting for Aang to come out, but can you deliver the message for me, please? Sure. What is it? Asked the young waterbender. Can you tell Aang that I won't be accompanying him on this far-fetched quest to achieve the Avatar state? If I do go, I'll end up breaking the general's neck, informed the blonde, not surprising the girl one tiny bit. You also believe this to be a waste of time, she stated more than asked, which the blonde gave her a nod. Yes, the general used Aang's beliefs of life value against him, and Aang, by feeling guilty for disappearing for over a century, feels even more responsible for the casualties, summarized Naruto. Then what are you going to be doing if you're not going to join us? Asked Katara curiously, which only received a shrug of the shoulders. Most likely practice my swordsmanship or meditate and wait till Aang realizes he's just wasting time, replied Naruto as he got off the wall and walked down the hallway, not before he stopped for a bit and turned back to Katara. If there's trouble, come get me. Katara just nodded her head and watched him walk deeper into the hallway as he disappeared when the blonde made a turn. Letting out a sigh, she turned to the opposite way to meet up with General Fong. Once Aang and the group met up with Fong, they quickly began to put Aang through tests to try to trigger the Avatar state. First, he serves Aang a special herbal tea which increases energy tenfold in normal soldiers, and in theory, it should give the boost of energy required in order to jump into the Avatar state. However, it had the opposite effect, as Aang did get a boost, a sugar-high boost, as he was airballing all across the place, talking uncontrollably as it began to annoy the living hell out of everyone, making Sokka make a comment about talking the Fire Lord to death, only to have the young monk crash face first into a pillar behind the siblings. The second attempt was made by Sokka, who summarized that Aang would reach the Avatar state by being afraid at a certain point, which had made Aang unsure of the method, but was willing to give it a try if it helped him reach the Avatar state. By Sokka's signal, Katara covered both of the monk's eyes with her hands for a few seconds, till she uncovered them, revealing Sokka using Momo as a second head while he hid his own inside his shirt. Aang was indeed surprised by the effort, but it failed since there was no glow coming from Aang. Their last attempt was when Fong organized a ritual. Unknown to everyone gathered in the chamber, Naruto was watching silently from the shadows as he leaned against the wall and watched Aang wear the clothing from all four nations. The shaman or whatever he was began chanting some nonsense as he held a jar of water on one hand and a bowl of dirt on the other. Suddenly, the shaman poured the water first into the container in front of him, then the bowl of earth. Throwing both objects away, the shaman reached behind him to grab a torch and dumped it into the container as well. Then out of the blue, he pulled out an air blower bellow to blow air into the container. "Are you fucking serious?" thought Naruto with a twitch on his eyebrow as he continued to watch the shaman chant till he grabbed the container and threw its contents at Aang. The young Avatar complained of having nothing but dirt on him, but he stopped when he began to feel a twitch, making everyone believe the ritual had an effect, only for Aang to sneeze and blow the dirt all over everyone. Naruto wasn't surprised when this attempted failed as well and just shook his head disapprovingly before he retreated back into the shadows and headed back towards their quarters. Back with Iroh and Zuko, they had arrived on their resort after walking around and collecting shells, to which Zuko was annoyed beyond belief. "We don't need any more useless things now," complained the former prince. "You forget that we have to carry our things now." "Hello brother, uncle," said a voice that made both of them slightly jump, but Zuko quickly recovered as a look hatred marred his eyes as he quickly turned towards the opposite corner of the room to find Azula, sitting on the table. "What are you doing here?" demanded heatedly and coldly towards his sister, seeing red as he wasn't able to see the slight flinch and look of hurt in her eyes before she schooled herself with an indifferent mask. "In my country, we exchange a pleasant hello before asking questions," replied Azula with a bored expression as she played with one of the shells on the table with her fingers. Slowly, she got off the table and walked towards her brother. "Have you become so uncivilized so soon, Zuzu?" she questioned with a smirk. "Don't call me that, you bitch!" shouted Zuko in boiled rage. Azula just closed her eyes to keep herself in check, but luckily, Iroh intervened as he stepped between the two. "To what do we owe this honor?" asked the former general with his arms placed inside the sleeves of his robe, watching the girl carefully to figure her out, but all she did was let out a small sigh. "It must be a family trait, both of you so quick to get to the point," concluded the princess as she opened her eyes and continued to play with the shell in her hand till she placed her hands behind her. "I come with a message from home." Father changed his mind. Family is suddenly very important to him. "There have been constant rumors of overthrowing him, treacherous plots," said the princess, eyeing the scarred prince carefully. "Family are the only ones he can really trust." Suddenly she turned towards the window. "Father regrets your banishment, he wants you home." Zuko just stood there quietly as he digested everything that was just said to him, unresponsive as he stared at the ground. "Did you hear what I just said?" asked Azula looking at him in the eye. "You should feel happy, excited, and grateful. I just brought you good news." "I'm sure your brother needs a moment to," began Iroh till he was interrupted by the princess with a glare, shutting him up quickly. Turning back towards Zuko, she walked closer to him. "I still haven't received a thank you. I'm not a messenger. I didn't have to come all this way to tell you this." "Father regrets, he wants me back," said the banished prince softly, making Azula sigh. "I see that you need time to take this in," concluded the princess as she walked towards the door. "I'll come to call on you tomorrow. Good day, Zuzu." And like that, she walked out of the resort, leaving the two by themselves. Iroh sent a worried glance to his nephew before he followed Azula out. "Azula," called out the general, gaining the young girl's attention, staring at him with insignificance. "What do you want, uncle?" asked Azula rudely, causing Iroh to frown in disapproval. "I know my brother better than you think, so what are you really doing here, Azula?" asked Iroh emotionlessly as he narrowed his eyes at the princess. "Like I told Zuko, father regrets banishing him and wants him back. If you don't believe me, uncle, Then that is your problem, responded Azula nonchalantly as she shrugged her shoulders and turned back towards the road, walking away. Now if you excuse me, I have to return to the ship, bye-bye. Iroh just watched the girl walk away, frowning as she did so. What happened to you, Azula? Asked the former general, making. Azula stopped shortly. You were once a kind girl that adored and looked up to her brother. Azula didn't say anything for a while, and wordlessly, she walked down the road, leaving Iroh behind as he watched her disappear down the road. Sighing, the Dragon of the West turned back towards the resort, only to turn back spontaneously when he caught sight of the shell that Azula was finger playing with, laying on the floor on the same spot Azula was once standing. Curiosity getting the best of him, he reached down and picked it up, carefully inspecting it as he looked at the outer shell. Still not being satisfied, Iroh flipped the shell and his eyes narrowed when he found some scratches etched on it and began trying to figure out slowly, causing his eyes to widen in shock. He pieced them together. Carefully reading it over and over again to make sure that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, he looked up at the road with a grim expression. Back at the fortress, Aang was watching the sunset from watchpost, thinking of how to get into the Avatar state so he could go and end the war. Aang. The young Avatar heard his name being called out and turned to see who called him, only to grimace that it was Naruto that had announced his name as he approached him. You have a moment? Asked the blonde. Yea, replied the young monk with uncertainty as he turned to face Sokka's master. Do you remember how you felt when you found the remains of your former master? Asked the blonde suddenly, catching Aang completely off guard. How do you know about that? Demanded Aang as he watched Naruto walk towards the arm rests of the watchpost. Katara told me, replied Naruto without looking at him. She's worried about you, you know. How is she worried about me? Asked Aang softly, intrigued about Katara's concern for him. She's afraid of you losing yourself by entering the Avatar state through your rage and pain, responded Naruto as he turned to stare at Aang right in the eye. She sees you as part of her family and it pains her to feel powerless when your rage consumes you. But the Avatar state? Aang tried to argue, but Naruto harshly cut him off. The Avatar state is a helpful tool that is granted to you as you journey through the Master of the Elements, said Naruto sternly, causing Aang to flinch at the tone he was being spoken. Without looking underneath of each discipline, you won't be able to find balance, and thus, the Avatar state will be rendered useless if you aren't able to control it and just wildly attack everything around, including the loved ones that care for you. But you don't understand, Naruto, shouted Aang desperately. I'm not strong enough on my own. I wasn't strong enough to protect Katara when we were ambushed at Zheng's camp and you ended up being the one to rescue her. I wasn't strong enough during the attack of the North Pole and the Crimson Avatar had to step in since I was being overwhelmed. And to make matters worse, with each passing day the war continues, more people are losing their lives. Argued the young monk as he shouted at the passive blonde, I'm already 100 years late and defeating the Fire Lord is the only way to end this war. I have to try it. Both didn't say a word after Aang had finished his little speech. A few more seconds passed before Naruto let out a tired sigh and wordlessly turned back where he came from, but not before he stopped a couple of steps. You should have thought about that before you chose to run away and abandon those that needed you. Regretting your choice of action isn't going to bring back your people or the loved ones the people lost in this war, said Naruto harshly without turning around to address the young monk, but he wasn't through either. But if that is your decision, then don't expect Katara to come bail you out. Because of your foolishness. At that comment, the monk got mad at the blonde's words. Who are you to make someone else's decision? You don't speak for her, shouted Aang angrily. He does speak for me on this matter, Aang, because I also don't agree with this idea of yours, said Katara out of the blue as she walked out of the door and walked next to the unturned blonde. Looking directly into Aang's eyes, I can't watch you do this to yourself. I'm not coming tomorrow, she said with her arms gently wrapped her arms around herself as she turned to follow Naruto back inside, leaving Aang hurt and angry. Back inside, Katara and Naruto were walking down the corridor in silence. Naruto, You're being too hard on Aang, said the Water Tribe girl softly. Naruto slightly turned towards Katara with emotionless face. And you're protecting him too much, countered the blonde. He's just a kid, Naruto. A kid that was given a major responsibility that we possibly cannot comprehend, argued the young waterbender. Naruto didn't say nothing as he just closed his eyes and inhaled a deep breath and slowly exhaled while opening his eyes, sharply. Looking at Katara, who gave a sudden gasp of fright as she took a step back as she stared into his eyes. There are many things you do not know about me, Katara, but I do know what it's like to be placed with such weight on the shoulders, emotionlessly stated Naruto as he turned around and walked away, leaving Katara by herself and her thoughts. Those eyes, thought the girl as she watched the blonde make a turn down the corridor, unable to get the look of his eyes out of her mind. They held such coldness and emptiness, thought Katara with a shudder before she looked down the hall the blonde had walked down. Just who are you, Naruto? Later that day, nighttime had come at the resort where Zuko and Iroh were residing at the moment. If you were to look inside the building through the window, Zuko could be seen going back and forth with clothing in his hands with a bright smile on his face. We're going home, after 3 long years, is unbelievable, exclaimed Zuko happily in disbelief, still not believing it himself. Iroh, however, remained quiet as he sat at the table, still looking at the shell that Azula had dropped. It is unbelievable, commented the former general with turning towards his nephew. I have never known my brother to regret anything. Didn't you listen to Azula? Retorted the banished prince. He a glare directed at Iroh. Father has realized how important family is. He cares about me. Iroh stood from his chair and looked at his nephew with pleading eyes. I care about you, and if Ozai wants you back, well, it may be for the reasons you imagine, retaliated the general, crossing his arms in the end with his eyes closed. You don't know how my father feels about. You don't know anything, growled Zuko as he turned his back at his uncle, refusing to listen. Iroh let out a sigh as he dropped his arms to his sides, trying to reason with his wayward nephew. Zuko, I only meant that in our family, things are not always what they seem. Or have you forgotten the sudden change that befell our family when he appeared, reminded the general, causing Zuko to grimace as he knew too well as to whom his uncle was referring to and the overnight change Azula and his father had, but his pride didn't let him see reason, and in anger, he turned and lashed out at his uncle. I think you're what you seem, a lazy, mistrustful, shallow old man who's always been jealous of his brother and weak-minded for not accepting the offer of power presented to you by him, said Zuko angrily, not seeing the hurtful look in his uncle's eyes as he stormed off, leaving Iroh by himself. Iroh simply watched as his nephew walked out of the room and tiredly let out a sigh till he looked at the shell once again, with a coded message scratched on it. Be on guard or the black flames will consume everything. I don't know what kind of game you're playing, Azula, muttered the Dragon of the West as he slowly narrowed his eyes, but if he's truly here, then I must protect Zuko at all costs. The shell was crushed in his hand as he formed a fist and stared out into the darkened night. Back at the fortress, Aang suddenly woke up, sweating as he had another dream of him being in the Avatar state, thus fueling his belief that Katara and Naruto were right and forcing himself to go into the Avatar state being a bad idea. Deciding tomorrow he would talk to the general with hopes that General Fong wouldn't get upset. The following day, Aang and Sokka stood in front of the doors of General Fong's office, his resolve slowly leaving as he didn't want to disappoint the general. Sokka, seeing the hesitation, placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. Don't worry about happens, just make sure that you believe that the decision you're making is the right one, Sokka told his bald friend. Do you think the general will get mad? Asked Aang. Of course not. You're the Avatar, who knows better than you? Reassured the native warrior with a grin. Getting his confidence back, Aang opened the door and both of them walked into the general's office. Aang, how may I help you? Greeted the general politely. General Fong, I wish to continue with my journey and achieve the Avatar state in my own way, announced Aang. Fong simply placed his hands in front of him as he passively stared at Aang. I see, what made you change your mind, Aang? Questioned the general. The thing is, I don't think we'll be able to trigger the Avatar state on purpose, and I guess that's it since I don't see any purpose of continuing," replied the young monk. "You sure I can't change your mind?" asked Fong. "I'm sure. I can only reach the Avatar state when I'm in genuine danger," replied Aang as he slightly dropped his shoulders. "I see, I was afraid you would say that," muttered Fong before he shoved the massive boulder desk at Aang, sending him across the room and out the window. "Aang!" shouted Sokka as he tried to go and help his friend, but Fong's soldiers quickly restrained him in place as he watched the general walk towards the destroyed wall that Aang was thrown out of. "Men! Attack the Avatar!" ordered the general before he jumped out to confront Aang, causing a small quake on his landing. Sokka remained restrained as he heard Aang's pleas to stop the madness, but it fell on deaf ears as the rumble of earth being bent to attack the young Avatar. Unable to take it anymore, Sokka lazily raised his right leg and brought it down with a loud stomp, stomping the foot of one of his captors, hearing the bones being crushed and being let go so the injured soldier could nurse his broken foot. Seeing his chance, Sokka quickly turned to face his other captor, who still held onto his arm as he refused to let go, that is until the young warrior sent a straight palm into the soldier's chest causing him to gasp for breath as the earth soldier stumbled back, loosening his grip on Sokka. Not wasting time, Sokka stepped in between the two as he tore his arm from the soldier's grip and rapidly launched a series of attacks. Chops to the neck and collar bone, underneath punches to the midsection, palm or punches sent to the face to both of them as he switched back and forth till he stopped his assault. Huffing, he watched the two fall to the floor unconscious with a thud. After regaining his breath, Sokka rushed out the room to go help his friend. "If it isn't Zuko giving us problems, it's another lunatic that it is," muttered the wolf-tailed warrior as he rushed down the stairs. Speaking of our favorite banished prince, Zuko was walking down the stairs of mountain, heading towards the port where his sister's ship had made land only to stop abruptly when the sight of said ship came into view. Many things were going within his mind, but his thoughts were interrupted when he heard someone shouting from the top of the mountain. "Wait! Don't leave without me," said Iroh as he descended down the stairs. Zuko's face lit up with happiness when he saw his uncle. "Uncle, you changed your mind," said the prince happily as his uncle stopped in front of him with a sincere smile on his face. "Family sticks together, right?" commented Iroh as he placed his hand on his nephew's shoulder. Zuko simply nodded his head before he looked back towards the ship once again. "We're finally going home," announced the prince as he went his way down the stairs once again, leaving Iroh behind for a few minutes, not noticing the hardened look his face portrayed that never left his face as he too began to walk down the stairs. Once they had reached the bottom of the stairs, awaiting them was the ship's crew, with Azula and two soldiers at her side at the deck of the ship. Both quietly walked between the pathway the crew had cleared, reaching the ramp to aboard the ship. "Brother, uncle, welcome," greeted the princess with a smile while on the inside she was cursing her lazy uncle. "Damn it, uncle. I left a warning about him being here so you could get Zuko out of here, but no, you just had to be so lazy and troublesome," thought the princess with anger before her eyes began showing fear, "but I do hope you know what you're doing." "I'm so glad that you decided to come," said Azula as she maintained the facade. The soldiers filled up in two single lines behind Iroh and Zuko. The captain of the ship turned towards Princess. "Are we ready to depart, Your Highness?" "Set our course for home, Captain," ordered Azula as she turned her back. "You heard the princess. Raise the anchors, we're taking the prisoners home," shouted the captain, realizing his mistake as he watched the princess tense up at his slip-up. Azula let out a sigh of relief at her plan being discovered. She knew full well that her master was within the shadows of the ship watching her every step, making it unable to warn her uncle. But with the captain's mistake, there is still a chance that Zuko won't be captured. The sound of people being sent to the water, courtesy of Iroh, made her snap back to reality, that and her brothers shouting. "You lied to me!" shouted an enraged Zuko as he attacked the two soldiers that accompanied Azula, sending them overboard. Azula simply looked over her shoulder at her brother with a Cheshire grin. Not my fault that you've become so stupid these past couple of years to tell the difference, Zuzu, mocked Azula as she half turned around and placed a hand on her head. Seriously, years ago I couldn't pass one on you and now I played you like a puppet. Zuko simply made fire daggers and rushed towards Azula, slashing wildly at her. The princess just stayed calm as she danced around her brother's attacks till she locked his arms and turned him around to deliver a palm strike into his back. Zuko regained his footing and turned towards his opponent with a heated glare, but was suddenly punched in the back of the head as he fell to the ground, barely maintaining consciousness as he tried to lift himself back to his feet, but was unable to do so as his attacker stomped his foot hard on his back. Zuko looked over his shoulder to see who had attacked him, only to gasp in shock and fear when he saw his attacker. "You," gasped the scarred prince. "How foolishly of you to believe that your own father would want someone as you back on his side," coldly stated the Uchiha. "Your own father believes you to be a miserable failure, just like Iroh as he failed to conquer Ba Sing Se and betrayed us at the North Pole." The Uchiha pressed his foot harder against his back, causing the scarred teen to grunt in pain while Azula could only watch helplessly, but then she heard a cackling noise coming closer from behind and looked to the side and gasped before she dived to the side in attempt to dodge the oncoming projectile. Sasuke looked up only to see a lightning-enhanced flaming ball coming straight at him before it impacted close from him, sending him overboard while Zuko hit the rail of the ship, rendering him unconscious. Azula uncovered her face to search for her brother but noticed that her uncle was already attending him. Seeing that the boy received no major injuries, Iroh hoisted his nephew over his shoulders and walked towards Azula. Seeing the worry in her eyes, Iroh's eyes softened a bit. "Your brother is fine," announced Iroh, causing Azula to sigh in relief. Then Iroh turned from his nephew to his niece. "But why are you helping us? First you coded message me that Sasuke was here and now you're not even trying to assault us." Azula simply closed her eyes as she turned her head. "Not everything is what it seems, uncle. You of all people should know that." Iroh nodded his head at understanding. Softly, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "I promise to take of him, Azula," declared Iroh, before he broke into an apologetic smile, "and please forgive me for what I'm about to do, but have to make it look like we escaped." Not giving her a chance to say a word, Iroh kneed her hard in the stomach, causing her to gasp for air and received a hard backhand strike, sending her hard into the ground with a bruise slowly forming on her cheek as she watched her uncle run out of the ship, disappearing deep in the woods of the forest before she lost consciousness. A couple of minutes later, Sasuke emerged from the water and skillfully landed on his feet, his armor scorched on his right side while his arm was damaged a little as he surveyed the area till his eyes landed on the unconscious form of his student. Narrowing his eyes, the last Uchiha let out a growl as he stared at the forest. "You may have managed to elude this time, Iroh, but next time you won't be so lucky." Back the fortress, within the group's bedroom chambers, Katara sat there by herself with Momo keeping her company. With each quake she felt, she couldn't help but feel uneasy at the pit of her stomach. "I wonder what crazy thing they're trying now," murmured Katara to herself, watching as Momo just shrugged his furry shoulders and went to sleep. Sighing, the Water Tribe native girl couldn't help but think on the conversation she just had with the blonde a moment ago. Flashback. "You're leaving us?" asked Katara in disbelief. "I have to," responded the blonde as he packed his bag. "There's a rumor going around within the fortress that Omashu has been seized by the Fire Nation." Katara's eyes widened in horror. "What about King Bumi? Is he alive?" desperately asks the waterbender. Naruto simply hoisted his bag over his shoulders and turned towards the girl with a solemn look. "I'm not, sir," honestly answered the blonde, "but I'm not going to stay here and wait for them to do so," as he walked towards the door. Katara abruptly turned around towards the blonde. "I'll go with you." Naruto stopped at the door, halfway open, but looked over his shoulder, giving Katara a soft look. "I'm sorry, but I cannot take you along with me this time," said Naruto remorsefully, causing her to grow angry. "Why not? I'm not the same girl you had to rescue from those pirates months ago," argued Katara. "Please, I can help you." Naruto softly placed his bag on the floor and walked towards her, softly placing his hands on her shoulders as he looked at her directly in the eye. I know that Katara and you have progressed a lot this last couple of months, confirmed Naruto, but Aang and Sokka need you more. Those two boneheads are lost without you, for you're the voice of reason within this group. Then without a word, he hugged, surprising her greatly as she let out a small gasp. This is just temporary, we'll meet again in Omashu. Till then, stay safe. Slowly, he broke apart from her and walked towards the door as he lifted his bag and walked out of the room. End flashback. Please be safe, Naruto, whispered Katara before she cringed at the tremor of another quake. Not being able to ignore the feeling in her stomach, she got out of the bed and went to go look for Aang. Meanwhile, said blonde was flying on his dragon at high speeds, trying to reach Omashu as soon as possible as he dashed through the clouds. Damn that general, cursed Naruto, and Aang too for his damn naivety. But before he could have continued his rant, Shen suddenly nosedived, free-falling as Naruto pulled on the reins really hard as he closed his eyes and grit his teeth to make Shen pull up, but the dragon refused to obey the command. Opening one eye, the blonde noted that if his animal companion didn't let up, they would crash. Land into the trees below, but at the last minute, Shen let up and hovered over the trees, causing Naruto to wipe his forehead with his forearm and let out a sigh. Then he glared heatedly at his companion. What the hell is wrong with you? Trying to kill me by giving me a heart attack? Yelled Naruto, but the dragon just snorted and pointed its snout towards the giant tree that overshadowed the rest of the swamp. You want me to go over there? Asked Naruto, feeling some sort of tug within his being, as if the tree itself was calling out to him. Shaking his head, Naruto turned towards his dragon. Look, we cannot stop here and waste time. We have to reach Omashu as quick as possible, he said as he pulled on the reins and instructed his dragon to fly, who reluctantly did so as he began to pick up height. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive tornado appeared in front of them, trying to pull them in within the vortex. Shen put up a fight as he tried to fly away, but the wind currents were too strong as the both of them were sucked into the twister. Within the twister, Naruto held onto the reins till he decided to disperse the tornado by making a tornado of his own as he slammed both of his fists together and made a twister, expanding it to the sides. But suddenly the twister gained a power boost as it constricted Naruto's vortex and dispersed it completely, dismounting him from his dragon as he was sent off into the forest, crashing down onto the muddy swamp as he skidded on top of the water till his back crashed with the trunk of a tree and landed face first onto the muddy ground, muttering as he struggled to get up. Damn it, I must be rustier than I thought if I can't handle a simple tornado, groaned the blonde as he got up to his feet, chuckling as a thought came to mind as he looked towards the sky with a sad smile. Hey, if Iero Sennin were to see me now, he would say I have gotten soft and have been lacking on my training before hitting me in the head and put my ass through hell. Then he grew a serious look on his face and looked towards the giant tree that was visible from his position, the feeling he had felt earlier becoming stronger. Why does it feel familiar? Mused the blonde before he jumped into a tree branch and began trekking towards the tree. If I'm stuck here, might as well find out who or what is calling out to me, and if I'm lucky, I'll find that dragon as well. As he continued to use the trees to move around the swamp, he couldn't but think of Katara. I hope I did the right thing by leaving her and those two behind. Nah, she's strong and intimidating when angered, they'll be alright. Unfortunately, unknowns to him, they were far from okay. After Katara sees General Fong attacking Aang, she asked her brother what was going on, only for Sokka to fill her in on what was the general's intention. Both of them intervened to help defend Aang. However, General Fong captures Katara with earth bending and begins to lower her into the ground in another attempt to induce the Avatar state. As Katara continues to sink, Aang begs for Fong to release her. Instead, Fong completely buries her. Enraged, Aang enters the Avatar state to Fong's delight, but begins to destroy everything in sight. After seeing that his plan had worked, Fong releases Katara, but was now feeling with dread as he watched Aang continue to destroy his base. Unknowns to everyone, Avatar Roku appears to Aang, releases him from the Avatar state just like he did to Naruto and explains exactly what the Avatar state is, and that if the Avatar is killed while in the state, the Avatar will cease to exist without the certainty of the Crimson Avatar being able to recreate the cycle again. After Roku sends Aang back towards his body, he notices General Fong is still gleeful over having induced the Avatar state, only for Sokka to knock Fong into unconsciousness. After noticing that their fourth member was missing and began to ask questions, Katara informed the two that Naruto had gone ahead and would meet up with them at Omashu, leaving out about the news of the city being taken over, and so, Team Avatar departs on Appa for Omashu on their own with the intention of meeting their blonde friend at the city. Back with our favorite blonde, Naruto spent a good while trying to reach the giant tree, slowly growing impatient as he stopped and landed on the ground, staring at the distance he still had to trek to reach the tree. "Damn it! How far is this damn thing?" complained Naruto before his left ear twitched and turned to the left with his hand in a palm thrust, shooting out whirling compressed air into the tree, puncturing right through it as it made the tree crumble. Naruto simply relaxed as he stared at the fallen tree and shook his head, slapping both of his cheeks and comically pulling them down. "Great, now I'm hearing things," muttered the blonde before a fit of giggles were heard throughout the forest, causing Naruto to be on guard. "K, now I know I heard it this time." The giggling now came from far ahead, and narrowing his eyes, he could see a couple of feet away a couple of children, twins. A boy and girl no older than 7 wearing an outfit that seemed identical to the Southern Water Tribe. But what had his focus fixed on them was the traits they had that he could feel some sort of familiarity with them. The boy was a little taller than the girl with light brown skin, lighter than Katara but darker than him, spiky wild brown hair and blue eyes that reminded him of Katara's, while the girl had his shade of eye color but her hair was smooth, tied in a ponytail. Her skin was darker than the boy's. If he were to guess, he would say that the little girl's skin color was close to Katara's skin color. As he kept eyeing them, he found a necklace hanging around both of their necks, adorned with fangs with a makeshift of a dragon's head in the middle, and in its mouth was a symbol that made his eyes go wide in shock. It was his family's clan symbol, the whirling whirlpool of Uzumaki and the Uzumaki clan. The children giggled again before they ran away from him, snapping Naruto out of his surprise. "Wait!" shouted Naruto as he ran after them, not noticing that the twins had run in the same direction as where the tree was located. Run fast and hard he did, but nothing seemed to give him an edge against the two. What the hell? How can 2 7-year-olds outrun a seasoned shinobi? Wondered Naruto in his mind, only to see them jump in the clearing. "Got him!" smirked the blonde. He jumped after them in the clearing, but as soon as he landed, he noticed that they were nowhere to be seen. With his guard up, the blonde looked around to find them, but he could no longer hear their giggling or their footsteps. He continued to search for them as he moved in a circle. Those two kids couldn't have gotten far. Then he heard the sound of a branch being stepped on and turned towards where the sound had come from. "Who's there? Show yourself," demanded Naruto as he pulled out 2 kunais, one on each hand, ready to fight in case someone decided to jump him. However, he wasn't prepared when a girl no older than 17 or 18 stepped out of the shadows. "Katara?" asked a very surprised Naruto, but then he narrowed his eyes. "No, you're not her. Who are you?" The girl in front of him might look like Katara, but she wasn't. Katara's eyes were a Draker shade, not lighter, and her hair was in a pigtail with hair loopies on each side of her face, while the girl in front of him had her hair in a high ponytail, and instead of hair loopies, she had her hair tied in 2 more ponytails, one adorning on either side of her face. A Water Tribe sleeveless vest with some band with Water Tribe markings on her right bicep and 2 wristbands covering her whole forearms. She wore the regular pants and boots of the Water Tribe people, but she wore an extra piece of clothing around her waist, covering her backside down to her calves. But was also shocking to him is that just like the twins from before, this girl also had the same dragon-carved necklace with the Uzumaki symbol in its mouth. "I ask you again, who are you, girl?" demanded Naruto in a serious manner, but his only response was the girl coming at him at high speeds with her hands extended out and bending the water around her hands, jumping into the air as she transformed them into blades that covered her arms up to the elbows, anticipating an attack. Naruto simply stepped to the side as he dodged a downward strike from her right arm as she landed, but quickly recovered as she did a vertical slash with her left, only for Naruto to jump slightly back, narrowly dodging the attack as a few strands of his hair were cut off. "She's fast," thought the blonde as he eyed her carefully as she chased after him, slashing at him, but Naruto dodged by either ducking, leaning back or slightly jumping a little bit whenever she tried to strike at his legs. However, he knew he couldn't stay on the defensive for long. Smirking, he had a thought in his mind as he blocked with forearms a double downward slash against the girl's forearms. "She's good on the offensive, but let's see how she is on the defensive." Then he used his strength to push her off, but the girl didn't let off as she did an overhead slash with the intent of cutting the blonde diagonally. Anticipating this, instead of blocking the attack, he rushed forward and countered with an overhead chop strike, both attacks meeting till the sound of something being cut cleaned was heard through the forest as both of them were feet apart with their backs facing each other. The iced blade landed a couple of feet in front of Naruto and both of them turned around facing one another. The girl inspected her weapon before she shook her hand and made the ice covering her hand into a liquid, creating a water whip. Naruto simply threw the ground with both of his hands and pulled them out, his hands now covered in makeshift Rocky boxing gloves. Think of Hellboy's big rock hand. And rushed at the girl with his right hand cocked back for a thundering blow, but the girl ducked and tried to counter with a side slash, but the blonde blocked with his left boulder glove and sent a knee strike to the girl's chest, sending her up in the air, and tried to deliver a spinning kick, but Naruto ducked under it. However, he didn't see the girl whipping out the water whip at him and catching him by the neck. Realizing in the danger he was in, he used his fire manipulation to raise the temperature of his body to vaporize the water and countered once again with a right-hand strike at the girl who was still airborne, but to his shock, the girl raised her fist into the air and made a wall of earth rise, blocking the blonde's attack by a minimum, as Naruto's punch pulverized the wall. The girl jumped back and landed on her feet, quickly taking advantage of Naruto's lack of focus as she launched massive flamethrower at him, but Naruto simply dissolved the rocks on his hands into sand and made a shield to protect himself from the flames, turning the sand into glass. Gaining his breath, the blonde cocked his right hand back and countered with his own flamethrower, shattering the glass and overpowering the girl's fire attack. The girl, seeing that her attack was overpowered, she quickly cancelled out her attack, jumped 10 feet back and watched Naruto's attack hit the mark where she was standing a few seconds ago. Naruto waited for the smoke to disperse and see what his opponent was planning, but after the smoke cleared, he saw her just standing there, in front of a large shadow. Both didn't say a word for a while and nothing was said as the girl turned around and walked inside the shadows. Seeing her walk away, he chased after her. "Hey! Wait up, damn it!" shouted Naruto as he also ran into the shadows, but as he continued to walk deeper and deeper, somehow the shadows slowly seemed to disappear till they were completely gone, making Naruto stop dead on his tracks with his eyes wide open at what was in front of him. He was at the base of the giant tree, but what was really in front of him was the main gate of Konoha, all time worn and abandoned, with the symbol of the hidden leaf still showing proudly on top. "It can't be," muttered Naruto in disbelief as he walked through the main gate of the village. After taking a few steps inside, he saw how everything was still intact, just barely, as the light that was to get through the tree's trunk illuminated the village. Slowly, the blonde walked past the gate as in a trance down the main road that lead towards the Hokage's building and monument. Memories assaulting him of his time back in Konoha. Memories he had made with his friends and loved ones. After walking down the main road for a while, he began looking to the side and right away he saw the Ichiraku ramen bar as a memory assaulted him. Ayame and her father were standing behind the counter, waving happily at him with his former academy teacher, Iruka, sitting at the usual spot he would sit in whenever he and Iruka would eat ramen. Next to him were the members of the Sasuke retrieval team, Choji, Neji, Shikamaru, and Kiba, with Akamaru sleeping under the table. all of them holding cups of sake with a fifth one sitting on the table untouched, looking at him with big grins as they waited on him to join them. He closed his eyes as if believing he was seeing things, but he reopens them and their images slowly faded away, leaving behind a rundown stand that could collapse at any minute. Letting out a sigh, the blonde continued on his way, walking down a couple more blocks down. He could see the hospital at the far right. Again he was assaulted with another memory as the building came to life, and at the entrance of the hospital was Hinata, Shizune, Ino and Sakura, staring at him with sad but warm smiles as they waved at him. Again, the blonde closed his eyes and reopened them again, only to see that the building was half standing as the rest of it was already crumbled to the floor. Taking a different route, Naruto soon came near one of the training grounds, and instantly, he recognized that this was the training ground where he always sparred with Guy and Lee along with Kakashi. Just like the time before, Naruto saw the training field the same way it was back then, but Guy and Lee were standing there, giving the good guy pose as they smile and small twinkle appearing on their grins, while Kakashi sat on top of a boulder, with his favorite porn novel in hand as he smiled at him. Naruto closed his eyes and shook his head violently, wishing the memories would stop resurfacing, but once he looked up only to see a field with grass knee-high, trees all over the place with a few animals running amok. As Naruto continued to walk down the village, he came across the plaza. A place that was always busy with stands placed in a circle so it wouldn't crowd the way. But instead, in the middle of what used to be the plaza, stood a statue. From afar, he could not make of its features, and so he rushed to get a clearer view, and to his greater surprise, the statue was a memorial tribute to him. Standing at 17 feet tall, a statue of him stood on a pedestal made out of marble, with his arms across with his foxy and